What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? See, Mr. Z being late, so I missed this right here where Boost on Way says if he's on time, I owe him a super chat. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? All right, y'all see what Mr. Z has in the description box. But before we start that, I am loosely following the Ace Metaphor Keto Rose thing. Loosely, no pun. Yeah, mainly from Keto Rose angle. Mm. I think sometimes you need to be honest with yourself when you see a certain character trait in people, when you see their personality, to believe what you see and understand that eventually you can be on the receiving end of whatever good or bad, positive or negative personality trait or character flaw that you see, right? And I think that's the most I'm going to say about that for now, right? I don't know these people. I don't follow them too tough. All I know is there's a character that every time I saw that person speak, whether that person was on stage, whether it was on their own channel, maybe random clips that YouTube would send me, I saw something in that person that did not vibe with me or my spirit. And I don't know if I could have done business with that person or been on the road with that person. Yeah. That person has, I will say that person has personality. It seems like that. But I understand that that person looks like they don't have an off button. Um, they claim to be animated. I hear you. It just looked like a lack of discipline to me, but okay, fine. Um, right? And they call other people boring yitches. Once again, it just seemed like you just don't want to discipline yourself and maybe convey a message without all the antics and whatnot. Mr. Z excuse me, Mr. Z engages in the antics. Also, I engage in the giggling, right, like a schoolgirl. We can do that, but we can also be adults when especially when we're speaking on a story where someone did us wrong, particularly concerning business and money, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, so I will leave it like that. Once again, I don't know these people, so y'all take my opinion with a grain of salt. I've only watched mainly from one person's angle. I did see what shout out to T Grizzle. I did see what he posted. Was that yesterday? I think I saw what he posted also. So yeah, lack of couth, lack of couth. Yeah, yeah. Um, Trell, that's not the person I'm speaking about. I'll say that. I'll leave it there. Right. So yeah, it's a lot, and that person looks like a lot. I still think that person probably got the fire good, good. I think that thing is super wet. I think that thing look like it's fun. I couldn't do nothing with him though. I would run the opposite direction. If y'all want to call Mr. Z Pussy for that, I'll take it. Saw for that, I'll take it. Coward for that, I'll take it. But yeah, I would run the opposite direction because you could tell you can't. There's no off button for that person. There's no chill. There's no, let's relax. Let's, we right. And I know I've had friends like this, who they love these type of people. They seek these type of people for relationships, and it always ends disastrously because what else is it going to end like? Huh? Hey, just saying. Trail says you don't want to be baby daddy number 5. Really? That person has what, 4 baby daddies? I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. I'm not surprised, Tro. If that's true, I don't know if you're joking or not, but if that's true, I am not surprised at all. Because that person look like they got the super boy. That thing look like it's super moist. Can't do nothing with you though. Can't do nothing with you. Absolutely not. Nope. 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 Shout out to all of you who see these type of people and you could smell how this is going to end up, and you take the chance anyway. Because if I can guess that that person is probably really really good at what she does in a certain type of environment, if y'all get Mr. Z's drift, right? Huh? Then y'all could see it too. And because of that, y'all go over there messing around and get your head taken off. I'm just saying. Huh? 3 or 4 trail? God damn. Hey, Excalibur, I ain't saying. I'm just saying. I will not confirm nor deny. I said conform. Confirm nor deny. No? Low volume L, stop putting names. Just saying. Right? Once again, I don't know these people. I don't follow them enough. But everything I've ever seen, particularly about this one character that Mr. Z is speaking of, maybe, um, yeah, that person is a bit much, a lot much, a bit much. And hey, y'all should have known she was gonna turn on y'all. Now, once again, I don't know the details. Y'all should have known this person was gonna turn on y'all. I don't know the details. I've only watched from a particular angle, right? Mainly from this person and hearing their story. All right, cool, right? And there's certain parts where I would probably agree with that person that what they're saying happened might have happened, right? You may have to remove it though. But thank you, Excalibur. Thank you. Right? Mr. Z is purposely being vague because we don't know these. But like Mr. Z don't follow this person like that. But you know, throughout the years, I've seen clips and I've watched enough um to know that ah can't do nothing with them. Can't do nothing. Look, man, we got all of us got an aunt like this, or our grandmother was like this. Maybe your mother was like this. Oops, right? We all got a girl cousin like this. We all know a young lady, or when we were in high school, a girl like this. A young lady when we're in college, or a girl when we're in high school. You can't do nothing with them. No, Charles, I've been because excuse me. I made mention of this character a couple of times over the years, right? Not too often, but I've made mention of them, and exactly for what um the person she's accusing of certain things. Exactly, I didn't say it. Hey, all right, bro. Huh? Sounds like a good business move. And maybe it was because that person you could tell is animated and they have the charisma of a particular demographic. Mr. Z is purposely being vague, but y'all know who I'm talking about, right? They represent a certain demographic, and that demographic loves seeing people like this person represent them. Oh, they love it. They love when this person is getting they lick back and getting they get back and speaking a certain way because this is how this demographic feels, particularly about the opposite sex in their same race. So they love watching this person perform the way that person performs, particularly on stage. Huh? So yeah, and I just want to make sure. Hey, I followed it right, but like I said, that person represents a certain demographic, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's why that person was hired. Huh? Just saying. So, on that, we will pause. Now let's get to the main topic. That was 10 minutes. Oh, Z, you did good. You did good. Right? Um, Women being lonely, women being single, women struggling financially. There's a lot of material I could have put in here. And I'm probably gonna post the rest of everything I was thinking about after the stream. So, shout out to the replay gang, right? Shout out to the replay gang. Um, y'all saw different races of women complaining about being single. You saw shout out to Remnant, right? And who else covered women over the age of 40? And it's something that Remnant said. That's a young lady. It sounds like she's out of the UK. Um, it's something that she said about one of the black women that she covered. And Mr. Z says this also. You know, they don't grow up. It's an extreme sense of arrested development. When you listen to Art New Style speak, you're listening to a 50 some odd year old man. BGS, a 60 some odd year old man. Black Uru, a 60 some odd year old man. Even when they engage with us that are younger than them by a few decades, right? And they might use even some of the words we use, our modern parlance, but you still appreciate that you're dealing with a man, right? When you listen to these women speak and when you see their mannerisms and their facial expressions, you really can't tell the difference outside of clearly them being older, them aging. You really can't tell the difference between the 45-year-old and the 25-year-old. Huh? You can't tell. Just saying. Trell, I'm gonna address that in a minute. I think I know which one you're referring to actually. Um, but yeah, huh? So and they still have these same standards. You saw that even with Kevin Samuels, rest in peace. This is why I refer to him all the time. His channel is still important, right? It's still important, and it's a good reference to what black men in particular are speaking about, right? What is Mr. Z saying? You saw 40 and 50 some odd year old women get on the Kevin Samuels still speaking about bedroom performance, still speaking about erections. Now, is that important in a relationship? It is. It is. Is it important enough to be speaking about as a supposed classy woman, as a woman who's moving into the quote unquote elder stage of her life, right? Where you're supposed to be guiding and shepherding younger women, right? And giving them advice. Do you think it's may be a little bit tacky to be speaking about male member size, erections, bedroom performance? No, not at all. No, just saying. And that wasn't the only thing those ladies spoke about, of course, because what you've realized is they wanted everything, right? Everything. And a lot of this came off pretty tacky, huh? Really tacky. So you see these 40 some odd year old women complaining about the dating scene and about being single, and especially with the sisters, it was kind of that complaining but not complaining, like you still trying to hold your ego close to chest, so you acted like you don't care, but you do care, right? You're only speaking about this because you care about your love life. And there were a number of women that said it, like in just like FD said to T Noir. These women done checked off everything else in their life, and you saw with the white women, they said it. I got everything else, but I feel lonely because this is the one thing I don't have. But I'll be okay. And shout out to that white woman who straight up said it. Everything else in my life, like I am fulfilled. I just don't have this one thing. Yeah, that one thing is important. Now the black women move differently. Their ego won't let them admit that they're lonely. Even the white women, some of them weren't overtly admitting that they're lonely, but they got way closer than the black women did. But of course, huh? And from Africa I came says, Z, since when do women sit down and discuss geopolitics and philosophy? That's hysterical. That's hysterical, right? Questions, questions. Sound like Dr. Umar Johnson, right? That's not something they do, sir. Not in general. Nope, nope, nope. Right? Too busy speaking about the lifestyle they would like to have. Right? That's what they're doing. Too busy speaking about the lifestyle they want. No? Hey, compassion says, black men, everybody's got a number. What's yours? Black women, more. Huh? Black women are saying more? Black women, more. Right? So, and actually, and yeah, and let's actually read this one now. Red Falls Black, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Mr. Z got some new super chat things going for y'all, right? Got some new super chat. Once again, thank you for the super chat. Um, and Red Falls Black says, give me a second. Um, to die kinless, broke, and alone. They wanted this. You see why my title is what it is. The ladies wanted this. Xers under the age of 50, I would really say under the age of 55. Millennials, the oldest of Gen Z, we gonna watch them go through it. I'm preparing you. Notice the theme of my streams on and off over the past few months is preparing everyone to watch your sisters in them, your girl cousins in them, your aunts in them, some of the women that you went to college with, some of the girls you went to high school with, you attended high school with, some of the women you were in church with. Be prepared to watch them go through it. Does that mean they're going to be homeless and destitute? Not for most of them, but are they going to almost get there? Right? Are they going to get close to it? Right? And compassion says the word kinless cuts deep. Hey, rich auntie wanted to be rich auntie, bro. Compassionate rich auntie wanted to be rich auntie. As a matter of fact, and I should have downloaded it to play it. Um, I think Remnant covered it in the UK. They're having a conversation about Vivica A. Fox. Um, yeah, and Vivica A. Fox, you know, speaking about now looking for dating, and you could see the coping. Yeah, she's lonely, but it's not the end of the world type of talk, and it's all ego protection, right? As a matter of fact, compassion, are you busy right now? Got a favor to ask you, right? You see this? It's this ego protection talk, and it's sad. We need to drop it. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. And this is only for compassionate, you guys. Who is only for compassionate for now. Mr. Z might be able to do a panel today. So yeah. Trell, you ain't ish. Trell, you ain't ish, you ain't ish. Give me a second. Y'all gives you a second, and there we go. Yeah, let me see. Let me actually, while I'm doing that, let's do this. Y'all gives you a second. Let me make sure she because I want to. Let me start it. Let me give me a second. Okay. All right. There we go. All right, y'all. All right. What's going on, compassionate? You up? And
What's
let me
up, bro?
put the link for you that I'm talking about. Here go the link. I just put it in the back chat. And I want to say that conversation about Vivica starts around. It starts around like the 14 minute, maybe the 14 minute and 10 second mark, something like that. Something like that. Yeah, 14 minute and 10 second mark. But yeah, because I it's the ego protection, and I'm preparing black men, young black men in particular. If a woman rock with you, she rock with you. This is when discernment. Oh God, we're sounding like the ladies. This is when discernment really matters. This is when vetting really matters. It's not a silver bullet, but be very clear. They're gonna be starving. They're going to be starving, but I want to say it the way I want to say it. They're gonna be starving, and you're gonna see those quote unquote standards and requirements. You're gonna see that change up,
Hmm.
and you might be the next up. And that still don't mean that it still is she's not yours, it's just your turn. But your turn instead of the last dude, his turn only lasted 18 months. His turn only lasted 9 months. His turn only lasted 6 months, 3 months. Your turn is gonna last 10, 12, and 15 years. She's still gonna leave and she gonna take what she gonna take out the way out the door if she can,
Hmm.
right? We have to be honest. We know that men can be amoral, not immoral, amoral. We know that men can be amoral. Our society has raised us and socialized us that men can be amoral. Men understand this, women understand this. But what is assumed and what is kind of pushed to us, this blue pill thinking, is that women aren't too very capable and actually engage in amoralism, which is
Hmm.
not a word. Amorality, there we go. Right? That's what is not assumed, and it gets a lot of men of varying races, but particularly black men in our case. It gets a lot of us hemmed up. You don't realize that you've been had until you in divorce court,
Yeah.
right?
And ain't that the purpose of the what we do in this space is to bring awareness, and I guess that's what the purpose of the red pill ideology is to just bring awareness that women, just like men, are human beings and capable of anything.
Yeah,
So don't approach it naive that some type of script is going to be followed, because it
yeah,
won't be. And
yeah,
just don't remove that from your illusions right now and just accept it. And it
yes,
doesn't mean, I mean, like you said, you might go through or not you, but people have said you might go through a red pill rage phase where you're upset at
hmm hmm
that you can't trust the woman you love or like to not rape you in divorce court, or sorry, rape you in divorce court, and inevitably if she's allowed to. So you got to organize your life in such a way that you hedge against those type of
as
potentialities.
much as you can.
Yeah,
I
and
I
it is.
we're human beings. We are flawed. And there's nothing wrong with being in love. Like, I don't want us to be like these weirdos, like some of these white dudes, some definitely like some of the women,
Mm,
which turn like the phrase catching feelings into like a pejorative, like you
yeah.
weak or something, right? Like,
Mm.
oh, the feelings caught you, weak ass. No, I don't want us to do that, right? Black men, ain't nothing wrong with loving and being attracted to attractive women and loving someone who loves you, hopefully, maybe, possibly, we don't know, right?
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with this human emotion. This is something, if you believe in God, that God designed for you to experience, and it's a great feeling,
Hmm.
especially if it's mutual. If it's not mutual, ooh, you're gonna feel it on the other side, right? Especially if
Hmm.
it's mutual. But at the same time, appreciate that this feeling is fleeting, and you could get really, really messed up out here,
Yeah.
right?
Accept that
That
the systems and structures that you catching those feelings within it, inside of, incentivize things not inside your best interest, outside of your best interest. Just
Mm,
accept that. That's
yes.
the environment you're in. Your love will be weaponized to get you to sign paperwork, to 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 basically remove as much leverage as you possibly can within a relationship under the guise
Hmm.
of being fair and egalitarian and a good man. That's you're lost in the sauce at that point. No,
Yes.
that's just, and don't take it I know it's hard not to take it personal, and I guess that's what you're speaking to, Z, is
Yeah.
how trying not to take that reality personal, because we all were socialized blue pill to believe in the narrative of that, white picket fence and loving family and duty, and the institution of marriage. Some of us, and the institutions of family would buffer you against certain things, but that's just, those times are gone. It is what it
Yeah.
is.
Yep. Well, now you have to vet different.
Yeah.
Me and you have had a private conversation about how you vetted and what
Yes.
you say, and
Mm.
I have said to you how I vetted and what I say, and the fact that you make sure, like, I'm so overt with my lady, like I'm so pause, right? Like, well, no sexual, actually, on the nose with her when it comes to these things. Like, I'm so like, this is what I am. This is like the parts of me that aren't that great. These
Hmm.
are the things that are redeeming qualities. Like, I'm so like, are you sure you ready to sign up for this for life?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And
Because
I've
if you want to bail now, I'm gonna feel salty, but I'd rather you bail now
yeah.
than go down 5 years and 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, and want to pull the parachute,
And for
the
me, I think
ejection seat.
the,
Cuz go ahead, go ahead.
the best way to, or one of the ways, I mean, like you said, that transparency and being very clear that you value and prioritize yourself
Yeah.
within a relationship, even with, intimate, very close. I'm engaged, and my fiance understands that I am priority in my own life, that I'm going to protect myself, and I'm not going to be ashamed of it. I understand the environment that we're in. An engaged couple, yeah, sure, I understand that environment, that as if we going stepping into marriage, what that means, and I'm going to protect myself at all costs. And if you got a problem with that, then I got a problem with that.
Yep. Yep. You know, I you know I got a bit lucky. You're right, because my lady's dad was a boss hog. So
Mm,
like, and I used to thank him when he was here, and even in death, I make mention of him when I speak to her mom, and like, I only have my lady the way I have her because of y'all.
mm,
I'm very clear. I say that to my lady all the time.
yep, me
I say
too.
that to her all the time. Like, you are the way you are because of your dad and your mom.
Yeah,
And they make little comments about their dad here and there sometimes, and I'm like, yeah, but to be honest with you, we might not have been together if your dad wasn't your dad.
facts. I do the same shit. I remind my girl all the time. You lucky your dad
Hmm.
raised you right, and
Exactly.
I'm acknowledging that, and I
Exactly.
acknowledge it to him. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. I acknowledged it to him when he was here too. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep. And to her mom, right?
yeah.
And her temperament. There's certain things about her that I see, like, it's so clear that it came from her mom. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, and that's exactly why I'm with you. And I juxtapose her to other people. I ain't gonna say it because you never know who might be listening. Who are close to her, or people me and her know mutually, and say, you see the situation, you see how different that is, right? You see the different outcome here. Yeah, we might be starting late because me and her are starting later than a mug, but neither one of us bit off too much life, right? We just were late as hell, right? But neither one of us bit off too much. It's the problem is, it's like we starting the clock a decade late. That's the thing with me and her. It's like we starting the clock a decade late, but everything outside of that and her student loan debt, it's pretty okay.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah. So that's the thing with that. But yeah, let's go ahead and play this.
All right. Yeah, you said 10. You said this the right mark, right? 14.
Yeah. You can start it there, and you can put at 1.25 speed. Yeah, it's gonna be. And by the way, Trell, what's this word? I cannot pronounce this word, Trell. I cannot. You want to try pronouncing this word? Was this agathok? Yeah, nope. Can't do it, Trell. I can't do it.
Agathokological.
Right.
Trell, what the hell?
Right. I love the definition. Thank you for the definition. I need that, but I need to know how to pronounce this so I could use it in random conversations to look smart.
Exactly.
For real. This is what you do, flummox people.
I'm least expecting it. I've been least expecting it for the past 10 years.
Vivica Fox, and she was talking about that she wants to date again, and she's ready to settle down. She's finally ready to settle down. She wants to meet someone in person because I want to get on apps because people make up stories. And I wanted to know, to mainly the singletons. So singletons, are you happy to wait until your 60s to settle down? That's my first question. That's my first question. Yeah. And my second question, if you were single at that age, at 59, 60, whatever, do you imagine that you would still be actively looking for love?
Yeah. I hope and I pray that I'm not going to be 59 out here looking for someone. So, like, it's got to happen soon. Like, real talk. I want to be able to, and that's not, okay, that's not to say that at 59 you still can't enjoy your time and with your partner, especially we're all living longer and stuff like that. Yeah. But I want to start that sooner. I do. Like, I don't want to be on my own. Like, when my daughter grows up and she's off doing her own thing, I'm just there, like, with the cat. And I don't even have a cat yet.
What I found funny about this is not just the Vivica Fox situation, is Vivica Fox made a lot of these.
You know what? Wait a minute, Compassion. Wait a minute. Pause for a second. I'm over here moving around like slow bro to Pokemon. Wait a minute. Homegirl said, when my daughter goes off to uni or whatever the hell, I don't want to be just alone with the cat. First of all, you definitely, ma'am, you definitely will be alone with the cat. That's for you. You definitely gonna be alone with the cat, playing with your cat. I'm just letting you know. It's definitely gonna be some of this going on. I'm just letting you know, right? There's definitely gonna be some of that going on. Just letting you know. It's probably already going on. Once again, exactly. Shout out to the toys, right? But ma'am, that's the whole point of getting married and staying married to that husband, is so you don't have to worry about being an empty nester when your daughter goes off, because you have the husband that you produced the daughter with in the home with you. So now y'all could take vacation from work and go out of the country for 3 weeks and 2 weeks. You know that part? You from the UK, you could come here and go to LA or go to New York or go to Miami.
The only problem is you can't start prioritizing that after you already had a baby.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not with the man, and now you're talking about, when my kid goes off to uni, I don't want to be with a cat. But you already have a child. You're already a single mom raising a child that's finna go off to uni, and now you're thinking about companionship into your golden years. This is the social math that hasn't been done properly.
Hey, that's social math. Say that again. That's social math.
Social math, bro.
Right.
Really?
So it's and Els Active says, don't let the accent fool you guys. Our UK brother said, look, I done seen right through it. Don't let the accent fool you guys, right?
Goddamn, you see the aesthetic, the black woman aesthetic. You can't tell. If it wasn't for the accent, I would think these are African American women.
They're in the US. Look, it's no different.
Yeah.
There was a time I used to binge watch UK like podcasts, right? Like I still watch Chucky Halfcast, Short Brother from the UK. I still watch some of his stuff sometime, and I'll binge watch like 5 or 6 of them while I'm at work or whatever. And so I still try to keep up a little bit. I'm not gonna say I know everything, but try to keep up a little bit with UK black entertainment and all that other stuff. Bro, it ain't no different, bro. They just don't have guns legally. So you bound to get stabbed up over there, more likely than here. And the what we deem as more posh accent. Outside of that, the materialism, the white peen chase, the claims of colorism, the anti-blackness from white UK, for all of the same type of dynamics. It's like damn near one. Dr. Umar Johnson was not talking crazy when he was talking to that Australian sister. It literally is 1-to-1. Yeah, it's active. Tell me I'm lying. Just saying.
Yeah,
right. Go ahead. You can
in their big age. And in this case, this is what you're seeing is now they're really looking at, can I actually see myself being single at 60 and still looking for love? Now, a lot of people say, oh, yes, it's fine. You can do it. But is that what you want? Do you really want to be alone at 60 still looking for love? It's not ideal. And a lot of these females don't realize time never stops. And you gotta act on it now, or you're gonna be like Vivica Fox, waiting till you're 60 and then acting like it's the best. You're still living your best life when you're really not. And they're heading the same place.
Are you gonna wait for 50s?
Definitely not. I don't think I would actively be looking either. Do you know what I mean? No.
What, you'd give up?
Not give up. I think there's a better phrase. Like, I'm just not interested.
We all give up.
No, but I don't think I'm not actively looking now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's just like, just like it'll just be a continuation of like, just living, existing without centering men. That's cool, feministy.
Feminists or
pause for the cause. And so this is the part I'm speaking about. This is the ego protection. This is the ego protection. This is the okay. So I mean, I would like it, but I'm not gonna actively search, and I'm not gonna be desperate or anything, right? Like I'm not gonna be desperate, but yawn.
But you can see by her body language the potency of that coping mechanism is losing its potency as they repeat it, because you can see her as she starts fidgeting. She has to say, well, I'm just giving up. I'm a decenter man, just live. But in this context of this conversation where they were looking at a 60-year-old movie star, a fat, washed up movie star, and how she's embarrassing herself by posturing, or at least admitting that she's still looking. In the context of that coping with that, no, I'm not gonna be like her. I'm gonna just be a cat lady, and that's cool. Yeah. That's starting to sound is losing its potency.
Because they can't keep, and no pun, they can't keep the poker face too long. No. You see the cracks, and you know what? I done messed up. I'm gonna remember to do this. I'm gonna find the clip of when Rock Lee breaks Gara's mask. When you could see Gara like grinning, like in this sadistic way. We're talking about Naruto, for those of you that don't know. I'm gonna find that, because that's gonna be my meme for women in general. In our case, namely black women, where you can see the face behind the mask. I'm gonna find that, and I'm gonna clip it. That's gonna be a meme. Hey, y'all heard it here first. Don't let nobody use it, and But that's exactly what you're saying, compassionate. And what I want to stress is, this is them fronting, right? And something else. Of course, if you don't try, that feels better than if you do give effort and you do try and you fail. It's about their ego here, right? If I say I'm kind of lackluster about it, I don't really care, I'm kind of nonchalant about it, that's a better feeling than actively and openly admitting to you and to myself that I feel lonely, and I'm going to open myself up, no pun, for a relationship, and then failing at it because I have too many hangups and my attitude is crap, right? And I might be too heavy, and I might be in a country with a bunch of anti-black white folks, the OG anti-black white folks with posh ass accents, right? And like maybe I done screwed myself because now my youth ain't even working for me because I'm not young. So instead of me having to deal with that and it being me having to be hit with reality so overtly, I would much rather play nonchalant because
But
that's less harmful to my
see,
ego.
this speaks to something you said beginning the stream about the maturity, about your hard to distinguish between, you know, an old ass black woman and a young one at this point. That like black males learn early on when you show up to the basketball court for the pickup game and you don't get picked up those couple times. A lot of times when you're real young and naive and kind of a child, immature, you're not getting picked up. You might try to cope with that by saying, you know, I ain't want to play anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like it's cool. I don't care that much. Like I didn't really want to play. I actually wanted to sit over here and watch the game anyway. But you can only say that so long showing up to the court before it starts getting pathetic. Even amongst men, we'll start to recognize you keep saying I don't want to play every time you don't get picked up. Starts to be pathetic.
Yes.
And they haven't gotten there yet. Again, I'm basing this around maturity. Essentially, we're dealing with a lot of emotionally immature women, and we trying to put adult logic.
Emotionally stunted.
Yes.
You know, it's easy to identify. This is the thing. With modern feminism, we were harsh to men and boys, and we were overly critical of them and their behavior, and we actually in many ways asked them, why don't y'all just move and think and operate like the women? Y'all are deformed women. Y'all are broken women, particularly in the black community. We took that to the nth degree. And so the way these women are moving, it's really difficult for people to critique this, right? Not criticize so much, although that would be important too, but because people have convinced themselves and others that critiquing women's bad behavior is sexist, right? And you got to be so careful not to hurt their feelings and not to come off sexist and misogynistic and misogynist when you're critiquing their behavior in aggregate or as an individual, right? So like, and going to what we're saying, this is arrested development. Now, as millennials, just like we had the panel on your channel last night, we can have a conversation about how the milestones, just like what I said, me and my lady are good. We just get into everything a decade late, right? We could have a conversation about the economy and the social environment pushing millennials and maybe even younger Xers and Gen Z to hit milestones way later, if ever, which is what the article spoke to that came out a couple weeks ago, right? But what we're seeing, just like that article said, is it's not only causing us to hit the milestones later, some of us ain't hitting the milestones at all. And we're not just speaking about the financial milestones. In this case, in particular, we're talking about the maturity milestones. We're talking about the adulting, the very clear indicators that, oh, this person is probably in their 30s. Once again, not just seeing them physically. This person is probably in their 40s. Once again, not just seeing them physically. When you're listening to these women talk, outside of that lady who said, you know, when my daughter go to uni, the way they talking is like 20-something-year-olds.
Yeah.
You should have been married. Okay, fine, get divorced. You should have been married and maybe divorced by this time and in your second marriage. But you never got married and you have a kid out of wedlock. Possibly, I'm not 100% sure about her, but I'm saying this because this is usually the theme. And you're spilling when your daughter goes to uni, do you want to be at the home, at your house, just you and your cat playing with your cat? Well, to be honest with you, that's probably what's going to be. Just you and the toy playing with your cat.
Yeah.
Right? So and let me read this real quick and then you got it. And then Oliver the Gray says, and thank you for the super chat, how dare you say she can't win the race after giving every other race a head start for years. Yes, she can win that Powerball with powerful play. Hysterical. No, that look, hey, the math don't math, bro. The math don't math. The math, I don't see it. That sound nice, but yeah.
That's awesome. Like KMS brings up this stupidity quotient, which is great, and I've been thinking about it ever since he put it up. And I think maybe not so much stupidity, but maturity.
Yeah.
Like what you kind of getting at or was getting at earlier was like, that's what I think we're like even with your girl and my girl, what they both got in common is strong father and paternal influences that essentially matured them to a certain point where you can, like you said, you can have those conversations about the structure and what's the reason why we're 10 years late. Like, how can we maneuver forward? How do we orientate ourselves in this environment, considering all this stuff? You can have these conversations with your woman, and that's a big, like, you can't have these conversations with the lady on screen. Like most of the women nowadays, especially those deprived of masculine influence, which is a lot of them now, are just simply immature as fuck. Like, it's hard to even quantify how immature a lot of these concepts not clicking with them. Like you said, some of the social math just requires you to be an adult.
Yes. and deal with some of the, look at how often we ask BGS to play some of the more bleak, sobering news, especially from what's the guy, Martin whatever, out of the UK. And we ask him to post that on his channel. You have Coach Greg Adams, who has gloom and doom section on his streams. And this is like a reality. Y'all go through my community post and you see the reality, and I'm playing stuff that I'm linking stuff that's showing the reality of everything. And you see it, you deal with it. It might get you down for 5 seconds, and then you go on about your life. But okay, this is something to factor in while I'm moving and going about my life. It's not gonna stop me. I'm not gonna have to stop and cry and get it out, right? With the ladies, they're so invested, I would argue, and this is what hurts them. In the short run, they're so invested with the empowerment language and with the encouraging language and the yes girl language and you can do it sis language. They're so invested in that, right, that they end up screwing themselves in the long run. Right? That's the problem.
Yeah.
So I think that's and that's what helps to facilitate and maintain that lack of maturity, that arrested development. We could speak about men in this arrested development ad nauseum. As a matter of fact, in the society, we've been speaking about it ad nauseum. But let's be very clear, dear society, white, black, Latino, some Asian too, your daughters ain't nothing nice neither. Your daughters are a bunch of petulant children, spoiled brats also.
Yeah.
Right? And you want us to marry them and to help them go through life and pay the bills, but nobody want to deal with your materialistic, entitled, bratty ass daughters.
They're essentially
assholes.
They want to pass on parenting, continue parenting their daughters.
Ooh, you better say that.
That's essentially what they're asking.
And guess what, Compassionate? Now you can follow the marriage rate, because the only men that could shut your daughter up for maybe 15, 20 years is the guys that could throw money in her mouth, pun intended.
Yeah,
those are the only, and those are the ones. Let's be very, and that's why if you look at the marriage rate and the divorce rate, look at the people who's getting married, and more importantly, staying married. Look at who's more likely to get divorced and how short those marriages last. This is a class game. So the men, and it's not that these men are inherently better men, is that they have more money to throw at your daughters to shut them the hell up.
Yeah, and this is where we got to kind of get on niggas with daughters syndrome. Like,
yep.
This is where you guys setting y'all own daughters up for thought-a-thons, because your inability to mature your daughter to be a functional woman in the society for the young men that would take her on as a bird, take what burdens come with her. You've stunted that process in a lot of cases, because these black women ain't coming. A lot of black, a significant proportion of black women did grow up with black men in their households. Like the Yannies in them, some of these they had fathers.
That's
so
true.
What type of shit was the father talking and saying or not saying? Raising these women that they expect us to just adopt and continue the bullshit process of obsequious toady leadership. No.
There's a mixture of stuff. Some of the ladies, they resented their mother's role in that family. So the second they got out the house, they said, "F that, I ain't doing all of that."
And
Okay,
that's mama's
cool.
fault.
That's
Absolutely.
mom's fault. Then there's the other women who, let's be very clear, some of you daddies, you daughter daddies or daddy daughters, however that's said. The issue is you raised your daughter, hey, don't let no man do this, don't let no man do that. You know these men out here. Okay, fine.
You're the
You think
prize.
exactly. You think what you're doing is preparing your daughter for the F boys. Your daughter come out here the most entitled a-hole woman on the face of the earth type thing, and guess what? She graduated undergrad. She's 23 years old. Okay, she's still single. She graduated with her master's advanced degree. She's 26 years old. Oh crap, she's still single. She was dating someone. Okay, cool. Now she went to law school. Okay, she graduated law school. She's 30 years old. Uh-oh. And now you got a grandson, but she's never been married. Oh crap, she's 32. She's 35. She's 37. Oh, she's finally about to get married. Oh, it fell through. They didn't get married. Uh-oh, she's 40. She's 41. Oh, she's about to get married again. She finally got married. Wait a minute. Okay, they get into arguments. You keep on taking her side. Oh, guess what? She's divorced within 5 years. Oh, crap. And guess what? 90% of the time, she filed for divorce. And there you go. All because of the way you were blowing smoke up her ass when she was 7 and 8 and 10 and 12 and 15 and 17 years old.
Yep.
You see?
And it's ironic because a lot of those fathers would chalk it up to, damn, those fuck boys got her.
Yep.
I guess it's just overwhelming amount. They never make analysis of how their wives contributed to their daughter's mentality. They never make analysis of how they contributed. You're a double minority, sweetheart. You have to work hard. I don't want you to ever have to depend on a man. I've heard men with daughters tell me that they tell their daughter that I don't want you to have to depend on a man. So you can depend on me, but I want you to be self-sufficient. These are fathers, black fathers. And this is the conversations that don't get had a lot. Because it's assumed that a lot of times that there's no father's influence, but there is in some cases.
No, it is. Yeah, no. Some of the dads are doing and let's be very clear. You're doing the men that would be your daughter's mate a disservice, but ultimately you're doing your daughter a disservice.
Yes,
because she's gonna age out the game.
Yes,
and the men, as their value rises, they're just gonna pass your daughter by and just go end up with the younger version of her who dad wasn't talking that crap.
Exactly. And if she
that's gonna happen.
If she look halfway decent, like Melissa Ford, she'll just get ran through.
Then that's all.
And you'll pretend you don't know. You'll pretend you don't see it.
Yep. And we know that's going on all around the hood. And Z, don't say it. And in the burbs, all you brothers that brought them to the burbs thinking you did something special.
Burbs is cracking, bro. It's cracking.
Hey, and here's the kicker: in the hood, it's mainly the brothers running through them. In the burbs, your daughter getting ran through by everybody.
Oh, the
brothers, the white dudes, the Latinos, and wait for it, other women. Oh, Z, you went there. Oh, your daughter getting ran through by everybody.
You're getting too personal, Z. Don't get it's too early. It's only 9. It's 9:30 where I'm at.
I'm just saying. Hey, you say you in the burbs? You outside of Chicago? Tell me I'm lying,
bro. No, they have no idea. The burbs was cracking in the burbs. It's been cracking in the burbs. You
daughter daddies.
You daughter daddy Negroes.
Talented 10 daughter daddy Negroes. I hear you. I see where you're going.
Put y'all daughters in these big ass houses and these nice manicured lawns and
these gated communities and stuff.
Multi-room mini mansions, bro. And you ain't paying attention. You really not. Again, the most you doing is you pretending at all the boys. I think Ed has said it before. A lot of niggas that end up raising these type of women were fuck boys themselves growing up. So they carry a bunch of guilt and they project fuck boyism onto literally every little black boy they see.
Yep.
And that creates a complete blind spot in terms of your own daughter. Especially if you're a gynocratic black man, you believe women are already inherently innocent and not sexually driven. You have the whole game completely fucked up typically as a black man that's especially uninitiated. So you can only imagine what's happening to your daughters, bro. I'm telling you.
Guess what? Your daughter got a tattoo you don't know about that her mom might know about.
Yep. Pearsons.
Your daughter lost. Thank you. Your daughter lost her virginity way earlier than you thought. You thought your daughter lost it at 17. Your daughter lost it at 14.
Yep.
Right. Hey, little do you know?
And it was her idea. She snuck him in the
Thank
crib.
you. Hey, bro. People don't, bro. It's one of the look, man. It's not just the single mom ass daughters that are fast asses.
No.
Some of you with your foot down, you in your daughter's life heavy. What you don't know is your daughter ain't going to the lessons every single time. I'm just saying, man. She knows she gonna make sure she get home on time, right?
Like, and it's so funny, like, you know, the stereotype has always been like, if your parent, you know, if the parents going out of town and you got a daughter and a son, the one you got to worry about, you know, throwing a party or doing something out of line is the son, right?
Yep.
No, bro, it's the girls.
Hey, the girls be look,
they out
man.
of pocket, they unchecked,
bro, and that's because, like you were saying earlier, we assume that the women and the girls are sugar and spice and everything nice, and they're not. And I'm going to use this kind of pejoratively. They're not in heat also at 14 and 16 and 17 and 18. You assume that, bro, man. I got a story for you, bro. When Mr. Z was like 16, I was dating with this little Latina. It's the only non-black woman I've ever dated, and homegirl came to the house at like 2 o'clock in the morning, knocking on the window. Unfortunately, Mama Z was up and heard the knocking on the window. Man. I ain't even gonna tell y'all how that ended up. Ooh. Hey, bro, what super. But hey, she pulled up to the and that let you. That's man, and I'm using that as an example to say like this is what's happening. And because we have a different view of the boys and the girls, you don't appreciate how to properly discipline the girls and what advice that you should maybe be actually coaching them in, instead of these men are evil. We're gonna cock block all the boys up until you're about 27 and then ask you where your future husband at. Yeah. And there's a lot of women, I believe them. I believe those women that their mothers and their fathers and their uncles and their aunts and their grandmothers cock block them, especially the African sisters and some of the Caribbean sisters be saying this all the time. Y'all, hey, go to school, get your education. Don't worry about no man. Don't worry about no man. Then they wake up at 27, 28, and everybody's like, hey, where's your husband?
And they be dead ass wondering like, damn, so why you not focusing on men now? Why you flip the switch? And that's true, 100% true. I've met so many women. I've met so many women's fathers, and we've had, and they've confided, and they proudly proclaimed, I raised my daughter so she wouldn't need no man. She ain't gonna be out here pregnant, needing no man. They give you this long, weird hypothetical of her being taken advantage of by some evil Tupac-ish character that never really, I never really see this happen in the way it's protected. It's the narrativized by black men. Again, these are black men's narrative to it. And so it's definitely something that contributes to the total dissolution of the dating market, especially for millennials, black men. Like it's absolutely, we dealing with tarnished and broken products from the factory. And a lot of time black men help. In certain cases, black men contributed to that unknowingly, I think, subconsciously.
Yeah. No, I think these fathers often mean well, and like you said, and you've alluded to in the past, like they were the ones that were out here in the streets, so they used to get it in crazy. They were the men that were running up numbers crazy, and so now they just don't want their daughters to fall victim to the game. I understand. I'm not trying to be overly harsh here. What I am saying though is what you end up doing is preparing your daughter for a lifetime of solitude and singleness. And if your daughter's attractive enough, dudes are gonna pipe. But let's be very clear: if she always can lean on daddy, and if she is not made to, or sometimes even forced to, make it work with a man, then she always gonna. But here's the thing: she's in her early 40s and you pass. She's in her mid 40s and you pass. Now what? Huh?
Yeah.
Now what?
You just gonna be that quintessential bald black father, middle class black father that's still paying her phone bill when she's 40, pulling up randomly for flat tires. You gonna be her husband, bro.
Yeah.
Dad husband. Where's Dr. Tia sign? We need a paper.
We because we speak about the mothers that are way too involved in their son's life, and we all seen the clip of the mom that slipped up and said "my man" when she was in an argument with the son's girlfriend. I don't know if y'all seen that clip. I seen it, right?
Part of that coddling narrative you hear.
Exactly.
That boys are coddled. That which is funny. It's funny that's a narrative.
It's true and not true at the same time.
Yeah,
it's not
weird.
true. But what we don't speak about is on the other end of that, whether the father is in the home or not. How many of these fathers engage in that same type of activity with their daughters?
Black fathers coddling black women.
Right.
I think it's way more apropos to that coddling connotation is alluding to. Because again, yes, I see black boys being mama's boys and spoiled by their mamas in some cases. But again, coddling and such, like the way it's characterized generally, like the black, and you hear purple pill people or even blue pill content creators, everybody knows in the black community, black boys are coddled and the black girls are taught to be strong and they're kicked out the house.
And they say it's so matter of fact, like this is what it is. Yeah.
As if we're being educated and we're being propped up and because that's what I think of when I think of coddling. I don't think of like just hugs and kisses. I think black women are actually it fit the definition of coddle. Especially if you include black men's role in it, because black men are Superman, jump out the window for their daughter type archetypal.
Let me mention this story. Sarge years ago mentioned a white guy that he knew or that he worked with that was smashing a petite sister that looked like Lacey Duval, the Triple X star, and she was engaged. Sarge, correct me if I'm wrong, wherever you are, somebody send this to Sarge, because I remember him saying this story years ago. She was engaged to a brother, cheating on Sarge, correct me, I might be wrong about some of the details. She was engaged to a brother, she was cheating on a brother with a white dude, who and I think he said the sister came from a nuclear family, dad was professional and successful in his own right, and so you produced a black woman who was engaged to a brother, cheating on the brother with the white dude. Right? So think about you being involved in your daughter's life, and you were successful. You made sure that she was successful, and yet there's this glaring character flaw that causes her to cheat on a man that proposes to her, brother that proposes to her, with a white dude.
Yeah. And you take black men in the black community, in that case, the black fathers don't take any responsibility for that. And that's the problem. I think we don't, the posture black men have for their daughters is a pleasure to meet your daughter, and it'd be a pleasure for you to have my daughter, and you better do right by her, and you better not. Ain't no, I'm gonna show you how a woman is treated type shit.
Yeah.
Model your worship of your daughter, when it really should be the other way around. That you are raising you offering me a product that you curated to the best of your ability, and you're gonna take responsibility going forward for any glitches in this product. You're gonna be the IT department. Whenever she tweaks, I can call you and say, "Hey, bro, this phone is tweaking. Can you update? I'm finna send her over there. So give me an update. Have her mama smack her or something, and give me an update."
It's glitching. It's glitching, and I need it to be rebooted or reset or whatever. So I'm gonna send this computer in for a week, and y'all go ahead and do what y'all need to do.
Absolutely.
And when you send it back, make sure you send it back acting right.
Yes.
I need this to run as smooth as you promised me on paper.
And that's
you promised me something on paper. Exactly.
That's what they leave out. If they want this traditional model, which we probably won't have, because again, those type of structures don't exist, that we can send them back to mama and they gonna take the proper posture. The best we get in counseling. That's the problem. The dynamic
refurbished.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the problem. The dynamic is all flipped and messed up in terms, like BGS said, we in reverse order to nature, and damn near every possible metric you can measure, we're in reverse to it. The fathers are worshiping their daughters, like that's really what it could
well,
be.
When you're in the gynocracy, you ever seen the hyena clan? The hyena clan, the daughter be muscling the father too.
Yep. The best you can do as a maggle or a male hyena is have a female hyena of your own. That's the best you can do that will ascend to the top of the hierarchy and maybe treat you nice because you're her daddy if you kissed her ass enough. That's how it works. And that's what we're seeing. Being black men are raising their daughters to inherit the throne, so to speak.
Let me read this real quick. And from Africa I came says, have you tried turning it off and on against her? Look, man, I done did the Marvin Gaye sexual healing, sir. We done did that already. This thing, it don't work the way it need to work. We didn't did everything we supposed to do. I done put my face into place. I done turned off and turned on, right? Look, it don't work. I'm sending it back.
And that's what it needs to be. It needs to be. That's how I plan to. If I'm blessed enough to have another child or have a daughter, that's how I'm raising her. I'm raising, and when she meets her hopefully future husband, I'm gonna tell him, bro, it's a pleasure to meet you, my nigga. Thank you. Look, come check out. I'm gonna be like a sleazy car salesman. I'm gonna be, hey, come in here and check this brand spanking new. Look at the floor. Look at the GPS system. Look what I installed in it. I didn't got it souped up. I didn't got coolant. It got cool air exhaust. Cool air.
You know what I'm saying?
Catback exhaust. You know, look at this model and look. If you take it, I'm taking. You got 300-mile warranty on it, bro.
I got you. I got you, compassionate. So for all of us car guys, it depends on what genre of car you like, whether it's muscle cars, whether it's Euro spec, whether it's JDM. Now we got KDM, that's the Korean stuff.
Supercar.
Depending on it, yeah, exactly. The supercars are a little bit out of people's price range, but what you'll find for us, especially JDM guys, you'll find a clapped up, beat up, primer paint ass 240 SX 91, 92, 1990. And some dude, usually a Latino, is saying, "Hey, 7,000, no negotiation. 7,000, and it won't say OBO or better offer. Nope, 7,000 firm, right? That's how these daddies are selling their daughters. Yeah, I know it's clapped out. I know it's beat up. I know. I tried to do an engine swap on it, and I ran out of money halfway. I know. Got rust bubbles, but I said the price is the price, and we ain't budget on the price. All right, then go ahead and let that sit on Facebook Marketplace for the next 2 years.
That's what black men are doing. That's why the marriage rates are where they're at, and that's why you got these women on screen. You got a lot of our peers walking around. What's the percentage of black? What percentage of black women are married? Was it like 27%?
28 or something, 27. Yeah, so something like that. 28% of them are married. I think they say 62% are single. I don't know how the math is mathing, but 62% is single. 28% are married. So I don't know where the gap is coming from, but either way, that and what else? We already know they're kidless as hell and it's rising, right?
I was just arguing with some motherfucker on my TikTok was under one of your videos, constantly talking about we need to stop aligning ourselves with white people because they have a reproduction problem. And I'm like, bro, do you not realize black people are below replacement also?
Yeah, they don't. A lot of people don't. A lot of people, regardless of race, don't. They don't realize that.
Like black people are below replacement. So we're not, as much as we there's a lot of single mamas and all that out here, but it's 56% of black men have not sired a child. So it's not as many. We're actually below replacement currently. So we're not. We got to frame these things in the proper manner, which we do in this space every day. But again, back to my ultimate point. Black fathers have to really reconsider the posture they're taking going forward. Because some of the people listening are going to listen, have daughters. And what is going to become of them in terms of how you're raising them, what you're to the car analogy, are you maintaining this vehicle properly when you put it on the market for sale? And I'm sorry, we're at the point where we're using terms like that in this society to describe women, but hey, this is the environment we're in now. This is a product of the blind spots in how Black women are being raised, essentially on both sides, men and obviously Black women.
This to stay this way for some time. That's why I do streams like this, preparing the brothers. These people are going to be pulling on your heartstrings in an aggressive way because, of course, Black women, their parents, while they're still alive, and they're going to be pulling on your heartstrings as they struggle. And I just want us to be prepared for that. And some of you are going to feel a certain way when you watching your female coworker who you always thought was attractive, but she was an asshole while she's struggling. You gonna feel a certain way, and you gonna think you can leverage some of that money now to smash, and you might be able to. She's still gonna be an asshole. You mess around and try to marry her if you want to. I'm telling you, the character flaws are not gonna change. It's gonna be a thin layer of humble. It's not real. It's not real. Look, they're going to the grave with these personalities, y'all. The sisters that are out right now that are assholes, they're going to the grave being an asshole. If you don't believe me, look at Vivica. Look at Lisa Ray. They're going to the grave like that. They're not going to change. If the struggle is struggling enough, they're going to give you a thin veneer of civility, a thin ass veneer. But yeah, no, they're gonna be assholes. They're gonna be straight up assholes. And let me actually give this to Oliver the Grave for the previous super chat. Right? Thank you, sir. Thank you. And he posted another one, and then after this, Compassionate, you can finish that. Let me read this one though, real quick. In his next super chat, talking about that. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I'm about to check my likes in a minute, y'all. And Oliver the Grey says, being a girl dad is a constant fight, and excuse me, even when you kick in knowledge, society is at that neck. Back in the day, there was a culture and shame to help, but now you're fighting each psychology influence. Look, I believe you. I believe you that it's not easy, because you are preparing your daughter to, while she's single, to be self-sustaining. Shout out to Dr. Thunder. He's right. I do see people starting to use that more and more, that phrase. But you do want your daughter to be self-sustaining as she's single. But at the same time, there's a balance where she is self-sustaining when she's single, but if she's not so quote unquote independent that when a eligible man comes along, she doesn't run him off because she now sees that being self-sustaining as a badge of honor, right? As now he got to kiss her ass. Now he has to not just come with equal or a bit more, but he has to come with so much more to quote unquote buy her out of her independence. And let's be very clear, that's the way the market is running right now. The whole dating market is for women to, and I said the wrong word, I said buy, sorry, rent out. So men can rent out women out of their own independence for the time being. The time being is whenever she's ready to file for divorce on your ass, right? And I can appreciate what you're saying, Oliver the Grey, that you're fighting against that, right? You're fighting against that. And Landon, thank you for the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App. I can appreciate that, and I bet that is difficult, right? I bet that is difficult to have a daughter that you want to see successful and you want to see that she can sustain herself without a man, but at the same time, you don't want her to see men as a walking, walling, overglorified guard dog, and that if for a man to enter her life, he has to quote unquote buy her out of her negative liberty, her quote unquote freedom, and her quote unquote independence. And that or rent her out of it. I'm sorry, I keep on saying buy her out, rent her out of it. And once again, like I said before, that's the way the market has been for a couple decades now, at least. It's only gotten worse, by the way. You can clearly see that over the past decade. That's what you saw on Kevin Samuel's show. That's what you see on Daily Wrap-Up Crew. That's what you see on Kidra G. That's what you see on Ashley Dalton, is when the women talk about men like a man is supposed to rent her out of her independence, her freedom, and her negative liberty is so important to her that the only thing that he can do, or the only way that she'll be with him, is either he got to be extremely good looking with a 12-inch member, or have a wallet that he could stand on that makes him 12 feet high, 12 feet tall, right? And it's just, right? So yeah. Sebastian, when you're ready, you could play. Oh yeah, as a matter of fact, before we do that, let's give you this. Thank you for the super chat, Oliver the Great. Thank you for the super chat. And we'll do this one. Right? But it's crazy. I think that was he got after he got harassed coming out the bank. For those of you that don't know, that's Black Youngster. That's one of Yo Gotti's guys. And that was the one a few years ago that got caught up because somebody in the bank called on him and said that he was taking money out, and he was holding the money in the interview with the news network, the local news station. He was holding the money and he was damn near petting the money, and it looked really cringe and classless, but okay, cool. It is his money. All right, whatever. But I don't know if this was after that. I think that was after that. He done took it way too far, but let me play it again. And once again, thank you for the super chat. Oliver the Great, thank you for the super chat. Right. And Compassion, when you're ready, you can go ahead if you're still there. All right. It don't look like Compassion is there right now. But yeah, y'all. So yeah, no, the clip that we played so far, it emphasizes that these women have a form of arrested development that I don't know what we could do with. I don't know what we could do with it. Right? It's not just a Black women thing, but because most of us still are going to end up with Black women, this is what you're contending with. And apparently, it's all across the West. I'm not so sure about Africa. I heard in certain places it's getting pretty bad, but at least if you're in the West, from my understanding, this is the same thing going on in Canada right now. So if you're in the West, this is what you have to look forward to with many, if not most, Black women, right? Right. And Telescope says, wife, mother, employee. It's hard to raise a Black woman who is good at all three, but it can be done. All right. Telling you. So yeah, no, it I think this is what we're faced with, right? This is what we're faced with. And it's difficult. It's difficult.
Yep, I'm back. My bad.
Okay. No, you're good. When you're ready, you could play the rest. I actually have something else for you after this, but go ahead, go.
Yep. Just drop the link.
Shall I say, has taught a lot of these females, young and older or old, that a fulfilling life is a life of business, is a life of luxury, is a life of doing your own thing, it's a life of career, and that family, a husband, and building a home and doing things as a unit, as a community, is not fulfilling. Although what happens is, the older these females get, they begin to see where they're lacking in their life. And I don't just mean as an individual, I mean lacking what you have in your life. You lack the community, you lack the unity, you lack the family, you lack the husbands. And what feminism also taught these females is to choose between money and a man.
But hold on, Z, I just got to point out, you notice, because I've heard a couple of these type of videos with this same type of sentiment recently. And Dr. T touched on in his last broadcast that it really is true that the environment dictates the worldview of women. Because you notice this clarity she's having that we're listening to, this clarity of and perspective of what the feminism has misled them in. It's just coincidental that it's correlated with the economic retraction and strife that we're all feeling in this environment right now, and precarity. It just so happens it's correlated with that. But I don't think it just so happens. It is 100% true. So, and that's something we just got to remember in the good times and in the bad times, that the environment that a woman that you're dealing with is in is going to dictate her worldview, period and point blank. What options she has to exploit in that environment is going to dictate what she will do in that environment. And this clarity we're hearing is just a proof of that. Go ahead.
No, because this is what we have to say. they've reached the market cap of their independence.
Mm.
You can't independent no more.
Yeah.
You reach the market cap.
Market
right?
cap for their autonomy. Yeah.
Yes, the market cap of their autonomy. That's actually a perfect way to say it. The market cap of their autonomy. You earn the $60,000, $65,000 a year, probably more like 45, but fine. You earn the $65,000 a year. You have the entry level luxury car. You have the condo. You have your pet. You have your cat. You have your toy. You have the older man or younger man coming to knock the cobwebs out, or a male coworker that nobody know y'all sneaky linking. You have all of that, and it's just not enough.
Yeah.
Right? It's not enough, and you want a level of companionship, but you yourself oftentimes have made yourself so insufferable that you don't even know where to start. You don't know where to start. Right? The toy is not enough. Right? The toy and the ice cream while you're watching the Lifetime movie is not enough. And that's why I would argue
tequila.
The tequila, you're right. You the tequila. And remember, Remnant is covering a bunch of over 40-year-olds. This is what y'all watching right now. This is a bunch of over 40-year-olds that whether they're trying to overtly say it or not, are admitting that this is not enough. And they're looking at the men side-eye because we good.
Yeah.
Right? And even Dr. Chris Marsh said that the men all have an age that if they don't get families started by this age, and she's talking about black men, black professional men, if they don't get families started by this age, they're done. The women, on the other hand, no matter how headstrong they are, they hold out hope.
Yeah.
You reach the market cap. That empowerment stuff, it is not enough. Right? It's just not. So, Okay, but go ahead, Compassion. You can please.
Consciously made them see a black marriage as a struggle love, or if he doesn't earn the bus, then don't marry him. Meanwhile, other communities don't look at marriage and love and unity and community like that.
All right, so 20 years in this space.
Yeah.
You could run with that.
Yeah. I think I'm good, I actually think I'm
20
good. Like, I just don't
that's a
have
good
those.
question.
I believe not even just a little companion.
Not everybody is.
She didn't say fuck buddy. A companion. No, I'm talking about,
I don't know. Like, I'm really I'm just
like
not
every few years.
Not really interested.
Serious?
Yeah, like I just
shit. But say you live until 120.
I mean, I think I'll be good,
Other things.
Honestly.
But you know what?
I do. And I'll have a couple of cats.
Do you know what? I hear that because everyone seems to think that you do. I will. Some people don't necessarily need it.
Human. No, but you can have companionship in different ways. But like, I don't want to be attached to a guy. Like, I just don't think like what I want is actually possible. I'm reconciled with that. So if it's some miracle, some alternate universe, some dark matter situation, and I can transform and go in a different path, and that happens, because I think it would take that.
But what do you want?
Like, we can't get into that now.
One.
But like
one element of what you want.
A kind man.
No, come on. You're saying there's no kind men now.
No, it's not a better thing.
No,
you have to. No, I'm being absolutely real.
Yeah.
A lot of men out there are not kind.
That's fair.
Like, seriously,
Yeah.
and a lot of men that approach me are not kind. So like, I can't. That is very real for me. So I want to have it minimized.
Okay.
Females need to
Pause
be
right there.
real.
Pause right there. Pause right there.
The lowest bar.
Hey, kind? No, ma'am. You are looking for a paymaster that protects, provides, and shuts up. You are looking for a paymaster, ma'am. You are not looking for simply kind. That's BS. You looking for the paymaster.
I think I'm gonna translate it. I'm gonna let my anima translate it. Kind, what she means is the men that she's attracted to in her alternate dark matter universe aren't attracted to her and don't show her the type of attention that would validate her, so much so that she's literally chalked it up. Yeah, she describes that as them as there's just not a lot. She literally describes there's not a lot of kind men out there. It's literally a lot of mean ass
I
niggas.
miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Yeah, that's what kind is a placeholder for the men, the handsome, rich men that I fantasize about. They not checking for me because I'm fat, and I translate that as men are just mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I see her as calm as she's speaking. I want you to understand she's speaking calm. She's articulate, and I don't mean that in a condescending white way, right? She's being real chill. This lady inside, she's throwing a goddamn temper tantrum. Inside, oh, she raging like a mug. She is livid. She's fuming inside. She is angrier than a mug.
Yeah.
Right? Inside. And because you could tell I want to also mention this. We've seen other women speak like this. You've seen Uchechi from the Grapevine speak like this once. You've seen Tracy Ellis Ross speak like this. When they start saying, I've reconciled that what I want, I'm probably not going to get, or I'm too early, or I'm too advanced, or I'm not meeting the men. And all of this is the men are not on my level type talk also. Yeah. The men are not meeting me where I am also. The men are not, they're not emotionally intelligent type talk. All of that is that. But it's temper tantrum for I can't get the men to do what I want them to do the way I want them to do it. Yeah. And that goes to what you're saying. The attractive man that caters to me. Yeah, right. The men that I find attractive to treat me the way I want them to. Okay, cool. But all the other men are invisible, right? And and she's in the UK, so she's telling you 20 because she said 20 years. She could go on another 20 years.
But see, and notice
playing with her cat.
The neoliberalism even comes out in this, because notice what women ask each other: "What do you want?" Like this is fucking Good Burger or something, and you step up to the register and pick out a sandwich.
Yeah,
like a relationship or building these, like you said, intimate partner relationships are a matter of wanting a certain thing and then getting that thing.
Yes.
And they can't reconcile why they're not just getting it like a Good Burger. Like, okay, I want I want Michael B. Jordan to love me and wife me. And it stops there. That's
Compassion. Let me ask you a question. What song did I put for the link of this?
I don't know. I didn't even look. What song was it?
So somebody gonna say it. I exactly what you said. T.I., you can have whatever you like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. That's how I put that. That and it two ways, right? So it's exactly what you're saying, but on the other end is, ladies, you asked for this. You can have whatever you like. So that's why I played it. That's why I put it as the song, the theme for this stream today. But also what you're saying, which is y'all thought y'all could just pick and choose. That's why I call it patriarchy by feminist specifications.
Yeah.
I still want you to do the things that I want you to do that would traditionally be seen as patriarchy, but I also want you to follow a feminist script where you cater to me. I call that emotional intelligence. You kiss my rear end. I call that emotional intelligence. You baby me and you not take care of me emotionally, but you bow to me emotionally.
Yeah.
You follow my every whim. You don't challenge me, right? You don't question me and why I might be responding or reacting a certain way, right? And so that's you can have whatever you like. You can have whatever you, but it's not working for them. So this lady has said, I can't find the men that do these things, so I'm resigning myself to potentially 20 years down the line still being in this place. I'm content where I am, and she's not. She's raging inside.
Human being relationships are not commodities. They are not things you can just write a list out and purchase or procure. They're not commodities, and this is why it doesn't. This type of ideology, and I hate to keep bringing up neoliberalism, but it is at the point now where it's seeping into relationships, and we're running into a brick wall, like you're saying. Like that's not how it works, though, ma'am. Like we saw it on Kevin Samuel's show when he would ask that loaded question. Okay, what do you want? He would ask that same question. What do you want? And then they would give us what they want. The problem was they had no framework, no idea, no model that they were following on how to procure these things. Like this lady, she has no model how to procure the man she wants. She just wants a nice man.
Said simply, what do you want? Okay. What do you want? What does that want? The man that you want, what does he want? And that second part of the question, women, outside of putting on some makeup, and if you're black, some long weave or extension and some long ass eyelashes, right? Outside of that, and wearing a body shaper or go getting some nip tuck, they've never actually sat down with that.
No,
They
because
think,
they
okay,
were
I'm a
told
clip.
men wanted sex.
Yeah.
So you said, what is that men want?
All you want is sex, and all you want is something physically appealing enough.
Yes, that's
Right,
what they were
and
told.
they don't have to work on any type of personality. They don't have to work on any of their character flaws. They don't have to work on anything that concerns the way they speak to people, their attitude, their demeanor, their worldview. All of that is good, right? And she thinks she can overcompensate with a bit of indoctrination. Oh, I'm sorry, education. And and that'll make up for whatever character flaw she has, because you know why? Because they see the white men do it. And what the women, and that's why I said the other day, I've actually said this a few times. Dear ladies, we ain't looking to date Milton Freeman and Frederick Hayek and Adam Smith.
Mm.
The things that you're willing to overlook, that doesn't mean that we're willing to overlook it. The things that you say, hey, yeah, he ain't the best at that, but the money and the status, though, we don't operate the same way in aggregate. You might find one or two straggly guys that do that. That's not, and that drives them crazy. Why can't I come to you with my $60,000 in student loan debt, my 50, 60, $70,000 year job, my baby Benz that I owe $40,000 on, my condo that I just moved into a couple years ago that I still owe another $300,000 on? Why can't I come to you with that and you sign up for it and pay all these bills,
But
and
go
we live happily ever after?
Go back to
Yeah.
what you just said, because I want to play this clip by Tommy, because I
Go,
think
go.
you said black women they've seen white men do it.
Mhm.
And let me play this clip to what Tommy's speaking to that.
Go back through Michelle Wallace's latest introduction to her book, The Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman. She talks about how a white feminist actually wrote the book for her, and she actually didn't know that she could change it. And I always laughed about that, because given her book came out the decade after The Dialectics of Sex, the Superwoman is just the Electra complex. Like, people always forget that's the second half of the book. The book isn't just the black macho. Yeah. So the black female Superwoman is the black woman in these societies, or in the white supremacist American society, trying to step over the black man to be a white man. You know, so that's why I always find it funny. Like this, if there is a black patriarchy, the analysis that at least extends from Wallace and Jean Noble, etc., would say that black women are on the exact same path, because that's the only pathway for power and economic mobility. You know,
he's right. You
know. So yeah, no, I think, thank you for playing that clip. And that's, so if the goal is to be a XX chromosome chocolate dipped white man in an anti-black society, and then when you get to this position, all right, fine, cool, you get to this position, but not enough white men are willing to, quote unquote, partner up with you. I'm using the word actually in this particular term correctly, partner up with you, because it is kind of borderline LGBTQ if you are the white man, just, you know, XX chromosome. If not enough of them are willing to partner up with you, and you've achieved this, or you're on your way to, how's this supposed to work for you? How's this supposed to work for the black community? How's this supposed to work for black men? I forgot it's not supposed to work for black men. How does this work?
Right.
It doesn't. It doesn't. And that's how we find ourselves here. The goal is to be the white man politically, socially, right? Definitely economically. Okay, cool. And now y'all see why I mentioned the celebrity black women so often? Now you get it? I'm using them obviously because these are people that we've seen for decades. I'm using them because these are famous people, but I'm also using them because they're in that financial position and in that social position oftentimes. Maybe not so much politically, but socially and economically. And their issue is that the black men are not, quote unquote, on their level, and the white men ain't checking in Hollywood. Oh, exactly what Z said. I'm just saying. Right? Exactly what Z
He's
said.
right, you know.
Just saying. right? So this goes to what Dr. Tommy Curry is saying. The black women in particular that achieve these heights, especially in Hollywood, what they look like right now. How they looking right now? The Tarajis of the world, the K Michelles of the world, the Khalees of the world, the you name them, right? A Vivica A. Fox of the world, the Lisa Rays of the world. How they looking right now? Huh?
Right.
Z, you're about to say it. The Raven Simones of the world. Oh my God. Right? How they looking right now? Just, it ain't looking too good. It ain't, yeah, Check the statistics.
Check the statistics.
And you go ahead and finish up with that, Compassion, unless you have something to say. Melissa Ford, another one. True, Dre. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm muted. Yeah.
Big age. And in this case, this is what you're seeing is now they're really looking at, can I actually see myself being single at 60 and still looking for love? Now, a lot of people say, oh, yes, it's fine. You can do it. But where they're lacking in their life. And I don't just marry him. Meanwhile, other communities don't look at marriage and love and unity and community like that.
All right, so 20 years
Over.
in this space.
Yeah.
You could run with that.
Yeah. I think I'm good, I actually think I'm good. Like, I just don't have those.
I believe not even just a little companion.
Not everybody is. She didn't say fuck buddy.
A companion. No, I'm talking about,
No, like, I'm really, like, I'm just
Like,
not.
every 2 years.
Not really interested.
Serious?
Yeah, like, I just.
Shit. But Seth,
Yeah.
you live
Who
until
believes this,
120.
bro?
I mean, I think I'm good,
Other things.
Honestly.
But you know what?
I do.
Nah, you peep one of the girls when she first said it. She said out of nowhere, "I believe her." And
Yeah,
she does
nah,
no,
bro.
they don't even believe.
Nah, bro.
And I'll have a
No,
couple
I
of
believe she'll go through it. I don't
actually-
believe she's content, though. She's
No,
not
she's
content
not.
or happy. She'll go
They
through with
questioning
it
her.
because she's sitting. Yeah.
They
Exactly.
sitting there saying like, "Come on, bro. Like for real, you really gonna be satisfied with a cat?" They're three other women are finding this hard to believe, but they just trying to, they patronizing her for the sake of not making her feel too bad.
I hear that because everyone seems to think that you do.
I will.
Some people don't necessarily
We're
need it.
human.
No,
But you can have companionship in different ways. But like, I don't want to be attached to a guy. Like, I just don't think like what I want is actually possible. I'm reconciled with that. So if it some miracle, some alternate universe, some dark matter situation, and I could transform and go in a different path, and that happened, because I think it would take that.
But what do you want?
Like, we can't get into that now.
One.
But like
one element of what you want.
a kind man.
No, come on. You're saying there's no kind men out there.
No, it's not a better thing.
That's what I had to ask.
No, you have to. No, I'm being absolutely real.
Yeah.
A lot of men out there are not kind.
That's fair.
Like, seriously.
Yeah.
And a lot of men that approach me are not kind. So like, I can't. That is very real for me. So I will not have it minimized.
Okay.
Females need to be real with themselves. Now, if you want to be alone, they shouldn't be, I think, no. When it comes to making certain life decisions, like being alone,
You can
at
end that out.
60,
Compassion. You can end it out.
is
You can end it out.
a very
Look, at the end of the day, we don't believe you. We need more people, lady. Do I believe that she would go through the rest of her life this way? Possible. Yes. Very, very possible. Probable even. Is she content though? Absolutely not. This lady inside, oh man, right? Inside, raging, right? Because too many black men are passing her by, like, right? But inside, she is raging. She is raging inside because,
I
well,
miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
huh? And also, of course,
That
but this
if you
part.
are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
Huh?
I think
So, yeah.
I think we in the ashes. I think we won the rhetorical war.
Yeah.
At this point, because like even this conversation, they're contemplating like a get a dog and die along type concept, Kevin Samuel popularized amongst themselves, and don't really have an answer for it. It's just literally, I'm fine with not being picked up. I'm at the court every day, but I'm fine not being picked up. And I'm going to pretend, I'm going to say that, but we all, like you speaking to me, it's just not normal. It wouldn't be human of you to be totally satisfied with being isolated with a cat in your 60s.
Hey.
So nobody believes you.
But her old attitude is, take it from a black woman.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because she's obsessed with the empowerment language and
but that's all they have, bro. Like that's really all they had. Like that, the indoctrination is real. And you said earlier that it's not even it's institutionalization. Like when niggas go to jail, they say they're institutionalized.
Yeah.
A lot of these women in the West, especially including UK, have been not only fed a culture, a social ideology that doesn't have a framework for any traditional type dynamics, but they're also institutionalized through the education system. They don't have another friend. That's where I think BGS comes from when he say a lot of it's just cooked, because even if they were to understand where we're coming from, they don't have the software to adapt. Like these late, like this 40-year-old, like she cooked. It's over with.
Yeah.
Like you said,
her mindset is also, she's too stubborn. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, best you can do is make it sound good like this when you're in front of people. The best you can do, make it sound good, but you're cooked. Because even though she knows she needs something, she should probably prioritize relationship because she'll be 60 and alone for her own best interest. She doesn't know how to do it. That's what the part they can't admit. He doesn't know how to do that. I get what your guys are saying, a traditional dynamic where my place is and how I'm supposed to adjudicate that in my mind, but I don't know how to do that. Simple as that.
I think BGS spoke to that. He said at one point he thought they simply refused, and maybe they did. It was just refusal, but now he thinks they're incapable.
No, I think he's right.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense. I think if you play this role they've been playing for as long as they have and passing it down like they have, they didn't ran out of like great granny and them that knew some of the more matriarchal mores. Like they don't even know how to clean themselves and shit now. Like just to even get more crude. But at the social level, they really don't know how to partner with anything but dysfunction. And they recognize it. So like this lady saying they resigning themselves to defeat. They leftover women.
And in their loneliness, they're seething. They are seething in their loneliness, right? And it's not. It's crazy. It's just, I'm looking at this lady, and like I said, she's speaking very calm and she's very chill. And G, you're gonna have to give me a minute, bro, because I'm like we still in production mode right now. I'm gonna let the panel up in a minute. But we going through some stuff right now. But yeah, so she's seething right now, and I want to emphasize this to especially to young black men. Women like this, their younger selves, the women in their 20s, many of them still don't think different. They're going to move a bit different, but they don't think different. The environment is going to dictate that they move different. I still don't think we in the next generation or so, we would have rid this particular toxicity. What's going to happen is that the women are just going to plot differently. So instead of giving you the ass to kiss and getting the money from you through child support, they'll get the money from you through divorce and alimony if you make significantly more. Right? And let me read this. And thank you for super chat. And KMS says, why would God curse the perfect man with you? And shout out to Anton Daniels, because Anton said that he used to sit in church and see these sisters in church, asking for the perfect man or ask God for a certain type of man, and he would think and say, why would God curse that man with you? And his mom would slap him in the mouth, right? Right. His mom would smack him in the mouth. And exactly, why would God curse that man with you? and we don't know this lady. I'm not going to go all the way there with her because this is a small segment of a show that we're watching, so we don't know her. We don't know her personality. But based off of what we can see, ma'am, you are stubborn. You're admitting you're not budging, right? And you are content without doing the necessary work to meet this man unless he magically appears. And essentially, that's what she said, right? And I think that's okay if you can own it, if you can own what this means for your life. And it sounds like you're perfectly okay with owning what this means for your life, right?
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. So do we believe you? Right.
No, because she got her titties out. She got makeup on. She's still hunting, but she's, like you said, this is rhetoric. But at the same time, yeah, you even talking like this, okay, you're gonna have to hold it. You're gonna have to be. What's that clip you played of the old white lady, the 60-year-old white lady living with the roommates?
Yep.
Yeah, she didn't seem very happy.
Yeah.
She
was sad. She was very sad.
The reality of that is not cool when you're actually 60. We gonna see. So
and y'all backstage, give me a second. Let's do this because I actually want to do this by myself, but let me do this. So KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Let's play that one more again. Thank you for the super chat.
Play this other link? Okay.
Play this other link, and then I'm gonna start bringing people up in a minute. Y'all give me about 5 more minutes. I'll bring y'all up. Y'all can stay back there. I'll bring y'all up in about 5 minutes. Let's try to play. Well, maybe 5 to 7 minutes because it's 2 back to back. But go ahead, Compassionate, and I did timestamp it. And for those of you backstage, I'll bring y'all up in 1 minute.
Is this a specific point or?
I put the timestamp. I put the timestamp.
All right, bet. 238. 238.
Yeah.
Men are just as tired of playing this game, but we're tired for different reasons that a lot of women seem to overlook.
All right, so I recently made a TikTok about not getting approached by men any longer, and several people, actually a couple thousand people, left comments, a lot of men, and I really appreciate y'all comments. And a lot of the comments coming from the men were saying that they stopped approaching women because us as women said that we don't want to be approached anymore. And I want to know which women y'all heard this from. I want to know.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on, let me.
My God! Just leave women alone.
All right, we'll do that. We are doing that.
That's one of them.
I've seen in the past maybe women saying they don't want to be approached at the gym, but other than that, I feel like most women
don't you like when women play dumb about the dating scene,
person, right, as opposed to like online on an app or something. I don't know. That's what I think. That's how I feel. I also gather that a lot of men feel nervous approaching women, just like how I said I would feel, right? Like being afraid of rejection. Totally get it.
Well, here's the thing. This is like delusion. The way humans meet is usually not just stranger by stranger, like you're a complete stranger. Usually there's something in the middle to facilitate getting to know each other. And usually if an approach does happen, it's because they've repeatedly seen this person. Maybe it's at school, maybe it's at work, maybe it's at some other place. But this whole first interaction, first time seeing this person and then approaching, usually is pretty rare no matter what. But you know what I think is funny is when there was like a boom with the PUA community in, say, the early 2000s, those guys started to get a lot of hate. They started to get called a lot of names, manipulators, creeps, whatever. So on one hand, the men who were really making it a habit to approach women and also wanted to get really good at it and were coming up with methods and strategies to learn how to get good at it, those guys were getting hate. And then the men who now, what these women say, men nowadays aren't approaching, these men are also getting hate for not doing it. So you really can't win. So it's like you make it such a habit to approach that you start to learn how to get good at it. Well, that's a problem. We don't like them. And then these other men who they just like don't want to approach because of the woman I just showed, screaming at men not to approach, and then these women making false allegations, the Me Too movement. You see, I've covered several videos on this channel even of being in, usually it is scenarios where there are drinks involved and then women throwing out accusations. So a lot of men, they don't want to deal with it. They want to make sure that, they don't get involved with that. But I just think it's funny how both of those men get hate. The men who make it such a habit to approach women that they figure out some sort of strategy and methods to get good at it. Well, that's a problem. And then again, the men who don't do it because they want to avoid these crazy ladies and the Me Too movement and the false accusations.
Pause for a second, Compassionate.
Sorry, they're all.
They want it to come off organic and natural. They don't want it to feel. And this conversation I had specifically. Funny enough, with a black woman, an Asian woman, and a white woman at the same time, at a place I used to work, and they all cooperated. They want it to be smooth. They want it to look like you're not trying. They want it to come off natural. They don't want it to feel like you studied them and you studied women, because for them that's cringe, right? So in other words, this only allows for, once again, the same type of dudes, the super tall, the gifted, the men with the gift of gab. So the dudes that already got it are the ones that keep on getting it. They don't want you to, like, okay, fine, you grew up a scrawny kid and you went to the gym and now you Mr. Six Pack with the big ass arms. No, stay the scrawny kid and find a way to pull us anyway. What?
Yeah, they don't want open source game.
Yeah, they don't want you to be like, oh, I know exactly the thing. Oh, that like you have a 5-minute conversation with her and you realize, oh, I know what type you are. All right, I know it. Let me pull it out. Okay, this is the sheet right here. She is a cluster such and such with this type of personality. I know exactly. She don't want that.
Exactly.
She just wants you to it wanted to flow, and I just want you to understand me, and it just wanted to be, and it's a movie Disney-esque crap, bro.
But you reminded me something when you said like, don't you love when women pretending they don't see?
Yeah, pretending like they don't understand the dating scene. They understand.
But that's something important that I think that's going to be a strategy that's going to be employed even more going forward. Because again, I think we won a rhetorical war and they back against the wall. And instead of conceding, it's going to be one of the strategies going to gaslight you and feign ignorance of any of the problems in terms of modern mating and dating. So be prepared for that too. You're gonna meet girls that's gonna pretend that they don't know nothing about single moms. They don't know nothing about foodie calls. They don't know nothing about this. I'm not on the internet like that. The ultimate thing,
is plausible deniability, bruh. You think white political men don't have nothing on your average woman? Yeah. Plausible deniability is the language they speak, bro. Especially in dating and intimacy and relationship. Yes. They always want to give themselves a way to wiggle out of it. I didn't say that. Did you hear me say that? Did I say it like that? Did I explicitly say this? Did I do this? They always want to operate in the gray so they can bail out whenever things get tough. Mm-hmm. They want to be able to operate in the gray so they could throw some type of harassment charge on you if they need be. They could throw some, well, I was drunk and you took advantage of me type of thing if they need be. Or I didn't like you in the beginning and you kept on chasing and then we finally had sex and now we have this kid and look, operating in the gray allows for them to always play victim, allows for them to always play innocent, and allows for them to always play like the system is functioning on them. Men or a man is doing them wrong, has done them wrong, and it's just plausible deniability. So when you come across, and that's why I said what I said, don't you like when women act like they don't understand the dating scene? They understand it. This is their power. This is when women are the most powerful. Is denying you the vagina, denying you the attention, mocking you, making fun of you, making you feel little and small, knowing they're doing it, putting you in the friend zone, knowing you pining for them, and then here's where plausible deniability come in, pretending like they don't know that the guy friend that they have actually likes them, right? Mm-hmm. They know this is women's power, because everything outside of this, if she's in a traditional relationship, she don't got that power no more. Mm-hmm. If she's single and looking and everybody knows she's looking, guess what? That power is diminished. It's not all the way gone, but it's diminished because everybody knows she's looking, and in her mind, it comes off desperate. Going back to the African sister that was on the previous clip, right? Mm-hmm. I can't let y'all know that I want a man and I want to be in a relationship because it makes me look desperate, and that power gets diminished.
Yeah.
All of this is a plausible deniability. All of this is about the gray area, and this is where women's power is. if I'm single, and this white women might concede just a bit. Black women, Latina women, depending, once again, that's here or there, they might concede a bit. But black women, this is where matriarchy comes in and the gynocracy. They can't admit they're dying inside, y'all. They're dying, but they can't say it. Go ahead.
Gynocracy is built on narratives. I said it before. It's built on narratives that, like to your point, cannot be compromised because it's about it's about power.
He's right, you know.
It's about power and domination. So you can't, the gynocracy can't, like, even to these, like you said, the shorty in the last clip, like they can't give any ground in terms of their worldview of how relationships are supposed to function, how they're supposed to set themselves up for the best outcomes, because the narratives would then be compromised. And then it's a house of cards from there. It falls completely apart, and you will find that they would have to concede to a more traditional and a less leveraged, they would have a lot less leverage.
But compassionate though, but compassionate.
Fair. That's not fair. That is not fair.
that's them though. That's and tell me I'm lying. That's them.
And that's cool.
It, you know.
And black men Ed said it the other night. Black men gonna have to be cool with people being mad that shit ain't fair or shit is in our favor. We're gonna have to really be cool with that.
But it's not fair because
That's a female.
I'm timing these perfect, but it's flowing with what you're saying. No, for real. No, I'm playing that. Like, it's perfect timing to play this, right? Because that's really the thought. Like, we're looking for this perfect equal. And even you watch these women speak about this with the power dynamic. I don't want a skewed power dynamic. I want something that's fair, equitable, and equal. Bitch, you're not turned on by that shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
And that's occurring.
You're not turned on by that shit.
That's occurring to us now. But most men, I would say, are operating on that. They're seeking equilibrium too. They believe that that's, again, they've been a lot of black men included, operating in how they were socialized to believe that, yeah, okay, she's right. I probably shouldn't have excised power and disproportionate power relative to her, because then I can dominate if I wanted to.
Shit. Pause for the cause real quick, compassionate. Shit. Keep going. Go ahead.
Black men ain't comfortable. See, that's what we're gonna have to reconcile. You got to get comfortable with power in that fashion, especially relating to women, because you were not socialized to hope to wield it. You suspicious of what you do with the power as a black man, which is, again, and you think, all right, all she wants is equilibrium. I get it. She wants fairness, but in reality, she wants domination. And that's what we kind of, if you dig deep enough, you'll realize. But you can fall for this, the narrative of, equilibrium, and, I don't want to be dominating I don't want to be curating the environment to force my girl to cooperate. I want her to cooperate because she loves me, and because she's fair, and because she's honorable, and because we got these corny ass, weird, misplaced values that we try to apply. And that's why I said we're gonna have to get acquainted with, or Ed said, we have to get acquainted with people not liking us, for one, and not liking the disproportionate power dynamics. It is what it is. Beat me up. If you want to do something about it, beat me up.
She'll cooperate, but first. Oh goddamn! I'm blocking the thing with the thing. Wait a minute. I'm blocking the thing with the thing. But you got to do this first.
Yeah.
Give her everything, right? But go ahead. Actually, you could skip a little bit past this. The next clip with the white woman. The next part of this with the white woman. That's what I want to focus on. And for those of you, if y'all want to pause, afterward, we'll give our commentary. Where's the white woman with the? Is that the one? It was another white woman. It wasn't her. Give me a second. Y'all go ahead if y'all want to say something real quick. Let me find the other. Yes, it's the next one over.
The ugly
her. Yes, that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, you could play that.
Bet.
Sure that a lot of people can relate. It is so hard sometimes watching so many of your friends fall in love and find their person and get pregnant, especially as I'm moving into my 30s. I feel like I'm watching everybody else live out their dream and wondering when my dream is going to happen for me. And a lot of the times people say things like, well, you have to have a full life. A partner's not going to give you that. And I do have a very full life. I love my life. You know, I'm writing a memoir and I have a therapy practice and I have a really beautiful apartment in New York City and I have the best friends and I really do have this massive life, and it feels like there is something major that is missing. I know it sounds wild, but sometimes it feels like I'm missing out on life because I don't have these things yet. I thought I'd be married by now. I thought I'd have multiple kids by now. And this is not just the timeline that society has set on women. This is the timeline that I wanted for myself. I've known ever since I was 3 years old that I was born to be a mom. And I just want to experience that so bad. And sometimes I wonder and worry, and this is something that I'm working on in therapy, that like something is wrong with me.
Oh, wow. What a piece of work. And you know what, guys? I often talk about
pause.
how different these women would look without makeup.
The smugness in his voice.
Mean to it is. But the I do not mean to laugh at this white woman. We do not know her, but ma'am.
Yeah.
Right? You gotta check your white fem girl. You gotta check them white feminists, those assholes. You gotta check them, because their whole attitude is
they are ants, Michael. They are ants.
Right?
Yeah.
And so what you're right, and I should have played the damn clip from Camille Austin while we at it, because she said this a few years ago too. And she's a very attractive, dark-skinned black woman, right? So what we have are these women who are running in to the market cap of feminism while trying to make feminism and patriarchy be a thing, right? Patriarchy by feminist specifications, and they're running into the wall of that. And quite frankly, when you're doing your independent thing and you're making that much money, you can afford your own apartment in this economy. You can afford your own car in this economy. You can afford all your bills. So you probably making, depending on the city, at least a good 70 something, maybe 80 something a year. So you outpace the men by maybe a $10,000 plus a year.
In her case, it's even more because she got a nice apartment in New York.
You see what I'm so exactly. Okay, make it even worse. So let's be very clear. First of all, ma'am, I'm not even gonna go on the looks. Okay, fine. Y'all see the lady, cool. So there's that. But then when you add the financial element to that, man, you done worked yourself out the game, lady. You done played yourself out the game.
Yeah,
you out there.
The part of the movie that we ain't seeing, before the crying and her realization, is how she was moving, how she been moving in relationships throughout college and throughout her little boss bitch phase.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the part we missing. The smart ass, probably the feminist rhetoric that been coming out of her mouth. She always saw herself as a mom since she was 3 years old, but she's not married and she doesn't have that, and she's moving into her 30s. That don't really that don't jive, because you wasn't moving like you always saw yourself.
Let me play it for you.
2 + 2 is 4. -1, that's 3. Quick maths.
Exactly. The math don't math. So you've been moving like an arrogant New York Sex in the City white lady, horse-faced white lady. And you thought your shit didn't stink till you woke up on a Sunday realizing that you ain't gonna have no kids.
Realizing you don't got the capacity.
So we don't have the capacity.
I love that, bro.
You bogus as hell for the capacity. You don't have the capacity.
Everybody says that's the funniest clip so far. That's the funniest one.
No, that's the funniest one, but we don't have the capacity. They don't.
And shout out to that African brother. We ain't trying to make fun of your pain, brother, but it's a perfect clip.
It's crazy. You can see the juxtaposition though, kind of like this is probably a lady I think the black fat lady was a little older. And how she resigned herself to, I'm just gonna be cool with being a single fat cat lady. Yeah. This lady, I mean, I think like even a woman
a
in this
cat
position,
lady playing with her cat. Go ahead.
Exactly. A woman in her position, she may have more hope, because you can even see in the transparency of it. She understands, I'm looking around. I'm not gonna have this. I'm not gonna have family. I got money. I got what everybody say I want. Woo out the bam. I have a fulfilling life, whatever she said. But she's transparent about how she's realizing none of that's gonna really matter. But juxtaposed to the UK black girl, fat black girl. My fault. I keep calling her fat black girl. My bad. The girl in the UK.
The sister in the UK. The sister in the UK.
Nacho Beck, call her what she is. Shit,
no, I don't want to give him an easy.
Black people.
No,
Fuck that.
you're right, yeah, but that make it easy. That make it easy to discount what
To
I'm saying.
dismiss the
I'm not
argument.
even gonna go there.
But is it true though?
The juxtaposition, but
I mean, the truth is the truth, but yeah,
it's just a juxtaposition in their point of views that it is glaring. That I think we got to recognize as Black men that we're dealing with women that aren't even mature enough to have this type of realization. They gonna just they so firmly entrenched in this shit that they gonna just say, "I'm gonna just die with it. I'm gonna do what Kevin Samuels was saying. I'm gonna get a dog."
He's right, you know.
Like that's really the reality.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Go.
All right. Do you know what happened when the Soviet Union crashed?
Oh, the birth rate went down. The men started engaging in alcoholism. The military started selling off military weaponry on the black market. Alcoholism spiked. Oh yeah, no, it got really bad, especially in Russia. Rampant. Like it just got it was chaos.
Nah,
People trying to flee outside the country as soon as they could.
But what I was trying to say also, right? But when that happened, right? I think when Stalin had died, if I remember correctly, I don't know if my time zone is exactly right. I'm pretty sure I am, but I may be wrong, right? But when Stalin had died, they said, we basically have to wait another 100 years before we can actually start again, because everybody that was born necessarily was raised in the mindset of that the Stalin was king, just like how was it Kim Jong-un, right? He was raised
Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un and them.
Yeah, right. That he was a god and he needed to be praised and whatnot. So they even said, all right, we basically have to wait almost 100 years before we can really even start again, right? And then I was watching this clip from what is it? Star Wars, right? And basically he said when you have something that is decaying, right? These women, when I look at feminism is basically decaying itself, right? So what they said is, how do you stop something that's decaying? You have to cleanse it with fire, ultimately. And basically that's what I'm seeing. Like for me, I don't think these people are gonna be able to turn that situation around at all. But it's just that necessarily at this point you can only cleanse it, you can only cure this thing with fire.
He's
saying.
right, you know.
Actually, I like that clip. I like that. That was perfect timing, bro. That was perfect timing, bro.
I'm just saying, like that. I'm trying to get better at the timing. I'm trying to get better at the timing. But I mean, no, I agree with you on the. I don't think that this is reversible for a good segment of women. They already said 40 some odd percent, at least in America, we know she's in the UK, but at least 40 some odd percent of women in America, according to Morgan Stanley, are going to be single.
55. I thought it was 55.
No, it's something 40 something. It might have went up though. You might be right about that.
No,
it might have went up.
When I looked at it, it said 55.
Yeah. Give me a second. Give me a second, bro. We flowing. But yeah, no, it looked like it's 40 something. Well, when I looked, it was 40 something on the memo. But it might have went up, and that's just part of the territory. That's what's coming with the territory, especially when you think it like this and when you act it like this, and the men are not going. Men are not going. They're not going. But go ahead.
All right. Don't accuse me of messing up the flow, because there was something I wanted to add that was really important to this. Because you said they're British, right? Here's something that British women have that we forget about that's different from them from ADOS women or African American women. Most of them are of African or second or third generation African or Caribbean, right? So they still have an option to go back and get a husband back home. With that British passport is still enticing.
Mm-hmm.
So they still can fall back on that in certain cases.
Yeah.
However, there are black women in the U.S. There are black women, non-ADOS women in the U.S. who can do the same thing.
Yeah.
They can go back to their countries of origin, entice a man to marry them with the promise of that blue passport, or at least a green card.
And even that white lady, even the white lady we just watched, she has a framework she can fall back in. She seems like she probably come from upper middle class white.
I mean, most white people, when you think about it, Professor, most white people that I think of, they were introduced to each other by friends and whatnot. I mean, prime example, W and his wife, they were introduced to one another at a friend's barbecue through mutual friends and whatnot.
Yeah. I think black millennials are in a unique position. Like that white lady seems like she probably was a millennial. And we, because of the tangle of pathology, and as long as this, you know, the institutions have been decaying up under us that we speaking about, we at the point where you're all right, turning back, like, all right, we ain't gonna be able to keep going forward. Turning back is, we have nothing to turn back to. We have no family infrastructure. We have no communal infrastructure. We literally just have the market. Best bet you can do is earn as much money as you can to be able to pay nurses and care providers when you turn 60.
Cleansing
Japan,
fire,
anyone?
Cleansing,
You know,
cleansing fire, man. I think it's a joke.
No, I agree with that. And you know, this they don't really know what to do with this. This is like some uncharted territory type thing. Number one. Number two, we've become super atomized. Going to what Naaman was saying earlier about how Junior and George Bush Jr. and his wife
Laura.
met. Yeah, right. It we've become atomized. It's not the same anymore. And the lower classes have become even more atomized. The upper classes can still rely on network and do exactly what you're saying, Nema. And I think it is apropos that it was a person that became president who met their future wife at a barbecue. Everybody else, we ain't moving like that.
Mutual
Right?
friends. Mutual friends were.
So exactly. But what happens when you don't have that much friends? Once again, we already know they said the young men don't have friends like that. But here's the kicker: the young women don't have friends like that neither. I would argue that's going underreported. Better yet, right?
Yeah.
They frenemies like a mug. They're not friends. They frenemies.
It's covered up because they have a lot of fake substanceless associations that they call
Thank you.
friendships. And it's covered so that so it's an illusion, but they're extremely alone. I think they think honestly, relative to men, women are far more alone. Like that lady we just watched waking up in her house.
Yes. Right. And
I mean, even go ahead.
Let me read this right now. And Kema says, "Damn, to y'all point, it's not an issue. It's not an issue of won't but can't. Damn." And it was something we were speaking about earlier, but I think it applies now. The issue with the women is not a won't but can't. I don't think they're capable with a certain type of quote unquote education indoctrination. I don't think they're capable. And this is going to what Dr. Tommy Curry was saying earlier. These are fully chocolate dipped white men. They're not capable of even doing the quote unquote equal thing that they said. They either you gonna dominate them or they're gonna dominate you. They can't even do the quote unquote equal thing. They're not built for it. They are the chocolate dipped white men that they always wish they were. The problem is they're dealing with the consequences of it and they don't know what to do. Right?
You will respect my authority.
Yeah, I love that clip.
Their attitude. I'm saying, like, and quite frankly, the men ain't with it. If you look at black men and black women coupling, you can see a clear sign that the young black men, especially, aren't signing up for the gynocracy. Less and less of them are signing up for the gynocracy. The women gonna have to do something with themselves. Go ahead.
Mrs. Z. All right, let me tell you this story. Like, I didn't really know how, now in my, further age and development, right? It was probably like 4, maybe 5 years ago, right? I knew this one girl, right? And she was just like, oh my gosh. I mean, she was cute. Like, I think she was cute, but she clearly got overweight. Like, she clearly got, let's say, like overweight. She was probably like 30, 40 pounds overweight, right? And I'm talking to her, whatever. And then you can just tell her personality, like, you see what I'm saying? She basically, I just want somebody to hug and hold me. And I'm sitting here like, bitch, I came over here to smash. It ain't really, it ain't no hug and smash, and it ain't none of that.
How tall was she?
Y'all just heard what he just said? Like, he said that she's still good looking even though she gained 40 pounds.
No. I said in the past. Cause like I'll show you the video of like an old video of her, right? Like it had to be at the point in time when I was saying this, right? Because she was 30
No,
pounds.
I get what you're saying, bro.
At that point in time, right? Right.
Okay.
But what I was saying is necessarily like you can tell like, oh, this was definitely was a cute chick at one point in time, right? But then necessarily, you know what I mean, the life had started lifing for her, basically, right? She got to the point where she just started making decisions on her own necessarily, and it started, that feminism started going, worse and worse and worse on her day-to-day
And
life.
bro, all she left with is aspirationalism.
Yeah. Because I'm telling you, she was on like a little famous little dating show, whatever, right? And I'm telling you, I seen her on a dating show. She was little light skin, see what I'm saying? Little cute little thing. She was
A little
intelligent too.
spicy. Right.
Yeah. You be like, oh, okay, I can kind of see. But it's just, now she out there, begging for cuddles in the middle of the night from random dudes. So I don't know, man. It's just like when you see it, it's just
Usual
it's
business.
saddening.
Usual business. I'm just wondering, like, were you trying to smash before or after she gained the 40 pounds? That's all I'm wondering about.
No.
Bro,
At the point in time,
not
that's
even
when
the point.
Yeah. I was saying, when a point in time when I met her with a picture, I was like, okay, cool. But I saw her in person, I was like, oh, this is not exactly what it was, right? You know what I mean?
But see, like to this article that Z cited, the Morgan Stanley that predict 45% of women be single and childless. This is exactly where the market don't care nothing about them actually getting their fantasies fulfilled. This is exactly where they want them. They are workhorses now. They want 45% to be single and childless and just buying shit and living in nice apartments in New York. That's the model that Morgan Stanley and the rest of it in the society is gearing up for. The problem is black manosphere and red pill content is messing up the tax base that's going to actually pay for all these when they get old and go and need subsidy by the government. This space is telling men no. Morgan Stanley is relying on you to make up the difference in the tax shortfall that 45% of women being single and childless after 2030 is going to call for.
Oh, boo hoo! Oh, boo hoo! How you doing, Jeb? This over to info. But boo hoo! Have we
What's good,
heard
Mr.
from the
O?
19? What's going on? Have we heard since the 1980s? The women love to refer to 1980s. Even want to keep on using Mister from the Color Purple, which the movie was made in the 1980s, as a basis of how niggas ain't shit. But I find that in the 2020s that everything they had said in the 1980s is basically not true no more. I'm finding that now all of us are in jail, even though they try now majority of us they try to put the gons, I call the gay ass woke niggas on MSNBC, CNN, no, I call them gons. They supposed to be the representation of the new black man, and they are not curtailing to the B dub as usual. And I find that they keep on calling us broke. They keep calling us broke, but if we look at the so-called statistics, the numbers, trust the science, as they want to tell us already. We look at that, we only like $5,000 behind the so-called prestigious white man of
Fam, check
society.
the statistics.
And even then, when we go ahead and talk about the stats, we only $5,000 behind the so-called white man, and we could get that in overtime or doing any other endeavor. So,
Yeah.
what is the argument again?
Those narratives are designed to justify they autonomy, they state-backed autonomy.
Yep.
It doesn't even. I mean, we just now finding out when we start looking at the statistics. Those are lies, but that doesn't matter. It never mattered that it was a lie.
Yeah,
it was designed to justify them being able to be autonomous on our dime.
On your exactly on your dime. Yeah.
Oh, can I get one more?
Also, go.
Can I get one more in? Can I get one more in? I'm gonna pass the mic. Now, I'm glad you brought up that word autonomy. That seems to be the buzzword of the last 15 years. Involving the community. The nigga community and nigga relationships. Um, the autonomy argument from the B Dub. She says it's my body, my choice, my finances, all that. Until they hit the age of 35 and over. Then it becomes back to the community talk. It takes a village. What happened to the men that was supposed to kiss my ass and worship the ground I walk on like my daddy said they were supposed to? And now I gotta beg this old man that's trying to date the women around my age, my friends, my sorority sisters, my father even telling me now that he can't take care of me like he said he was gonna do when I came into this world. So with that autonomy talk, is it really your body, your choice, beloveds?
Let me say this, brother. Do you not hear one of my favorite, one of everyone's favorite phrases on Mr. Z's channel? patriarchy by feminist specifications. There's a reason why I say it. There's a reason why I say it. I'm saying that to say they're fitting both narratives in. That's their goal. It doesn't have to make sense. What it needs to do is allow for them to use whatever excuses or whatever quote unquote reasons to justify whatever they are on or whatever she is on at the current moment in time. Right, so one foot in a patriarchy that still exists, and it's overbearing and it's crushing women, particularly black women in this case. And then the next moment is these incapable, inept black men who are acting as an anchor on black women's ankles, and you won't let her be great because you're so inept. You lack so much maturity, you lack so much responsibility and accountability that even when black women level, quote unquote, level up, they can't meet men on their level because black men are not on their level. And this is a low-key shot at white men who won't take them on as wives, right? So it acts as a twofer in that way. But that's why I say patriarchy by feminist specifications. She gets to hopscotch between arguing against patriarchy while low-key at the same time arguing for certain tenets of patriarchy that they're going to relabel and rename. And that's why you hear me continue to push it. No, y'all asking for patriarchy. They're one foot in patriarchy, one foot in advocating against it. Right?
See, I do it the opposite way. Like on my lives on with the TikTok, I say matriarchy by with patriarchal benefits. That's what I do.
No,
see, I say
that's a good one too. Yeah, that's true.
Matriarchy with patriarchal benefits. You know
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
have
saying?
to borrow both of those terms. I'm gonna have to borrow both of them terms in the future. I would give credit. I'm not like the rest of these content creators who want to run and say I created something and tell that. I'm gonna give both of y'all credits. That was some great analysis and word verbiage right there, Mrs. Z and the other gentleman.
So
you do business.
So Z, I actually want to thank you for your presentation earlier when you were showing like the UK chicks, because that's kind of like what I was trying to explain to BGS. It's just how like these black women in the UK, like they're quite similar. Like obviously not the same, but they're quite similar. And that's
You mean they acted like this?
Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
Embarrassing.
I love that accent though. That's why we got.
Yeah,
it's the closest to American black women they could get. It's the closest to American black women they could get. Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
like
ahead.
you had a great presentation, and I thought it was hilarious. But like that's what I was trying to explain.
Thanks to compassion on the ones and twos.
Yeah, they're quite similar. And also, I also wanted to I want to compliment you on like the clips that you have recently. I don't know where you're getting them from. But...
I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. I'm trying. It's yeah. No, I'm. You know, like I said, it was 2025. Compassionate was on me. You know, I need to upgrade my channel, and I do. And the brother looked out, and I've been doing my own thing too. So excuse me. And yeah, so you know, I just didn't want to stay stagnant, right? I didn't want to be quote unquote a dusty, so you know, got to keep it moving.
No, don't say that. I mean, Barack Obama's now dusty now, y'all. Come on now, we
You
got to
know
take
what?
pride
Good
in being
point.
dusty.
Hey, good point.
You're in
Good
good company,
point.
man. You're in good company now.
Apparently.
Right, you know.
Speaking of clips, I bet. Wait, is it possible you could use a certain clip from a certain duo where one of them does a impression of a Ugandan preacher? Or do I got to do it?
Go ahead.
I tell you right now, there is a sickness of the highest order.
I'm gonna try.
We may need that one, bro.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna try, but let's see if I get struck for it. If I could, because
you
that
could get
clip is short enough.
So
No. Here's the thing. It's short enough where I could slip in under the copyright claim. It's short enough, so I could use it maybe. Yeah, I could use it.
Well,
if not, you got the backup.
Well, speaking of African clips, that one you played earlier, that shit was fire.
With the which one, the brother?
I don't have the capacity.
I don't remember what he was saying, but that shit was hilarious.
Bro, that's the most hilarious shit.
Everybody likes that, dude. Everybody likes that, and very importantly for all of you who never seen this before, the Snow Queen, the Night Walker extraordinaire, Queen Night Walker. Compassion, already know what I'm gonna play. Y'all like, share, subscribe, and hit the super chat. Hit the super chat for the Night Queen. I'm gonna make this rare, y'all. I'm gonna make this rare because I know y'all like it so much. The Night Queen the queen, not every black woman, but many black women's goddamn nightmare. Here y'all go.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are gonna clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Oh, I have a question for you.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
Ice
Right,
cream.
Compassionate said y'all got
I like
got 143 watching and got 94 likes. Y'all damn, they're shorting me 50 likes. God damn. Go ahead.
Mr. Z, have you seen
Go ahead.
the new Asian chicks now necessarily, right? In China, what they doing?
What?
Okay, now we have the rise of the big booty Asian chick, bro, and it's starting to take. It's no
shit.
Nah, bro, you gotta see. I put the clip in necessarily in the private chat right there as it's a Instagram video, right? But literally now we have the I'm gonna call them the new built Asians, right? It's the Koreans and the Asian chicks, basically. Like, I don't know if you ever seen Koreans, but they got
Bro,
but they don't got
if black women lose market share on having ass,
it's over. It's truly already over. It's already over, bro.
It's been around since 2005 when white women started coming. When Ludacris came out with that line, the new phenomenon, like white women with ass, it's been over with.
Yeah, and like you gotta. What I'm telling you, bro, it's starting to get scary out here because when I start going into like the rabbit hole on Instagram and you start looking out
Zulu,
here,
wait a minute,
like,
wait a minute, Zulu, wait a minute. I'm saying you're saying something right now. You're saying something right now.
Hey,
Go ahead.
A big booty Asian is a problem.
That is a weapon. That is a weapon for
That's a weapon.
that will prosper. That weapon will
Hey,
prosper.
listen.
Look,
usual business. Like if you're talking about like thick Asian chicks, like I suggest like you look at Filipinos. Like
No. Trust me. I know what you're saying, but what I'm telling you, no. They have not, because if you ain't never really seen Korean, actual Korean women from the actual continent, right?
I haven't seen Korean women.
Actually,
the peninsula.
Let me finish, right? What I'm telling you is, it's because of their diet they don't get big, right? Once they change that diet, that ass then pops, bro.
This stage gonna be a whole bunch of Tiger Woods and Marcus Freeman walking
Look,
around.
let me say this. Let me say this to what Compassionate was saying. If black women lose that ass market share, bro.
Oh my god. Kim Kardashian chipped away a lot of that
And they
market share
hated
already.
that. That's one of the reasons. Oh, and I get it.
Bro,
right?
that's why the BBL epidemic blew up like it was.
Yeah, because of her.
They were trying to reclaim some more market share that they lost by over exaggerating the asses. But if they lose it to Koreans and Japanese, if Asian chicks get ass and cut in a nice little cuff, it's over with, bro.
Listen. I gotta story this out, man.
When I tell you that they got the new Japanese women are saying literally like, oh, I would date a black man and all he got, all he wants is ass, and they literally now out here doing their own.
Hey, what was old girl? What was the Asian chick from the Love and Hip Hop? The C Brothers wants that. That I ain't gonna even lie to you. One of that little Asian chick on Love and Hip Hop. I know she got the whole black Asian thing trying to act like she wanted sisters, but yeah, they knew that she was pressuring on that damn show, and they seen the reality now. Yeah. If you can find me,
I heard trying to get in.
If you can find me a thick Tia Carrera from 1990s, I'm gone.
I mean, like typically if you're gonna mess with an Asian chick, like she's not gonna have an ass, but I mean, obviously it would be better if she does. But all I'm saying is to just expand your options and worldview. That's all I'm saying.
Andrew, no, trust me when I just telling you. Trust me when I'm.
No, I heard you, bro. Like I want to see some thick Koreans as well. If you can point them out to me, like I'd love to.
Let Socrates in, bros. He trying to get in. Just came up.
My bad. I'm sorry.
What's
Damn,
good, Socrates?
You ain't gonna say shit now.
Socrates.
He's too busy contemplating.
Did Rogish talk already?
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
I said when I was in college, there was a big booty Asian girl in one of my classes, and she was from China. And the crazy part about it is, at like the end of the semester, it was when my junior or senior year, so it was one of my last accounting classes. We had a conversation one time because race came up in class, and she was telling me that she's from China. When she first moved to America, she was scared of black people, but her first roommate was a black girl, and she actually got along with her. And then she said when she saw a little black kid, she's like she wanted one. And then she gave me her number.
Wow.
Mind you, when I say she's built like a black woman, I didn't know why. Like, she's like the only Asian woman I've seen up to that point that was built like that. Like, but she was bottom heavy. And she gave me her number, but it was like a piece of paper. It was like I don't even, do we even have cell phones back then? We had cell phones, but she gave me a piece of paper. She wrote down a piece of paper, and I lost it. So,
you fumbled that. You petty as hell.
I've been there. I've been there.
I mean,
Bro, look at the clip I just put in the back chat, bro. I want you to look at it. Is she built like this one necessarily? Because they starting to come out like that over there in China and Korea, bro. Like, at first, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was lying, but they actually doing it now. They just
that's exactly how she was built. That's
exactly, bro.
So
y'all what happened, right? Y'all what happened?
You gotta show the people.
Y'all really want. Let me say this. Y'all really want for y'all to be walking down the street and walking past black women, and they looking past y'all like.
But they already look like that. They already look like that.
Hell. Walking down the street looking like this.
But they already look like that.
So just to add on to what like usual business was saying when he was talking about like the fake Korean woman. I actually forgot about this because I just remember this reading this like super chat there. Like, have y'all had Korean fried chicken?
Oh man,
I'm just saying a thick Korean woman.
Yes, by the way,
cook fried chicken like that's wifey right there. That's all I'm saying.
You mean that's technically that's our fried chicken, but like, see what I'm saying? All she needed was some fried chicken, bro.
Listen, my boy's married to my boy's married to a Korean woman, so I already said that last time.
Was some pho, and all she needed is some pho and some fried chicken on a constant basis, bro. Like, and that's all she needed, bro.
There's a pun in there. There's a pun in there, but let me read this real quick. And a Split Jim says, Z, check out the movie The Mac. It has some pimped out one-liners. I've seen it before, but this is when I was a kid, though, right? So like, I'll go back. I'll go back. Yeah, I'll go back. I'll go back. Yeah.
What's up with the brothers, man? How y'all feeling?
What's going on with you? What's going on with you?
G, what up, bro?
What's good, G? Been a minute.
Man, nothing much, man. Just settling in, man. Moved to Denver, so I'm just settling in. Man.
Oh, you in Denver, Colorado?
Okay. What that's like?
I love Nebraska. How the hell you leave Nebraska, nigga?
Hey, man, it's time to go, man. It's time to go, man.
Oh yeah, you out there with Coach Prime, huh?
No.
Coach Prime's in Boulder.
You have corn-fed, big booty white girls for a little bit of bitches.
No,
what is wrong with you?
Hey, I heard Coach
man,
Prime
I ain't
just
gonna lie.
tweeted.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I've been looking at these little Jewish and Arab women, man.
Yeah, G out there.
Whoa. Stay away from them. Stay away from them. Stay away from them.
Wait, G, are they giving you some play?
Listen, bro, me and bro went to the little bar downtown, man. Because we got a loft downtown, me and bro. And listen, man, them little bitty Arab women, man, they like that, man. They buy drinks and everything. Them little Afghan women and them Iraqi women and shit. They friendly, boy.
Expand your options then.
Yeah, I know they're friendly, but here's the thing you gotta understand.
Hey, wait. Let me let y'all know how the black women are seeing G right now.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen Germany as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think Black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a Black woman in Germany.
Look, Z, I'm gonna acknowledge it right here. You're right. You're just not him, sweetheart. You're not Black. You're not one of us. You're not going. You don't have the sauce like that. I mean, you mad at us. It doesn't mean you're lesser. You're just not him.
So
the thing is,
Z, like, what's up with like this recent thing talking about like black men and black women in Germany? Because I've heard about this like at least a year ago. Like Media Man was talking about it. He was talking about like when he went over to Germany that he had a great experience and they treated him well. And then recently, like,
let me say this:
seeing people talking about like the treatment.
It's not just Germany. Where I'm using Germany as an avatar, but it's
I
Black men overseas are seen as novel. And
yes,
you know, you could get a relationship, but you could definitely get some, you know, some fun. You could have some fun over there.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think what black women and women writ large, the Western women don't appreciate when y'all try to say, well, they only want you for your money. So do you. You're just more expensive. Number one. Number two. Y'all over there going for sex tourism. So they try to minimize the fact that it's easier for you to get that woman. They don't think that this is the thing. If we're attempting to use all the tools at our disposal to get you, but you price your vagina out the game, don't be mad when the guys go somewhere else where the vagina don't cost that much, and where he might not have to spend that much. And charisma and being a Black American goes far.
So
yeah, but in the Eastern Bloc and in Scandinavia, it's not about your money. No, man, they don't care about your money, man.
I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying though, what I'm saying is the vagina is cheaper, and it might not take any money. It might take just your charisma or just you being a Black American, and they want you because you're novel over there. How is that an insult to me?
So in terms
or
of
like she said, the thing you guys are forgetting, she said voyeuristic pleasure.
Yeah.
Now she was trying to which is her projecting as if she thinks that, like, you know, white women in Germany look at Black men the same way white men.
Yeah,
she perceives
exactly.
white
Black
men
women
would view
We all
look at Black women. Wait up.
All right, just say what you're saying, Sam.
All right. The thing is,
go ahead,
like,
go ahead.
she will not, but they will not consider the fact that, one, they're well aware of your attitude, but also the women are not, when they look, white women do not look at Black men in a voyeuristic way, because they're not like that. The voyeurism is not in them like that, not to the same extent as it is to white men. That's the thing. They might have a sexual fetish, or they might have some type of intrigue, because they find, you know, men of other groups which intrigue. Yes, Black men from the U.S. and the UK, yes. However, Black men from Africa, not really. Black men from from the Caribbean islands, yes. It's here. And this woman who is she an American, was she?
I'm not sure. I think so. I think she is. I think she was
exactly. Because
American
that's
in
the thing
Germany.
we got to consider. Because that's the thing we consider. Because people do not understand, first of all, anti-Black racism in Germany and how it applies specifically to certain people, especially if you are from a former German colony like Namibia.
Since you brought up,
But wait, no, because G wanted to land with that, but I cut him off to play this. So let G land with that, and then you got it, Dre.
Right. Come on in, G. Come on in.
Well, I think that we're thinking about this too shallow. Like, what do you guys believe was the purpose in the beginning of miscegenation laws anyway?
Yeah.
Just think deep on me. Just think deep what I'm saying, right? Our whole life, especially if we was in America, we've kind of been, especially as Black men, we've kind of been geared towards staying away from other women and gearing with our women particularly, right? And this has been a paradigm pushed after slavery. But as you read history, you start to learn like Egypt and Rome and shit looked just like America. Like there's really no look to an American. That's why it's so hard to pinpoint a Roman, because the shit was like America. It was many different cultures. It was Black, brown, Asian. You know what I'm saying? There was some Black Roman Caesars. There was some white Caesars, just like there was some Black pharaohs and some white pharaohs, right? So, and now we're at that point in history in America where there's Black and white presidents. Like we're starting to achieve a certain status and equity inside of our own society, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think this was the purpose of miscegenation laws in the first place with white and Asian and other men. They knew that the women would pick black men anyway. Like, we don't actually need the money. We don't need the property to get her to want to sleep with me. So that's been see, everything in their culture is based off of achievement. Like, oh, I'm the fastest man. I'm the biggest man. Inside of our culture, like, yeah, I'm just the nigga that sleep on the couch that holds life. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you know,
you see what I'm saying? So
no, because because I want to say this to what G is saying. And let me say it a different way. Said differently. Shout out to Dr. Tommy Curry. Said differently. The fear is the competition, because if the women might default to black anyway, and the white guy, all he has is his money and his status, then you being charismatic, assuming that you are as a black man, you being charismatic, you being witty, you if the playing field is even, you beat him out, because both of y'all are 5'7", 5'7". Both of y'all are 6'2". Both of y'all are semi-athletic. Both of y'all are built the same. It's just that you are more charismatic, or you are more muscular than him. You beat him out, and so the game was always to keep you out the game.
Or Z, listen, hold on, let me land and I'm gonna shut up, Z. Or listen, all of that could be true at the same. Or his phallus is bigger than yours. Pause.
Yeah, I don't think you could pause on that one.
No, I mean, like, hey,
no, you're making a point.
No, I'm making a point. Like,
no.
If
that's the ultimate issue for all of them. If we're gonna be honest,
it's the ultimate
and here's the
issue.
thing:
if they've been,
even if it's not true, here's the thing, G. Even if it's not true, the stereotype isn't only the size, though, is it? The stereotype isn't the only
execution.
It's the rhythm.
Wait. Pause for the cause. Socrates, say that again for me, please.
Execution.
Thank you.
Yes.
But I'm saying, but Z, we always say it's not the size, but like I'm just being objective here, because this is what the women say. It is the size, nigga.
Yeah, that's actually leading into what I wanted to say.
Nigga, and this is, as much as we try to downplay it, nigga, we are bigger. That's not.
Pause again.
I will say this. You know, it's funny that G said what he said and where he is in the women that's giving him some play, because I recall when I was at a firm, and I made a comment, and I was like, you know, motherfuckers walking around here with average 5 inches, 5.5, and it was a Jewish girl that stopped me in the middle. Real quick, Dre. And it was a Jewish girl that stopped me in the middle of my damn statement, because I was trying to be nice, and I wasn't trying to defecate on the non-black dudes. And she was like, 5 inches, if even. And it
so that's why that happened, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, and it was a Jewish girl that said it, and she wasn't. Her face was whatever. She was a bit smaller, right? She wasn't heavy set or anything like that. She wasn't particular ugly, but she, But yeah, when she said that, that messed with me for, like, I don't know, maybe a couple of days, because I'm like, God damn. No wonder they be over here. No wonder they talk to us the way they do. No wonder, like, and let me be very clear. She low key threw Jewish dudes all the way under the bus, and white guys low key.
I was in Japan.
Wait.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dre, and then we got then we'll have Zulu. Go ahead.
All right. So earlier, when you were talking about talking about black men traveling to other countries and them calling it sexual tourism, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is where my lineage takes the biggest L, right? Because if they want to make the sexual tourism argument, because black women do this, like American black women do this, and women around the world, they travel to Jamaica for younger black guys.
They travel to get that work. They travel to get that work.
Rent a dread.
So I take the L on this.
They travel to get that work done, bro. I'm telling you.
I take the L on this. So if we're going to talk about sexual tourism, we need to be honest, because women actually do more than men do.
Of course.
Yeah.
But name
more? I don't know about that.
Z,
No,
it's
yeah,
not
actually,
only the
they
fact.
do, bro.
But at
Hold
least
on,
they
it's
pay.
not
They
only.
Which
pay.
women? You mean black women or women in general?
All races of
Women,
women.
bro.
They
He
all
actually do.
races of women. They
But,
travel. They travel to Jamaica and like things happen over there. That's all I'm
But
saying.
but
yeah, I'm
but this is
saying,
the thing though, Callis. This is the
but
thing, guys.
men,
It's not
I
only
don't know. I
that.
think white men give them comp. Go
Well,
ahead.
well, I
But
actually
listen
just
though.
I was actually just reading just a random chat, and
Mhm.
it was like the fattest black woman that you could ever seen, like
Mhm.
that you could ever see, and there was a
Uh-huh.
comment there that has like it was like 10,000 likes or some shit. It was like, yeah, somewhere there's a Jamaican man like licking his lips. Yeah,
But this is the thing.
we're
We brought
nowhere
He
this
near
wants
that.
that
out.
because
But listen though.
he wants
Listen,
that
guys.
green
Listen,
card. Because he
guys.
wants that green card.
Listen,
Yeah,
guys. Fuck the green. But this is the thing. It is with the women. Fuck with the niggas thing. It's not about the men. It's about the women. The reason that we are prized by women is not because we're bigger and we lay it better. It's because we'll give you an orgasm, get up and make you a fucking sandwich and go play our game. The white boy gonna not even let you come, and he's gonna lay down and want you to make a sandwich. We're so socialized to please women that we'll give you one orgasm, please
That
you,
is true.
let you take a
that
nap.
He's
Nigga,
right, you know.
to us, bro. Sex is really a game to black men.
that
We really get off on pounding bitches out. So
so
it's like,
He's
okay,
right, you know.
game, and let this bitch say anything. I'm about to go down here and slay her again.
Well, honestly, in the
Gee.
sexual marketplace, we need to get comfortable with. I think the only problem is a lot of guys are unconscious about these dynamics and maybe
But
sometimes
it's not
misplaced.
just sex, though. Listen to what I'm saying, Callis. It's not just sex. It's that we are women pleasers. Fuck the
I get
sex.
it.
That is
Yeah.
true.
Like niggas, we rub like I ain't gonna lie. And niggas could call me a simp. Man, I'll be washing my girl hair, rubbing her feet, doing
nah,
facials
I
and
ain't doing
shit.
all that, fam.
Man, I
Wait,
do
wait, wait, wait,
all
wait, wait,
that
wait.
shit.
No,
I
but
ain't gonna lie.
but
G
wait,
just
wait,
gonna
wait,
lift
wait,
the
wait, wait,
simp
wait, wait,
cover
wait,
off
wait, wait,
today.
G, wait, G,
I'll be
wait,
washing
G,
my girl
wait, G.
hair.
This is important. This is important. This is important that I get this out. What that speaks to is that egalitarianism that the black women claim they want in the first place. Number one. Number two. That's why. That's another reason why other women are coming over here. It's because their men are not doing that. They're coming over here for the same reason that G said. For the good and bad of it, we are people pleasers. Now that does cause some issues.
That's how it starts, you know. Taking bitches out to eat, meals and whatnot. Next thing you know, you wake up in a rest haven for hoes, a sanctuary for scandalous skeezers and stunts.
And that's what I meant
That's
by
a
Because
fact.
it get taken for granted. It gets
Yeah.
taken for granted, right? But
But
at
look,
the same time, real quick, because I'm
yeah.
about to land in 1 minute.
Go ahead.
But at the same time, what G just said is true. We are people pleasers, and we do like to put our face in the place, and we do like to make sure we get them right and pound them out, and you know.
I was waiting for this clip, bro.
Going hard. Hey, listen,
Well,
think
it's
about
not
it.
to
If
that
you tell
We
your
extent,
handle
homie,
our
but
business.
hey, Naima, if you was my
yeah.
friend and you told me you had a hot date, nigga, I'm about to go buy you some ashwagandha, tell you to fast for the whole day and drink a liter of water because you might
Yeah,
get some tonight.
I
nail
will
the
say this.
bitch.
Let me
not
land with this.
just
Let me land
that.
with this.
I'm gonna
Wait,
need.
wait. After this,
Let me go after you.
compassionate got it, and then Naima, you got it back. Not just that. G, I literally was talking about going back to the firm. Working at the firm, we took lunch. You know what we went to go do this one time? We took lunch. We went back to my boy's apartment, cleaned up his apartment for him because one of the coworkers gave him that A-OK.
See
One
what
of
I'm
the
saying?
coworkers gave him that A-OK, and all of us went and speed cleaned in the matter of an hour lunch that we had because his apartment wasn't too far away. We speed cleaned the apartment with him and for him so that when she came over, they could handle their business.
Yeah.
Dead ass serious.
Wait a minute. Who washed the dishes? Who had to clean the bathroom?
You
I don't
know,
want to
come
know.
on, Neymar. You went too far
No,
into
but
detail. You went too far off the
Sorry.
expressway, Neymar. You went too far off the expressway.
no,
Okay,
but
go ahead.
This is what I want to nail down. So look, this is what we got to reconcile because we do have that reputation, and like you said, don't even matter if it's true. Like the Jewish girl said to you, Z. Look, social dominance is about resources and sexual selection. That's what this shit is about.
True.
We know why we've been like G spoke to. Why you think misogynist? They don't want us out here competing at our highest level sexually and resource as far as the resource acquisition. We can see it clearly
because we already have both in our favor.
No, but hold on. But let me land. This is where we need to be realist and black pill about going forward. We need to exploit that our reputation, and like you G spoke to, our people pleasing, unconsciously people pleasing because you was raised as a gynocrat is definitely a problem. But the fact that we have the capacity and we have that knack that's trained into us to actually make every woman of every race or on the face of the planet prefer us over there, if they were in terms of sexually, we're the top of the sexual hierarchy and mate hierarchy based on the fact that we were raised to please women. But this is something we can weaponize on the front of social dominance, because that's what we're trying to go as the black male renaissance. We should be trying to acquire power and improve the life and prospects of black men, especially millennials. We need to be focused on acquiring as much resource, and including mate selection is a huge part of that acquisition. So we need to exploit that. We need to exploit that. Everybody think our dicks are bigger. We need to exploit and use to our advantage. We need to take as many of these niggas, bitches as possible, and rope them into our in group and compete. And we'll see who wins.
Let me say this to this. I gotta read the super chat real quick, and then Damon got it after this. All right, we going in line.
I talk about the name of it?
No, yeah, you got it. No place other says Yo Z, hit your boy with the wrench salute. I'm gonna do that because I missed your comment to do it on for YouTube, so I'll catch it on the I'll catch it and do it after the stream. And then so who called it after this? Somebody said there was gonna go. Name and then you Namer, you got it, and then no,
right.
it's Namer, then it's Zulu, then you got it, Dre. Okay,
All right.
go ahead, Namer.
First of all, regarding y'all's reputation, there's a couple of names you want to blame for that one. One of them, Wesley Pipes. The other, Lexington Steele. Now, what that means. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Y'all seen, a lot of them watch the AV stuff. Oh, Wilt is still Chamberlain, yeah. You're right about that. I mean,
numbers
with that autobiography.
Numbers.
Hey, this shit is legendary.
Wilt Chamberlain.
Legendary.
Hey, we not just talking about basketball. Numbers. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, Wilt Chamberlain. Oh no. Oh no, he was putting in work in the 70s.
Wait, let Name go, y'all. Go ahead, Name.
I just want to ask Name a question. Hey, Name, at what point do it stop being a myth and start being like objective fact? Because if all the women's consensus is this, like, if we're gonna keep denying the women's consensus, or are we just gonna keep saying this is a lie?
No, we the myth and the legend. We the myth and the legend.
It's true. It is true. Unfortunately, there are some brothers out there who own up to the fact that they are average at best. And unfortunately, you got to blame the white white blood that some of y'all got.
Black average though. From what I'm
they below average.
No, hold on. Let me tell
you. Wait, everyone. Let Namer land with what he's saying, and then you got a Zulu. Quick, fast. No, and Namer is telling the truth, because I walk around calling myself average. Right, and my lady laughed. It was like, no, bro. Right, so like,
we all know we average, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. Let me explain something. About me, I realized, I was above average. I was bigger than I thought. I was still a little insecure about it, but I knew I was bigger than I thought when I came to Norway. How do I know? First time I tried to hook up with a chick, she had a hard time trying to get that. We had the wrong size condoms. That's how I knew. No, I ain't bullshit.
Hey, but I think we definitely joking about it, but Uru said it best. He said we definitely underestimate how much of like this competition or racism maybe we experience as black men, especially in the West, is fueled by the insecurity that we are taking fuck the shit out of their bitches.
Why do you think?
Did anybody on this panel ever read the book Pimp?
Yeah. I'll even go further, Passion. I'll even go further by saying this. You would say the same thing in the East as well, because why do you think, unlike slavery that sent to the Atlantic Passage, the slavery that was going on the other side of the world, in Mideast and everything, the men would some of the men would sometimes get turned into geldings, so to speak, turned into eunuchs.
Well, I only have one thing to say, just real quick, is like in terms of like the preference for black men, I'm sure y'all heard this, is that the feminists like were saying that like they actually prefer black men. Like the worst feminists you could think of say that they prefer black men, and the reason why
That's
they
what we're
say
saying.
that,
Yeah.
and the reason why they say that because they say that black men are the like most egalitarian men that they can find in the world, and I hate to hear that.
All right.
I mean, yes.
Well,
Why do you hate to hear that? Why is that such an insult? I gotta ask that question.
One second.
Why do you want to be known as being the most egalitarian in the world? Like that.
It doesn't actually listen. It doesn't actually matter how women see us. It matters how the men see us. Fuck the women. See, I think that's a major issue we have as a group of men. Fuck how the women see us.
I think you're missing the point of what I said. Is that basically I said the worst feminists are saying that they prefer black men because like black men are
that's a compliment.
And basically they're saying that like you'll go along to get along with them. The worst feminists.
Yep.
I don't know that doesn't actually matter.
How many of y'all on this panel have read the book?
That doesn't actually matter when the worst white feminists say it, because bitch, you could be with the king of the world and you want to come be with a pauper. Okay, that's a okay. Come over here with the pauper, bitch, and bring me some of the king of the world shit when you come. Bring me some of the king of the world shit when you come over here, man. That's why Patrick Mahomes is in the NBA. That's why Stephen Curry is in the NBA. Man, fuck all that black power shit, man.
I think you're missing the point. Basically, they're saying that like regardless of whatever.
No, they're saying you're the easiest to get along with, but like
you're easiest to get along with, and also like you'll go along with like whatever bullshit they're on.
No, that is simply as it is. You're the easiest to get along with, right?
That was
and why is like that doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me.
And I was about to say one thing. Like if you look on my channel, like see my little thing, right? I went to Jamaica like a couple weeks ago. Then I went to Japan, right? And you can see little videos in there, right? I'm talking to Japanese ladies and whatever. And I'm talking to one lady, right? She's a 100% what you call it? It's like what's people who train bodybuilder, right? Dude, I'm talking to her and I'm like, okay, we went out and I said we did to do whatever, right? And then we went to what's they call it, place like a public bathhouse, right? Dude, the craziest thing is when you as a black dude come into a public bathhouse, how people actually look at you is vastly different than how they look at the average Japanese dude when he goes into the public bath, bro. And
that's a form of dominance, bro, and we gotta embrace that.
For me, I'm saying like this much. When I went down there, necessarily, like I just put old girl, the lady I'm telling you about. See what I'm saying? Like I put her little thing out here in this is the last one. It's on Instagram, right? But when you physically see her, she was like, yeah, I've been dating black dudes pretty much my entire adult life, and I enjoy it. And I'm like, when you actually see how she's actually built, and this is a regular average Japanese, which she's not special. I'm telling you, when you see that, and then you start coming back here and looking at this shit, it's nah, boy, nah, man. Like I'm telling you, in comparison, she was like, I ain't never seen nothing that big, and me, I think I'm average, bro. But I figured out that's just average in it for me as a black man. Average here ain't average every place else.
For me, it's even deeper than that. Like I talk about this shit on my channel all the time, and we struggle with it as black men because it's like even white men are attracted to us. Nigga, every time I've been tried by a gay person, it was a white person. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it was some weird football playing ass, baseball playing ass white boy.
He's right,
So,
and we don't talk about this shit because we're talking
because it's awkward as fuck.
Yeah,
like
real quick, we done all said it. I said it. BGS said it. Lion said it. We done all said it. Niggas been propositioned by these weirdos, and that shit is cringeworthy as a mug.
Yeah.
I wish we.
I don't think it's about.
I actually wish.
I don't think it's about penis size. We're just. It's really just about.
It's about that, bro. I can tell when you in Japan, bro. I can tell you this.
Wait, Dre, chill. Wait, people are flowing. Find your way in, but you're interjecting while people are flowing. Chill. Go ahead, G. Then you got to Dre.
It's like I don't want to talk about sex because sex is so base. It's so base nature. I'm talking about something deeper like attraction. I'm talking about attraction in the youth
Desire.
to spread your genes. It's like they are like people are attracted to black men. I'm not going to say they. I'm saying people, whether it's men, women, niggas who think they girls, girls who think they men. like, I'm saying in general, just like we see all these lesbians with mixed black kids. Like, how the fuck is you a lesbian? Like, this is what I'm saying. It's so deeply entrenched, and we don't understand it on so deep of a psychological level. It's like fire.
Bruh,
Like, you attracted to
let
fire
me
and
say
it
this, G.
burns
G, you are low key a comedian, because for us to not be talking about sex, how many times you done said deep and anything that could be associated, because this is what my 12-year-old mind is. Because I know you're saying something serious, and I actually interrupted you to say this also. What you are speaking, and I'm glad you said it. You're speaking about attraction. This is greater than just speaking about sex, right? This is more than that, and that speaks to black men's mere presence breaking the hierarchy. Let's be very. When you said something earlier, when you said you're with the king of the world and yet you want to be with a pauper, you can be with the king of the world and yet you want to have sex with the pauper. I want people to understand that's not supposed to be a thing.
That's so.
Period.
That's so.
It's forbidden through fruit.
You're right.
Because this is an artificial hierarchy that these white boys are functioning in, and black men destroy it by their very presence, like you said.
It's just that's the same thing when you go to like I'm telling when you go to Japan, like I promise you, that's the craziest thing because when you see it so starkly different because when you go there because you're so vastly different in how hierarchical the whole society is. When we talk about a place that if you put your trash in the wrong thing, they will bill you and people will come out. People will come outside and yell at you for putting your trash in the wrong trash bin kind of place, right? Then you see me approaching this and all of a sudden the room I'm 5'9", bro. I'm probably 200 pounds, but I'm 200 pounds solid muscle, right? But I'm to me in America, I'm normal, right? But outside of that, I'm so much of a like this unique, vastly creature. They look at me almost as like, you see what I'm saying? What is it? You have this, Shimagami kind of god kind of thing. They look at me like almost in that brand, but I'm sitting here looking at her.
You're a Roman.
Like the bathroom,
you're a Roman.
They're looking at me like, what is that?
Yeah, you're a Roman. You're from the most advanced civilization you're the best fed, the best educated. You grew up in the best circumstances. Your skin, you've had soap all your life. You've had shoes. You are advanced. You are an advanced being. There's people who born
in
without
Japan,
shoes.
bro.
Yes. In the world,
your reputation precedes you, bro. I think, and that's what that's what we're starting to figure out, especially our generation with passport bros, with guys exploring more outside of because we would tremendously underestimate how little black men know about the rest of the world perception of them.
Yeah,
like we highly
very unworldly.
Well, yes, well, our reputation precedes us.
You know what? You're right, and I can tell you how to play this. When I was out down there, they were playing rap
real quick. Zulu, let me let Dre get that out because he's about to drop. Go ahead, Dre.
So you guys were having like the phallus conversation, which I'm definitely uncomfortable with that, but like,
of course,
yeah, we moved past that, bro.
Yeah,
what you trying to say?
So BGS covered that a while back because like it was that Chinese historian dude that he covered.
I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So like everything you guys said tonight, like was already covered.
True.
But yeah, like well, look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about. But like, yeah, it was wild.
No, Dre, we get it. We saw it. I know. We know. We know what you say. Yeah, I remember this. I know what you're talking about.
But Z, it's more so like it took me a while to realize because inside of America, we're the bottom of the social hierarchy. Like we're the least educated. We're really not even the least. Honestly, it's a perception that we are.
Latino men are.
Yeah, but I'm saying even above that, the only people above us here are Asian and white men. Nobody else really has more than ADOS men or black men. I'm not even gonna say ADOS. I want to say FBA men. If you're from Haiti, Jamaica, St. Croix, St. Thomas, the Bahamas, North or South America, there's no other group of black men that possess more than we do. So there's no point in us even. We don't even have to argue with African men because we probably own more real estate than African men.
No, not that. But money and money, yes, and but the real estate, nah, because you're talking about 54 countries and
no, I'm talking about they
yeah,
probably have
acres.
land that they just sitting on, not doing nothing with. I'm talking about productive things that are land-based buildings, office, restaurants, construction companies. North and South American and Caribbean men probably own more of that than all other black men on the planet. Not
Hey,
only
Z, share
that,
my screen.
we're probably the most educated and skilled too, far as like engineers, mechanics, welders, doctors, lawyers. It's ADOS, man, or not even ADOS. I don't want to use that term. FB men in this side of the world, the Western black men, not the Eastern black men, not the Middle Eastern black men, it's the men from the Caribbean, the U.S. Virgin Islands, North and South America. If you're from Canada, North America, South America, or one of those island chains, you are the most educated and well-funded black man on the planet.
Let me say this, because Black Rule said this. And by the way, we have a little bit of space now, so anybody that want to come up, Black Rule says it's in our voice, music, dancing, rapping, athletics. It's an energy other people do not have. Going right to what you're saying, G, and go ahead and play the clip. Compassion.
Yeah, I think this speaks to directly to what we speaking to. But check it out.
It's called status dissonance. So it's someone who in society has high status in some ways and very low or despised status in another. So gladiators, most of them were slaves, the lowest of the low in Roman society, right? Also, they're fighting for other people's pleasure and dying sometimes for other people's pleasure. And the Romans had a real thing about this, like your body being used for others' pleasure. Even a humble working person who hired themselves out for labor, the Romans thought that was innately demeaning. And gladiators are the worst of the worst, right? You're performing for someone else's pleasure. So on the one hand, they're very low status. But on the other hand, successful gladiators get famous. People admire them. Women find them attractive. They're celebrities. And so this is the status dissonance, right? You have these people who on the one hand, historians call status.
And another reason why they rock with us so much is because we be sliding in it.
Yeah, the sexual component has to be equated. And I think a lot of people, we shun away from it because it's kind of it's very personal and very kind of objectifying in some sense. But the reproductive component is the other half of social dominance between in human hierarchies. It's resource acquisition and sexual selection and mate. That's where mate garden. That's where a lot. It's 50% of that what animates, and we just got Nameless jumping on. So I ain't gonna use his terminology.
Let me say this real quick, as J-Lock put this down. He says, Z, you need to look up the clip from Trick Daddy, the Trick Daddy clip of him saying, if Latina and white women learn how to fry chicken, it's over with for black women. I remember the clip. I remember the controversy. I remember how angry black women were. And I remember it like it was clear. Remember, I'm Dade County. So I remember what he said. I remember this.
I'm gonna say it, I gotta say it here because frying chicken is way too fucking easy for that to be a bar.
Yeah.
Asses. If you can develop an ass, and your age, any woman, Indian, whatever woman that we traditionally don't really have an ass, like we see in the ADOS community, then it's really over with. Frying chicken is easy as hell. We got to stop.
It's got to be an ass to hip or thigh ratio. Let's be real. It's the ass to hip or thigh ratio.
It got to sit right. Right. Yeah.
There are women right now. There are women around the world that are doing squats and working out just to appeal to the gaze of black men.
I told you,
with the weight.
Right. I got
right way
right here in the background, bro. That's
I'm gonna play it in a minute. And once again, thank you for the super chat, J-Lock. And I know exactly what you're referring to. I was around when it happened and when he said that, and to watch sisters throw a fit because they low-key know it's true. But yeah, no, and are black women simply their bodies? No. But what black women have been relying on because they have serious character flaws and they're very stubborn is their bodies. It's the fact that they age more graceful and slower than others, right? It's that the fact that the melanin hides blemishes better and whatnot, especially because because of how our skin works. With dry skin, we use lotion. So you add the melanin and what it does for us naturally, plus the lotion that we put on our bodies for decades on end. And so you age slower and nicely, right? And they rely on that, right? And plus a shapely black woman is a sight to see. So they rely on that, right? And the thing is, when other women, and you're going to see this with technology, right? We already know about the ass implants and stuff. It's still super dangerous. But as they get better at this, right? As the technology gets better, and women start working out more and more, we already know that's a thing. It's gonna black women in particular are gonna have a problem justifying why black men and any man, quite frankly, should be engaging with them other than other women who now also are engaging in this type of game when it comes to the eye of black men, right?
Sexual politics.
But the thing
The
is, though,
you
Mr.
know,
G, is that the black chicks still got advantage with that damn melanin. Let's be real. Let's
yeah.
use Keisha Cole for example. Keisha Cole is 44 years old, and I
Yep.
hate to say that she has
Over here
not
dating
one.
20-something-year-olds. Go ahead.
Yeah, look, and that's the point. She has not one, not two, but three generations of men that'll go after her because she fit the aesthetic of all things that we like. Is she in shape? Yes. Do she have all the tattoos? To some degree, for some dudes that like it, do she have all the tattoos in the right places? Yes. Do she have that peanut butter skin with them cans, like my homeboy Jason Whitlock said? Yes. Hell, is she gonna go ahead and trick off on a young dude like she's been doing? Yes.
Well,
So
she better
yeah.
spend that money. Well, let me
All
and J
right.
Log, thank you for the super chat. And here you go right here. It's so funny.
Z, we gotta get you a money phone ASAP.
Nema, when you ready to jump in, you can. We seen the
All right.
smoke bomb. We seen we seen the shadow in the smoke bomb, right? In the smoke,
Wait a minute,
right?
are you
So
sure you're
yeah.
not getting me confused with Nameless?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Let
I
me
think
give
I
a
said
Nameless an
nameless.
intro here.
I think I need to actually get nameless intro, but no, nameless, you're good.
No, I'm gonna give
But
him his intro right
whenever
here, right now.
whenever he's ready, he can speak. Nameless,
Yeah.
nameless, chill out. We moving along. We moving along.
I'm
Yeah.
chill.
So
Why you telling me chill out?
um nameless, when you're ready, you could go. Big Kev been up for a little while. I don't think I've heard him speak. So if he want to say anything when he's ready, he can. I know he running away from them big girls in the gym who ran in there because it's still the beginning of the year.
Come
We're still in
on.
January, so yeah. So whenever they want to
What-
speak, they can. But we can keep on AL. I don't think I've heard
Right.
AL say much either. So yeah, but go ahead, Nameless, if you
To
want
the
to say something.
chat.
First
Oh,
of all,
Nameless got it. Wait,
leave.
Nameless beat you to it. Nameless beat you to it. Quick
All right,
draw
let me
McGraw.
give his
Nameless.
intro.
Nameless. Go ahead, and then you got it, Nameless. Go ahead, Nameless.
Okay.
To the chat and the instructors on the panel. Os.
Salamat.
Mr. Z, did you see the link I put in the chat in the back?
No. Okay, let me check that. Wait a minute. I got homework, yo. I got homework. Wait a minute. Let's see what this is.
You can share my screen if you want.
Okay, yeah. Actually, let me
Because
do that. That's probably
Compassionate
better.
and Callous already knows where I'm about to go.
Yep.
Wait a minute. There we go.
And there's a few things I want to highlight here. And I'm going to preface this. I'm going to preface this by making an extremely important point. This may be a hot take. It may be an unpopular opinion, but it is my subjective opinion as the nameless protagonist. And I say this on a square I will stand on 125%. And this is going to upset a lot of people, but I'll just simply say it just like it is. We are the smoldering, and I'm including those that are in the ADO social complex, those that are in the diaspora, and individuals on the continent. But the diaspora in particular, to include us here in the English-speaking West, we are the smoldering shambles of what's left over from the complete and utter decimation of the idea of a Black republic that was supposed to be spawned, nurtured, and empowered on the island of Hispaniola known as Haiti.
Yep.
That's what we were supposed to be. The world's first new black republic.
Mm-hmm.
And you had it fumbled by the likes of Frederick Douglass, W.E.B. Du Bois, and people adopting the suffrage movement, which was infected with Marxism.
The boule, just say the boule.
And there's nuance to that. That's why I'm naming names specifically, because they leave breadcrumbs that everybody can do their research and follow. Because there were people on both sides of that, to include and not be limited to the Prince Hall Masons, who were on both sides of that conversation.
Yep.
That's why I say that I don't apply any of this to greater than or lesser than. What African American men in particular stand for is just one piece to that bigger puzzle. You have to consider that and this is why I describe us in aggregate. Once more, this is my subjective opinion for those in the playback that will be listening to this. I believe, and I said this before, when you talk about the Edo social complex, you're talking about at least four different ethnicities. The first one being those who were here long before Columbus and them showed up. Shout out to Mansa Musa's brother and all kind of other things we've got no clue about, because you could have gotten here long before those other ships did.
Nameless, you gotta reel that back, because I don't think everybody know. Mansa Musa became Mansa Musa because his predecessor sailed to the New World. They got caught up. They went back to Africa. Then they sailed out again, and they were never seen. And rumor has it that's where the Olmec heads come from.
Shout out to Ivan von Sertima. A few more research on what he just said.
Yep.
Number two, you've got those of us that are in the diaspora. In other words, we were brought here from either South America, the Caribbean, or the continent. Choose your flavor. Number three, and something that I think is going to get a lot more attention, it's a bit controversial as more data about that comes out, the mixed race individuals, aka mulattoes, mestizos, the octoroons. You've got the breeding initiatives that were brought forward.
Shout
out to
basically Mexicans and Brazilians.
So that mixed demographic. Then you've got the more controversial one that's not talked much about, which is the more recent domestically created human being from the time period of about 1790 to probably closer, the hard door shut on it after 1865 when slavery ended, but probably didn't really stop until sharecropping disappeared. The domestic slave trade, which created human beings for the sole purpose of working on the plantation. You've got four different technical groups that each have a different experience here that are all being called the same thing, and that's Black/Negro. And irrespective of what your story is, 9 times out of 10, you are part of a stream leading to that Black River from one or more of those 4 points. So it's why I try to get out of this greater than, lesser than dynamic and zoom out and look at the bigger picture of what actually happened. But go back again. If you take someone, and this is just not understood across the board unless you study genetics. If you take somebody from Nigeria, we'll say they're Yoruba. Shout out to the Yoruba. Someone from Yoruba, you compare them to somebody from, we'll say Ethiopia. Let's say they're Oromo. There's more genetic diversity between those two people than there is somebody from Europe, UK somewhere, and somebody from Japan. There is more genetic diversity between a Nigerian from the Yoruba tribe and someone from the Oromo in Ethiopia somewhere than somebody from France and Japan.
That's a fact.
And what that means is your genetic potentiality for outcomes of talent, expression, your ability to adapt, you crowd the top and the bottom of those gene expressions. And when you've got a group of people who've been displaced like that and have all of this genetic diversity, and through things like Jim Crow, hyper-focus into one location, what you've technically done is make the most genetically diverse group of human beings on the planet even more diverse.
Yep.
And so
Yep.
when you take a look at our actual haplo classifications, these are the oldest on planet Earth.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you an illustration. I'll use myself. I put myself out there on a soft docs. My X chromosome is L2, MTL2. That is one step away from mitochondrial Eve. Do you know you don't even get people with the X chromosome that comes close to that outside of the continent of Africa until you get to L3? L3. That is multiple delineations away from L2. But you don't even get that hybrid connection until you get to L3. And L3 branches off into all kind of other X chromosomes. That means when you get Black women, for example, who have a double potentiality to inherit that, you have that much greater of a genetic predisposition and cultural inertia that comes from there. Which is why on a certain instance, if you wanted to use a portal to produce that, which is what it was used for on the plantation, you would go for that X chromosome that's older. But then you go and look at the Y chromosome, and I won't say what my Y is, but I'll say for those of you that are hip to that, it's in direct alignment with King Tut. People who know, and they can figure that out. Back on the continent again. That is some of the oldest genetic predisposition on planet Earth. And I'll tell you, that particular Y chromosome, even though it has its ancient origins on the eastern portions of Africa, you're going to find more people with it in Central and West Africa, and specifically by name African Americans. There's a line of progression there. There's a reason why that impetus of humanistic presence is there. And when you're surrounded by it, you become almost kind of numb to it because you're comparing orders of magnitude to orders of magnitude. It isn't until you step out of that environment and then you start getting in contact with other people who don't have that you start realizing the difference in scale. I want to say that so we can get out of the language that wants to use greater than, lesser than, and get to the true core of that. Number one, we were supposed to be a Black republic united by the diaspora. Number two, our origins happen to be on the places on planet Earth that have the greatest amount of resources, and they are the main bottleneck that's required to progress in this fourth industrial revolution, which is why we're both holding opposite pieces to a missing puzzle right here. There's a reason why what you see on your screen is done there and presented there, and people have a visceral reaction to just your presence.
Yeah.
Including each other.
Once you understand that, a lot of stuff make more sense.
Well, even when we're talking to each other, though, Nameless, I talk, and I always tell them, like, do you know that there were different slavery happened in reverse? Like, they exported the natives of this land first to Europe before they imported people. And people always tell me, like, I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, no, there was a group of people when old boy, not Columbus, the other dude, Vespucci, when he got to South America, they took slaves and exported them all around the world to their other colonies first. So a lot of FBA people or people from here don't even know that took place. They don't know that
they were
when
already
they got
here.
here first, that they took natives from this land that were not not the Native Americans you see in North America. When they got to the actual place they were at in South America, there were black-skinned natives all over the island that they enslaved, genocided, and exported around the world. So by the time the North American slavery started, everybody was already mixed. All of these people that they found on these islands that were black, they were enslaving, genociding, and exporting them.
Let me say something that Nameless said, but I want to say it super blatant and on the nose. Africa is the most genetically diverse place on the planet. That's what Nameless was saying. That's why the difference between a white European and a Japanese is not as great as a brother from South Africa or Nigeria to Ethiopia, right? Yeah. So I just want to be very.
I know what Nameless is saying, but what I'm
saying that wasn't for you. That wasn't for you. That wasn't for you, MG.
But what I'm saying is, amongst each other, we get these disagreements amongst each other about lineages. And it's trying to explain to a group of people that have been brainwashed to think that all black people are from Africa.
Well, wait. This is why I prefaced everything I said by us by number one, identifying that black is an assigned classification, and that in general, we have at least 4 different ethnic groups that share the classification. Because all of us don't have the same story. All of us haven't been treated the same by this system. But all of us get the same designation, which is black. And that's why I'm trying to encourage people to have a greater open-minded and a higher resolution view of this, because the bigger picture at the end of the day is we were supposed to have formed a black republic. It was seen as inevitable. It was something that they were working so hard to keep from happening. And that was the biggest concern leading up to
There you go. Go ahead.
Right. That's why this was a big deal until the conclusion of the Civil War, when they started pushing for this idea post-Reconstruction after Jim Crow to integrate. But I wanted to tie that in what you guys were saying earlier as to why other groups of people react so viscerally to us, including each other.
Yeah. Let me read this. And 414 Money says, clean me out, clean me right out tax. And okay, I'll play it again. I'll play it, boy. Y'all love this damn Snow Bunny. Where is Snow Bunny at? Here she goes.
Black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are gonna clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Yes, we like that, Mrs. Z. We like that very, very much, sir.
Bruh, it's the enthusiasm. And look, hey, I think Chris Rock, and I'm gonna sound vulgar now, vulgar session. Chris Rock said something about orgasming as a man, and one is like just spilling ketchup, and the other one is like shooting out. There is it drip exactly, but
drip versus
there's something about women being enthusiastic that is a different type of situation, right?
Yeah.
Homegirl Bear is very clearly plotting on some Negro in the UK, right? And she's very enthusiastic. That's a different type of experience.
And black women's contempt can't compete with that type of desire.
Bro, you can't do. Look, exactly. I agree with that 100%.
By the way, that woman, first of all, she's not exactly posh. That's upper. She's like upper middle class. She's still working class though, but she's more like refined herself.
It's
I know those
better.
accents, okay?
Here we go. It's way better than dealing with this type of attitude.
Who gonna check me, boo?
Being as it may, I'm just saying y'all should be aware of the difference. Y'all need to know the differences between the accents and whatnot.
We heard you. We heard
you. You got to do
we heard you. Right.
Honestly,
go ahead.
I hear what Nameless is saying, but I don't think that a black republic is actually possible. And
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what
it's saying. As a matter of fact,
and I said
before you get into that, Nameless,
because I wanted to address that comment there too. Go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Okay, go ahead. Go right into it. Go ahead.
So before anything I'm saying gets misconstrued or misunderstood, I encourage everybody to go back and replay what I said. I said we are the smoldering, burning remains of a black republic that was never allowed to happen.
Nameless, let me pause you real quick because I gotta play it. Seems pretty goddamn accurate to me.
Okay, and that's what I was going to get into.
How very Icelandic of you, Z.
Yeah, that's what I was going to. I agree with Nameless. I don't believe there's nothing for us to actually be beholden to. Like I'm of the understanding, and from my point of view is.
But wait, I said that so I can continue the point.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't like leaving one angle and not demonstrating the other. The importance of that is this. Now that you understand that, well, the key is understanding what we were supposed to be, why it was destroyed, and how. What that leaves us as men in this category, in this position rather, we are the most free people on planet Earth to decide what, when, where, and how our destiny can and will look like. Which is why I 125% advocate for the ideas behind political Mandalorianism, which is nothing about liberty. It's not talking about freedom. It's talking about autonomy. Autonomy. Yeah. I think we are the most free to integrate into any culture or society we want to, genetically, nationally, or culturally, because we are quite literally the oldest genetic human beings on planet Earth. I like saying that essentially we're the grandparents of humanity, which means we have got some plug-in to quite literally get in where we fit in. And I think our best strategy, and the strategy that I've observed from us looking at our history as it relates to the rest of human beings, is we are the ultimate middlemen. The ultimate middlemen. We've got the capacity to show up anywhere and sell anything to anybody, to make anybody feel good about anything they want to do or not do. We have overcrowded martial power.
Nameless.
Real quick, yo.
Yeah.
Nameless, I want to pay you to be my cult leader, Nameless. Because since you've known me, Z, I've been saying the same shit. I've been trying to figure out, why do brothers want to enslave themselves back to any type of systems? No systems over here has ever served us where it benefited us solely. So why would we want to tie ourselves to this form of marriage?
Let me say this,
social hierarchy. Let me just finish it real quick, because I've always had this stance, and brothers have been like, we've been having these debates and these talks for
real
years.
quick. 414 money and L's active. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the super chats. Continue.
Yeah, so that's why we've been having these talks for years about our social status and stuff. And I'm thinking, like, why do I even want to participate in any of their social hierarchy? I don't actually care about it. It will not benefit me. The most I could do is get a little bit of resources to be comfortable. But my goal is not to be comfortable, it's to be self-actualized. So it's hard to function in a society where I'm trying to go to work with brothers who are looking for comfort and I'm looking for self-actualization. I would rather be a small man in a self-actualized group of ourselves than be a big man inside of somebody else's construct. Maybe I'm just uneducated and I'm not using the right words and I'm not expressing how I feel properly.
We get you.
Yeah, because I've never had the proper communication training.
Let me add this to.
But even when I ascend, like when I became like a mechanic, and when I ascend into the hierarchy, it's like I don't feel any pride that I'm the only black man there. I feel shame that I didn't bring nobody with me. You feel what I'm saying? I feel it's like, okay, yeah, I'm here and I'm in a company of 100 like it's 30 engineers, 20 mechanics, 30 welders, and I'm part of this group, but there's only 5 of us. So if it did become a hold your position, defense stance, and we had to actually do combat like men are supposed to, we're automatically going to be like, I didn't bring nobody with me. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's how I think about all things when I move through the world. Even though I don't feel no allegiance to any particular party, if I know you're one of me, I feel allegiance to people like me. So I struggle with that concept. Yeah, go ahead.
That's why I advocate for the idea of, even though you may be alone, you are not necessarily by yourself.
Yes.
That's what the 4th Industrial Revolution provides. That's what cultivating your strength in mind, body, and spirit, so that you can get the courage to ask yourself, to what degree are you going to be selfish or selfless? Because I'll interject my subjective opinion. I know other people definitely want to get in. I don't want to hog the panel, but I just want to communicate this idea clearly. I think for the majority of men classified as black here, we operate on a paradigm that's much more like a tree rather than something like a flower that we've been raised to be like. In other words, The degree to which we are selfish is done with the objective of being able to give back in orders of magnitude greater than what we took. And I think that the majority of us actually operate that way. It's just that we haven't been given the proper time, the proper soil, and the proper nutrients to cultivate ourselves enough. We haven't been selfish enough to get put in that position to where we can give in a way that doesn't violate our free will. In other words, to provide that fruit eventually when we see fit. It's been instead demanded of us. We've been cultivated to do that on a matter of expectation, on a matter of liability, purely because we have a Y chromosome. And what I'm saying is, for the first time in a long time, many of us now have the opportunity to provide for ourselves and let our success as individuals be used as a means by which we can lift up others when we see fit to do so. That ability to say no and I will is something new to us for the last 150 years, at least relative to the time we've been here. We don't have as much time using these words no and I will that other groups of people have. And I'm saying give yourself enough grace to acknowledge that. You are not, you may be by yourself, but you aren't necessarily alone in everything you're doing. That's what I was trying to tell you, G. You're not the only one thinking that.
Let me add to what you're saying, Nameless, by saying we're doing it right now, literally at the panel right now. Some of us are in our place alone. Some of us are better yet by ourselves, but we're not alone. We're literally here right now. Like and technology has allowed for that. Going to this question right here, the fourth industrial complex, which is the fourth and pretty much technological revolution, right? So like it's the fourth industrial complex. So look that up. It's a parlance that you need to know. We've been speaking about that in this space for a while. You're literally living through it right now as we speak. So yeah,
I was speaking to that yesterday on my broadcast to Nameless's point. Like we have an opportunity, an unprecedented opportunity. We're in an unprecedented environment. Like these industrial waves don't happen, but every 100 or so years or more. Like your Black men are we find ourselves in an environment, to Nameless's point, where we are positioned to be global citizens, integrate and maneuver in any environment, have the dexterity, like we spoke to earlier, that we can weaponize that egalitarian ability that we have, that naturally attract women, that at least seem to be better than what they getting their own men. My point being, ultimately though, why wouldn't a specimen like ourselves in this position and in this environment and in this time scale seek to dominate and gain as much power as humanly possible? If we're the only people, if we're uniquely positioned to maneuver around this world, maneuver around this new confused table that's just going to be flipped.
And we've been here for a while too.
Exactly. And we're the canary in the coal mine, as they say. Why shouldn't we seek to gain as much leverage and dominance and power as we possibly can, since we have this newfound freedom? And not even on some I'm saying in the spirit of there is a aim we can decide to take. There isn't just because I think a lot of guys, not necessarily in the space, but I'm sure some guys in the space, the conclusions we sometimes reach come to a dead end, where if you find yourself, if you accept the reality for what it is and you accept yourself, you're part of this broken community and kinless society, as somebody said earlier, a byproduct of that, it could feel like you could easily get nihilistic and myopic about the prospects going forward.
And that goes to what
I'm very
saying about
nihilistic.
us not being by yourself, and that ties into, by the way, what a Mandalorian is in the lore. Y'all forgot, like he did his own thing, but there were still other Mandalorians, and they would team up exactly. And when they needed to team up, they teamed up and handled their business. Like I think Nameless calling men, that's actually perfect. That's actually apropos like a mug.
But
And
this is
you
the
saw
thing
that in
though.
in the series, right? And
But with
real quick, real quick. Let me
Mandalorian,
read this. Let me read this real quick. And Guy Incognito says black women have conditioned black men to protect. I said protect. Let's read that again. Black women have conditioned black men to be perfect for non-black women, but they don't appreciate the men they made. As we date out, protect our rep. And let me play it for you because it goes
Man,
perfect. And I just played it. Okay, here y'all go.
what a
Black
cool.
kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
I wonder
There's
how
a
many
couple of these
WhatsApp
type of
accounts
clips.
that we
Real
I
quick,
know
y'all.
she did.
There's a couple of these type of clips floating around on the internet. Y'all send it to me. I'll play it. You know.
Are you fucking serious?
And Spain Man says 152 watching. Shout out to Z. My guy done came a long way, especially considering we got guys with 20K plus and that don't get 30 people on a live. Wow. Yeah, you look, Mr. Z ain't gonna buy no goddamn subscribers. So we already know those type of folks that you know their channel says they have how many, way more than 20,000 on top of that, Spain Man. And then when you watch them live, it'd be like 15 people in there, 25 people in there, 28 people in there. I mean, we got Compassionate up to what, damn near 40 last night on his first goddamn live stream. So you know, so yeah, you know, these people with how many subs, Mr. Z, look, y'all come here for the message. Y'all come here because, like I said, we doing the whole garage thing. That's my theme now. The brothers talking, and we're talking about everything. We're talking about the women. We're talking about politics. We're talking about social issues. We're talking about our future. We're talking about the future. Everything, race, all of it, right? And these other folks, I mean, I'm not so sure what they talking about all the time, but Mr. Z ain't gonna buy no subscribers. So shout out to y'all for viewing. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And y'all, you know, enjoy the conversation, and hopefully it applies, and y'all can take some stuff from this conversation and from others on my channel and apply it to your life and do better with your life. And yeah, so we'll continue. All right, y'all.
But this is what I'm saying though. This is what I'm saying though, Z. I struggle inside this shit because, like, I'm one of them individuals. I grew up in the bottom classes of the bottom classes.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, fraternal order and structural hierarchy is everything. I don't really care about the love of a woman or none of that shit because I've always received love from women. I've always received physical love and all that, even though I've received the abuse too. But at this point in my life, like I've been on the bottom, I've worked my way into a certain point. I don't really actually care about none of that though. Like,
is that me? G, you went out.
No, it's G. It was G. Something
G, you
went
cut.
wrong with his.
No, can you hear me now?
He'll be back.
Can you hear me
Go
now?
ahead.
Hold on.
Sorry
Hold
about
on. Yeah,
that.
we can hear you.
And I
Hold on, G,
struggle
let me
with
ask you this.
self-actualization because
Let me ask you this question, G. And to your point, let me ask you this: how do you reconcile the idea that self-actualization is found through relationship to other people?
because I want to be able to help like, it's not that I want to save everybody, but I'm saying I want it to count. Like, why do it don't even count? It don't even count if I can't give it. It don't even count if we not a group and we don't care about each other. Like, what is the point of me trying to be nice or be polite or being civil? Like, why don't I just be a fucking savage animal?
Yeah,
like,
that's what they asking you to be though.
And
let me say
hold on,
this.
let's say it. And it's
Go land real quick because I really want to read something real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a struggle because I try to be polite. I try to be intelligent. Like, that's something that I strive to do for the representation of us. And it's like, damn, where's the group that I'm beholden to the men that I admire, like, can we get some form of representation? And I don't want the representation as much as I want it to. Like, even if we're on the bottom, are we at least a group though? Are we at least together with the same purpose?
Yeah, I hear you.
Even though we have different, if we have the same goal but different purposes and different reasons of living life, are we even doing that though? Are we even trying to? Do we even, as a group, have a will to exist? Because that's how I see a
That's the
group with a
question.
military and shit. Like, do we even, like, I'm born in this social hierarchy, and I try my hardest not to be what they say is scum. I try to work. I try to be intelligent. I read. I try to take care of my mind. I try to represent myself.
Well, I don't think, and I'm sorry, G, you went out again. But G, I don't think you're trying to do that. I think you're doing that. There's no try. You're doing it. Number one. Number two, much of what we're talking here, and I hesitate to speak about distancing yourself from folks because I think we start getting into the elitism thing when you take that too far. But there is something to be said about you and anyone who's not speaking or anyone who hasn't really contributed that much right now, if you don't mind, because I think BGS is in the back and I can't even see him, but BGS might be in the back. I'm trying to get up. But yeah, so
if that's the case, I'm gonna go ahead and jump down then.
Okay, okay, all right, and thank you for showing up, Zulu. We definitely enjoy when you come up, bro.
I'm gonna drop
right,
after
bro.
this too, Z, because I'm talking too much now. Because I'm
Yeah,
thinking
no.
and I'm
But G, let me land with what I'm saying. Let me land with what I'm
yeah.
saying because no, and this is what is important. The last thing I want is for brothers to become nihilistic with their own life and with the life of Black people who are similarly minded, because everything in this society is attempting to get you to be that. Is to accept your lot in life on the bottom and being stepping stone Stacy for everyone, right? And the last thing we need is kind of, we watch a lot of doomer stuff and we consume a lot of that stuff, but the last thing we need is more people who are doomer, who embody that in a way that doesn't motivate them. Mr. Z could eat that and watch that stuff all day. As a matter of fact, that's what I do, right? But it doesn't keep me from moving forward. And it looks like, G, it doesn't keep you from moving forward. And tying that all in, brother,
and
you're
this is my
not
last
trying, you're
statement. I'm
doing.
gonna get out of
Go
here.
ahead, go ahead.
Z. I'm gonna get out of here. It's not that it's not doomer, is that I want to be beholden to my group. Like that's the best way I can get it. I want there to be a elite class. Like no. Listen though, I want my fucking pantheon. Everybody has their pantheon. Everybody has their gods. Everybody has their culture, religion, structure. I want mine. That's it. I don't give a fuck about nobody. Where's the group of men like me who form social hierarchy, who form structure? Because I am not those other people. I am my group. That's it. Now, and I'll leave it alone. I struggle with that.
Wait,
And
G,
that's what I'm saying. Wait. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Go ahead,
Because
Nameless. Go ahead.
because G has had a theme on talking about that, even since when he was
Yeah,
on
he has.
Kendra's panels.
Yeah, he has.
He's describing why many times I make this statement. There's no such thing as alpha or beta men in the Ado social complex. All you have are sigmas and omegas. And it's because you have to have a structure for there to be an alpha and an omega. And in the absence,
come up.
And in the
BGS,
absence
the next
of that,
slide is for you. Go ahead, Nameless.
and in the absence of that structure, what you get are these flimsy approximations that are hyper calibrated to a plantation environment. That's where this frustration comes from, especially when, for the longest time, if you take a look at our dichotomy, the way we've been split up, if you look at the characteristics of a beta male and you look at the way black women are postured, you just go take a look at the situation with Michelle Obama recently.
Yeah.
That's beta male behavior, but it's in the context of a plantation that makes sense. So I'm saying that to say, if you follow the line of effect from plantation to industrial model to what we have in America now, that cultural continuity exists without there being a cultural cutout for black man. We just have a cutout for man who may be black, but black man doesn't exist in the way other groups of people here have gotten that opportunity. And we've seen where the origin of that problem comes from, starting with what we saw with the goofiness with the hijacking of the 1964 civil rights legislation, where they tried to tank it. What was it, Howard Smith? When he tried to tank it by adding sex for the sole reason of being worried that black women would have more rights than other groups of women. But because they're talking about women being a political minority, even though white women make up 51% of the population at the time. You now have a numerical majority that are being treated as a political minority, that are using political modalities that were meant to address race and color. And so this continues to undermine the political presence of Black male, that Black men in particular. We don't exist culturally. So what you're left with is this delegation of liability. And we've been forced to operate as islands on our own constantly. And when you've got the universities that sit here and reinforce these ideologies because they've adopted this Marxist abolitionist turned suffrage ideology, you drain the lifeblood of a Black republic, which is what they're terrified of, an industrial Black competitor. They use that for the sake of inclusion to push things forward. And now we're left with two conflicting messages. We integrate, but we don't have a cultural matrix that actually rewards the integration. But then if you try to walk away, you get demonized and get met with the Daughters of the Confederacy rhetoric to say that everywhere you go, you're this giant threat that's going to, quote, do to others as was done to you. And that's where this whole fear and lack of trust comes from. That is nothing more than the entire slave plantation modality put forward with the last bastion for that. And so that's the whole autonomy piece that I was describing, where technology is serving as an interruption for this point, where we can take advantage of these openings now, and with the right time and timing, you can now posture yourself in a better place to help yourself, which can in turn influence people who are close to you through proxy. I can tell you go, G. Financial success helps the financial success of my immediate family. That's one block unit. And it can aggregate that way. That's the point I'm making at the core. The decision to move and operate. Go ahead.
Let me say this before you play that compassion real quick. To some of what Nameless was saying, any of you who have never seen this, look up Bill Burr's SNL Gucci footed boots. Some of what Nameless was speaking about earlier, you'll get it when you watch it, right? Some of what he was speaking about earlier, and Bill Burr will speak about that segment of what Nameless was speaking about perfectly and in comical fashion. And go ahead, Compassionate.
Yeah, but no, just to buttress Nameless's point, which is great. Osei, I think this is important to just help out, help contribute.
One of the reasons we can't build is because we can't trust our institutions, because our institutions have been overwritten by first Jim Crow and then the market. And how much can you build if you can't trust each other? We shouldn't trust each other, but we can't trust the whites either. So like it's a fundamental problem, but we can't skip steps. And the first step is securing family, because families are supposed to be people you can trust. But that means the families themselves, the governors of the family, the parents have to themselves be trustworthy. But we don't have trustworthy families because the market doesn't want us to have trustworthy families. The market wants us to have fickle families who are then vulnerable to any sort of marketing that tells you to, buy this, trade up your spouse, treat yourself like a commodity. One of the reasons we...
And let me say this real quick before we comment on that real quick, BGS. Two Triff, thank you for the Cash App, and go ahead, BGS.
No, basically, if you go back, I'll see if I can find it, right? Because Quigley spoke to this back in '75, right, about atomized individuals. Okay, and then they were turning the American public into atomized individuals to be commoditized like this. So that's very true. But as far as the Civil Rights Bill and stuff like that, people, the people on the surface are the people on the surface, right? But the people behind the sex being on that bill was actually Eleanor Roosevelt and Pauli Murray. Okay, that underneath, because what's his name? He had no clue that this was actually go through. But the thing is, the real work was not being done on top; it's actually being done at the bottom. That's like I pulled the receipts on Pauli Murray and pulled the receipts on Eleanor Roosevelt, who are really the mothers of second wave feminism, going all the way back to the 40s. Okay, so
Black Guru, your screen, by the way.
And it really was not to. And Pauli Murray said it. Okay, they gave what was supposed to go to black men to white women.
Yep.
Thinking that that white women would do the right thing and bring down the system and make it an equitable system, which they did not. Okay.
But that's why I made that connection between the suffrage.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry
yeah.
about that, Nameless. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Nameless.
That's why I made that connection between the abolitionist movement, the suffrage undertones of it, and the way that ended up playing out. Because you've got different. That's the part that really is telling. When you get into the congressional record, when they were discussing that, everything you're talking about, BGS comes out. It's on record for people to read.
Yes. Yeah.
Like their idea was that if you hand this to women, women will autocorrect this. And everybody was against that because they said, no, this legislation was intended to address race and color.
Yes, it was.
Why are you adding that?
Yeah,
and
which is why it almost didn't. They tried to take it back the very next year because it was a mistake. Okay, because adding white women to civil rights didn't make any sense to them, right? But the thing is, powerful people actually maneuvered that. Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
They capitalized.
Yeah,
on
but
that
the Southerners added. The Southerners supported adding women because they actually thought that would sabotage
it would.
the
Yeah, we know.
legislation.
Yeah.
Because the Northerners were the union. They were ardently against women being included. They tried to use women as a way to sabotage it. But that allowed the opening of Pauli Murray.
And Eleanor Roosevelt,
Right. That's why I mentioned Howard W. Smith, that senator, when he presented that
he didn't think it would go through.
Adjustment. He had no clue. I think they used that term, quote, poison pill to describe what he did.
Yeah.
So
they were stunned when it went through, but the thing is they didn't know who was behind it. Yeah.
So when you talk to intersectionalists about this, the way they present it as this was some sort of necessary evil where they had to do this. Otherwise, there would never have been another opening again, which again, I call BS on that, but that's the way it's skipped over. Followed by the fact that many people to this day don't acknowledge the fact that they use this, they redefine the term later as political minority, which is how you got some of the affirmative action legislation to justify it. It's to say, even though you may have this numerical percentage population-wise, you've got this quote electoral college-esque political scale where you're defined as a minority. And the issues that are now being brought to bear in this modern era with this is that now that you are not able to claim being a political minority, why are you still leveraging Title VII? And that was the danger. It was a Jenga board or a Jenga game where it had a protection because they stacked our protections from race and color with all of these other additional classifications,
which never should have happened. But
they should have never done it.
But the thing is, Pauli Murray, they knew they were giving over. And they never wanted black men to have power, even from the original suffragettes. Right? It wasn't that that they wanted to vote per se, but things they didn't want black men to have powers that they didn't. Okay.
That was what the Daughters of the Trades propaganda was all about.
Daughters
of the Confederacy. Sorry, Daughters of the Confederacy.
They didn't want black men to have rights they didn't have, right? So they were against black men having the right to vote. Okay, and then with the Civil Rights Bill, they were against black men having rights that they didn't have. So they framed it as they didn't want black women to have rights they didn't have, which is bullshit. They didn't want black men to have it. And guess who got the? Go ahead.
Hold on,
real quick before you play. Thank you, Saint Cyr, for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, and you get one of these.
Yeah.
Right. It's ignorant. That's why I like it. Go ahead.
Basically, a lot of this stuff has been hiding in plain sight. I'm Nameless can tell you, I'm pretty good at seeing stuff that's been hidden in plain sight.
No, y'all cooking. I just want to keep you just for the people that in the audience that might not be.
Go ahead.
With this.
We're using these clips as references. Go ahead.
This is good for the playback because people are watching. They're going to have their opinions on this. Use this as a learning opportunity so they can present a counter argument if there is one.
And that's what I would just
names. They're not going to read that much. Okay.
And because they don't read, we're going to help. Professor Tommy Curry illustrated exactly what y'all are talking about very eloquently, just to buttress the point and help get people that maybe not as
We
familiar.
helping y'all cheat, in other words, lazy asses. Go ahead.
Intersectionality is based on, which is largely Title VII jurisprudence, is a contingent and constructed phenomena. The addition of sex to Title VII jurisprudence of legislation was the effect of the National Women's Party, a conservative feminist organization, actually trying to stop Title VII legislation from benefiting Black people. So in order to kill the legislation, they said, let's introduce sex to the debates. So the congressional debates show that they thought they were going to stop Black civil rights gains, affirmative action, etc., but ended up adding sex and then redistributing the economic benefits like affirmative action, entrance into college, etc., from Black people who had marched during the civil rights and died for those rights to white women.
In fact, it's one.
Yeah. I mean, and that's why I play the clip. Okay, that's why I play a clip, because the original basically of now is actually started by Polly Murray and Eleanor Roosevelt, and she gathered all these people together to actually start now. See, Eleanor Roosevelt is the hidden character in all this stuff, and Polly Murray was her agent. And people don't realize that. That's like that's why I point to her. I say, look at her past, because Polly Murray's been known Eleanor Roosevelt since the 30s. Okay, and I don't know how close they were, but Eleanor Roosevelt has protected her for like 30, 40 years. Okay, got her out of jail, all kind of crap, man.
They were very close, Mr. BGS. They was known lovers. That's how close.
Look. We allegedly. Anyway, keep it moving.
Yeah, allegedly.
So keep it moving. We know.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. But what I'm saying is, the thing is, that's how come when it comes to feminism, you never hear those two names associated with feminism, right? For a very good reason, because once you find out that they are the man behind the curtains, then you said, okay, now the shit makes sense. And a lot of stuff that Polly Murray has said makes sense. Like the one speech she gave about Black people being a numerical minority, and they needed a bigger population to actually bring down what we call patriarchal racism, okay, as they call it, okay. All intersectionalism, LGBTQ, all that kind of stuff all leads back to the same group of people, right? Well before it got really big in the 80s. And what
I want to
go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
No,
I
go
want
ahead.
to draw people's attention once again to the abolitionist to suffragist conversion point.
Right.
That is where you start your research. Start
Yes.
there, and everything you understand about the present will snap into place, and it will make you reanalyze so-called leaders. Go ahead.
Yeah, that you have, that is a midpoint, but the point you have to start with is the social contract in France, and women want to be part of it. That's where it really starts, and women want to be part of it, because that's really the whole aim of feminism is the social contract that started in France.
You can, I avoid using feminism only because you got to be wave specific. But I think that a good general concept to look up that will overlap with feminism is abolitionist into suffragist, because you have that element in each of them. You understand what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is, you got to understand the reason for suffragettes and the reason that it happened, because when men only got the right to vote in the 1840s. Okay.
Right.
It wasn't like men had the right to vote for 200 years and women were trying to stake their claim. No, they saw the wave of the social contract coming. If you go look at Norton, right? Okay, in what is it, the 10 years doctrine? Okay, that shit started in the 18th century, right? Okay.
Right. That was the post-Victorian stuff. We covered that actually when we got into the beginnings of what was it, matriarchy versus patriarchy, and how the patriarchy
had dissolved. Yeah, how the patriarchy was actually dissolved. Well, it really started before with the 10 Years Act in 1640. But the thing is that the Industrial Revolution caused the separation of family, gave women their own money and their own separation from their husbands, and that's where it's actually started. And Norton's appeal to the Court of Chancellor for the 10 years doctrine, first 7 years, okay, that accelerated everything. And then so the other way, all this is wound up from the social contract, and it moves its way forward, right?
Well, BGS, let me add this to the discussion, because this is a discussion between Dr. Curry and Dr. Hassan. Yeah. And he said something interesting, because we're speaking to we're trying to put together the posture of how women fit into this, how women's motivation, white women's motivations fit into this. So just let me know what you think about
this. It's not like white women were shy about writing their beliefs. Like, these weren't contradictory beliefs for most of the time of history. So it just flat out said, look, we're invested in white male patriarchy. We want white men to see us as comrades in the struggle for racial progress. Charlotte Gilman says that we were building patriarchy. Caddy Chapman said that, evolution proves that feminism is needed to protect patriarchy and our sons. These women are fundamentally invested in making certain kinds of men that can rule the world. So yeah, you're gonna get both. And I focus on Gilman a lot because she wrote kind of the most deliberate articulation of this that was praised on both sides of the Atlantic, where she flat out said, look, we basically made white men patriarchs. We taught them to care about their race now so they could rule the world. And now that they've ruled the world, we want a piece of the pie. So they said we want to come from out of the house and stand beside them on the throne. Yeah, literally that's her words.
And I think that's important to add into the equation.
This is what Leon was speaking. By the way, real quick, this is what Leon was speaking about a couple of months ago. BGS, I think, when he was trying to mention something a couple of months ago. This is what she was talking about, right, Leon?
Not even months ago. This is like 2 years ago.
No. But I'm saying, remember we had this conversation, and I think you were trying to explain it to BGS and get to this point, if I remember correctly. But go ahead.
I have no idea.
I remember the conversation now. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
My point. Why I think this fits in is this illustrates. He's speaking like he was around that suffragette, the early pre what we call first wave feminism, the orientation of how if you look at it from the context he just described, white women's maneuvering, what white women are oriented on is building the white patriarchy for the men to dominate the world, and
and for them to inherit that such patriarchy.
Yes, and that explains the voting patterns. That explains them including basically maneuvering to garner all the rights of affirmative action in Title VII. It explains every maneuver. If you look at it from that point of view, that they are using a soft power operation to garner as much. They're manufacturing white patriarchs.
Yeah, they want to share. They want a piece of the action. They don't want to tear down the so-called patriarchy, which is white supremacy. They want a piece of the action. They want their parts. Yeah.
Facts. As a matter of fact, let me have Nameless read this, because it kind of apply to him. And Nameless, if you don't mind reading this for me, please, and thank you. Direct your eyes to the screen, please.
He said, "Chef Negro Bundy." I'm done. You know how many? You know how many nicknames y'all done come up with, monikers y'all done come up with.
Hey man.
Oh yeah. Well, we're gonna list them all, man.
I deny every single one of them.
Right. And Detroit, thank you for the super chat. And you get one of these. And Anubis with the big old hundo. Anubis, you get one of these too. Goddamn, we cooking right now. We cooking.
Supporting black male media. Shout out.
Supporting black male media. Right. We in here. But no, look, I'm glad that we're here now, and I hope G is still listening, because this speaks to what G was saying earlier. G, this is the place. This is the place. This is where the Mandalorians gather, and you're not alone. You might be by yourself right now, but you're not alone.
Mandalorians work alone. They don't work in teams.
Well, it's the vice. But then I said it the wrong way. It's the other way around. Yeah. You might be alone, but you're not by yourself.
Yeah, you got a brotherhood. Yeah.
You have exactly, and you saw, and that's the thing that I loved about the show is when they needed to team up, they teamed up, and then they went their separate ways and did their thing. And when it was time, when they had business to handle, they handled it, and you saw that, right? And that's what I look. So you're not by yourself.
G, I mean,
right?
I don't know what people don't see, man, because I don't know how long people have been here, man. You got to remember, the Black Manosphere was nothing in 2014, 2015. I mean, nothing. Okay, and we've gone to global prominence in 10 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where they do that at. Okay. And people say,
one of
well,
the problems with youth is you don't have the benefit of seeing change over time, and seeing what all came with that change, good and bad as well. Because if you are older, if your adulthood goes back 30, 40 years even, I mean, the changes that you and I have witnessed, BGS, are planetary almost in scale. I mean, this is although parts of the world look the same, but man, functionally, things are completely different.
Yeah.
Things move on entirely different
Which
time frames and timeline. The logistics of things are entirely different. It's very, very different.
When I point it out, I scare people when I point it out.
He's right, you know.
Exactly to that point, BGS. I think that's what black men, especially younger black men, to y'all point. And what Nameless said earlier, we got to get in the habit of zooming out, because that's what a young man can do. He can't garner the experience of an older man. He can definitely listen, because I think that's what you try to do, BGS, is help us zoom out and see the landscape for what it is from a different vantage point, so we can maneuver differently. And we can't get uncomfortable or scared of that orientation, that planned view. We can't get scared of that. We got to embrace it.
The key is being able to develop a culture and format to communicate the information. And I think that's where I'm going to do a conversation on this, because let me say this carefully, because it's still in development on the incubator. I'm going to speak about this in conjunction with my follow-up to political Mandalorianism by addressing and I'm going to put this in asterisks, the feudal system of America. And it is a direct line of effect to address plantation into the plant. And I mean plant as in the industrial modality, where a problem we face uniquely and in particular as black men, it's just that our socialization has typically punished us from cooperating with each other without a handler. And that takes time to unlearn.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. And a lot. I was just on. I think it was yesterday. In Bash 720, when we actually talked about Michelle Obama, right? He was choking on it. He could not get past the gynocracy. He was choking on it. Okay. He couldn't. No, it's our duty. It's unfair because it's because it's two different standards. They say, listen to what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh no, that was the other day. Was that yesterday? No, that was Thursday. That was Thursday, BGS.
Yeah.
That was Thursday. Yeah. Yep.
Friday.
It was Friday?
Yeah.
So that was yesterday. Okay. But I felt like we had that conversation. But here's the thing.
It was Thursday. It was Thursday. Because I about 4 hours.
Yeah. We are doing the social math here.
2 + 2 is 4. -1, that's 3. Quick maths.
Just wanted to have a reason to play it. But yeah, so we are doing but it applies though. We are doing the math here. And I'm glad that we have brothers like G here, because so that the young brothers that are in the chat and they feel similarly frustrated, because we have to understand, like, we all represent a demographic of black folks, black men, right, in this society. And I'm glad that G came up and said what he said and vented, because we need brothers to see that they're not alone. Once again, they're by themselves. They're alone, but they're not by themselves. Once again, but and we need them to see that. Go ahead.
That was actually a great stream yesterday that Compassion to put up. Like, I tagged BGS. I don't know if you've seen it, BGS. Because
dude, I mean, I got, I was actually in the.
Yeah, like I understand you see a lot of stuff.
No, what I see a lot of one thing is I was in a 4-hour thing with Ram yesterday. So.
Well, it was basically after your stream yesterday. Like,
okay,
we had a millennial meetup.
Okay.
Yeah, like
I don't know which stream that was, but you know,
No, it was Compassionate's first live stream, and we decided we put in all the boomers minus a few on a space shuttle, and we're gonna fly into the sun. That's what we decided. That's the plan. The plan is to fly home.
We had a millennial leader.
We get snacks on the way.
Right.
No, we actually figured we got some smoke with Xers. We got a little bit more smoke.
Yeah, no, we ain't flying the boomers in the sun. I'm joking.
Yeah,
like
really?
you
got some smoke
No, as long as we get snacks, man, because y'all got boomers don't want to clean up this mess.
I would say there was no group.
Wait. Hey, when Black Uru speaking or BGS was speaking, look, you already know elder privilege. Go ahead, bro.
No group of men who've been screwed over more in this country than boomers. No, I would say Xers, because Xers basically were raised in this bullshit. They were latchkey kids. They were the war on drugs and
feminism.
They went through AIDS and all of that double minority stuff. They got totally screwed.
Yeah, they were
without any benefit of the prior sort of patriarchal order and support system.
That's true.
The Xers got completely screwed.
Yeah, they were the experimental generation.
Yeah, and that's why they antisocial and head is.
Let me read this real quick. Wait, real quick, everyone. Wait. I'm gonna read this, and then AL got it, and then you got it. Leon, and thank
I'll
you,
say
Johnny
something.
Vegas.
I'll say something on the X point real quick because I guess I've been adopted by the Xers. Although technically
no, hell no, nigga, hold up,
flag on the play.
Bro.
They always want to claim the cool stuff.
Like you're either
y'all stay over there with Jay-Z and Diddy. That's where y'all stay over there.
We not going.
Let me. Real quick, nameless. And Johnny Vegas, thank you for the super chat. He says, "Cheers, panel, and cheers, and here you go." Right? When a Black Uru Chicago natives, when a compassionate Chicago natives, there you go. Real quick, right? And then thank you very much. All right, y'all, go ahead, nameless.
All I'm gonna say is this: the ultimate point is when you look at what each of the generations provide, what Xers ended up being were individuals that, and excuse my lack of being able to offer a cultural paradigm. All I can think of is the Orisha. It's the Legba principle. And it's the Legba principle because it's what opened the gate for millennials to be able to do what they need to do, because we got to see a first dry run of what it looks like to go through the BS. The problem was they didn't have a proper follow-up. And that's where the loss of communication comes in, because we were getting a lot of information, not from the boomers, but from the silent generation that was still in control, that had a lot of outdated plantation culture that they uploaded to this whole matrix, even though it was totally outdated. Totally outdated.
We were mostly raised by the silent generation, and I have to ask you, this nameless, do you identify as a millennial or an Xer?
Neither. I understand that. I think what do they call it? Generation Y.
What is your actual generation?
I was born in 82. Soft dots.
He's a millennial like a mug. Nameless. You don't get a choice in this. You get your opinion on yourself on this one.
The delegation
say you're a millennial. Nah, screw that.
Hell no.
They always want to look. Stop trying to poach our talent, Xers.
Exactly.
You over here trying to poach our talent.
Y'all trying to take our LeBron. Hell no.
Thank you.
Nameless, one of our most valuable players.
Yeah, Nameless is one of our veterans. But you don't want to pick a side.
But no, we got AL. Let AL defend the Xers. Go ahead.
In the 2025 generation of Negroes draft, by default from the elders in the boomer generation who just told you what the X's was saddled with, that y'all ignored when we tried to tell you, like you said, you had to reach and go all the way back to them and beyond. When we were showing y'all exactly what the fuck it is, and y'all didn't want to see it. We hereby first round draft pick us over you, unanimously declare nameless protagonist as an honorary member. Hold on. I'm speaking.
Let him land. Elder privilege. Let him go.
I'm speaking. Thank you. I'm speaking. Nameless protagonist on offense and Charles Faulkner on defense. Thank you.
I've been chilling.
All y'all did was salivate over them, and like people looking at the pre-draft. We had the first round pick because we suffered through this first before you, because they laid it on our laps and said, "Fend for your fucking selves." Period. Point blank. He just gave you the examples. Both of these elders gave you examples. Everything we did. Ain't no. It is what it is.
The first feminist generation was the Xers, and because of Title IX in 1972. They raised you guys to be this.
Correct.
Hey, let me say this to L, because I gotta say this from a millennial to an Xer. Y'all looking real sick without Nameless. That's why y'all over there.
So we don't have the capacity.
Hey, you can say what you can say. You can send your sign language and try with the shaming. We don't care.
Y'all looking kind of sick. But hey, if y'all want Nameless, y'all gonna have to wait a minute.
We understand we understand. Okay, guys, we understand the emotionalism in this argument, but this is the thing. He's born 1982. Okay, that means he was a freshman.
Like a mug.
But did you hear what I said?
Okay, damn, I can't even finish.
No, he did. No, he said honorable. He said honorable. But let Leon go. Let Leon go, and then we got Nameless again.
Calm down, y'all.
Leon, go ahead. Yeah. So clearly, 1982 means he's a second-year millennial. Okay, 1981. That means if he was born July to September, he started school a year late. But since he was born in 1982, he is a millennial. That means his freshman year was the Gen X and senior. They were seniors and graduating. He is a millennial, 100%. You can't be guess what? 1/16 black means you're still black. Okay, so reverse that the other way. Gen X. Sorry.
So wait, should I say I'm mixed then?
So just real quick.
Real quick, Dre. Wait, everyone. Wait, AL, wait, real quick, AL. Real quick. Nameless, go ahead and say what you're gonna say, and then AL, you got
let me finish the last part. So if you were born before July 1981, that's what makes you basically a Gen Xer.
No.
Because that means you. I'm trying to explain.
Hold on. 79 is the last year for Gen X. Anything after 1979.
Oh, 79.
So anything after 79. Gen X is defined from 1965 to 1979, 1980. So anything in 1980 above is millennial. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
everybody, wait.
BGS is correct. 1971.
And then we're gonna let Nameless go. We're gonna let AL go. We're gonna let him have the last word. That's elder privilege right there. And because we know he's gonna try to just run out the back door holding Nameless, right? So we're gonna let him have the last word anyway, and then we're gonna go back to the topic at hand. So land Leon, and then Nameless, and then AL. Go ahead.
Before July of 1979, you're an Xer. And if you're after that, you're basically a millennial because you didn't go to school. Because if that's the break off to where you start school a year later. So he is a millennial, 100%. X, sorry, go somewhere. Bye. That's all I had to say.
Wait a minute. Go ahead, AL. Go ahead.
He's done. I'm just making sure he's done. When he's done, I'm ready.
He landed. He landed. We ain't gonna let him go no more. Go ahead.
Appreciate you. Y'all let exactly what I said about this draft go over your head. I drafted 2 people, and yes, I know they're millennials. I never denied that they were not millennials.
You did say honorable. You did say honorable. I heard you.
I drafted them as honorable, taking them away from you because you don't deserve them. Period. That's number one. Number two, for all the bullshit that we've been through, setting the paving all this. God. Oh my God. With that being said, bullshit. Hit my ass. We taking them because guess what? Their mindset is the mindset of what they grew up watching. Look, listen to what Charles says and how he conducts himself and everything he leans back to in his youth. That's us. That's us. That's what he's been talking and growing from his parents. And
I think it's time for Nameless to exert some of that generational Mandalorianism.
Right. All I'm saying is this, man. Look, the very first thing I said is I got adopted. I didn't deny where I came from. I just said I'm a millennial that got adopted by the Xers.
Yeah,
so I
we ain't get that memo.
We're not playing that.
Hey, our whole attitude to the Xers is.
Hell no.
But
Y'all
the point,
got enough.
but the bigger point I was making is that at the end of the day, the common denominator behind this big mess we've been trying to sort through has disproportionately been at the hands of the silent generation. Because for the overwhelming majority of us, most of our overlap, most of the resources that were inherited, most of the cultural predispositions, most of the bad blood and drama had its point of origin and epicenter right there with the silent generation overwhelmingly. It's what set the boomers on a course. It's what put the Xers in having to go to solo mode. It's what put the millennials into this technological boom. And we were left out of sync with each other. But the advantage to that is each of us have cultivated different talents and abilities. And when you again zoom back out again, we all have a different way of solving the same problem. And all I'm saying is I've learned from every single one of y'all on a piece of the puzzle that I wouldn't have been able to identify on my own. But by taking in everybody's subjective opinion and experience and anecdotal experience, a term for that, by aggregating that, it helped me identify the patterns. And from those patterns, I began to see how this hit everybody differently. And that led me to be able to solve the problems and get to the root of a lot of these things. And I keep seeing things that we were talking about earlier, like the Title VII situation, why we've got this abolitionist into suffragist into feminist ideology that seems to plaster all over so-called Black thought. What's going on with this flat blackness that Tommy Curry and Dr. Tia Son Johnson identify, and our inability to operate as men as an independent party and trying to identify where that comes from, and why concepts like political Mandalorianism appear to be the best fit, because we're the best equipped to operate that way because we aren't beholden to anybody for anything. It is an unprecedented position with an unprecedented group of people who can make it, in a position where we have one of the strongest passports in the world, and we don't have to go through any process to acquire a dollar bill. We get it by default. There's not a lot of people in the world that are as melanated as we are, that are part of that greater aggregate that can say the same thing. And that puts us in a unique position to problem solve. That's the point I was making with that.
Let me say this real quick. And Gil Gammy, thank you for the super chat. And he says, decorum tax, we got it back together, Gil Gammy. We got it back together. Shout out to Chicago. And here you go. Right. All right, y'all. Go ahead.
That man just cheered me up with what he said and made me feel better about black male mankind. Period. Thank you, Nameless. I needed that. I really needed it. Because I've been down in the dumps lately on cool.
So
Jay, before you go, let me read this from Leon. And Leon says, the boys and the girls that are bought to Europe, I think you meant to say were bought to Europe, because of the reference, were sent around and they got sick and many died of syphilis. You're talking about the Africans or the Black folks in South America that were shipped to Europe. Yeah, so and this is Leon's super chat, and Leon, you get one of these, right? Rest in peace. Take off. And all right.
So yeah, like for what I was gonna say about Nameless, like yes, you're an honorary Xer. Like I grew up around Xers and Boomers, and technically I'm an honorary Xer as well, even though I'm far from their age group.
Okay, now you sound foolish. Okay, moving on. So I would like to clarify. I would like to end this conversation by saying
just
Go ahead, Leon. We ain't even gonna entertain Dre with the foolishness. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead,
like,
Leon.
I would like
the
to.
point
Go
that I was making is that
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you, Dre. Stop trying to talk over people. Go ahead, Leon.
All right,
Yo, after the boomers are gone, we're the largest generation. We have about 8 to 10 million more population than Gen X. They're irrelevant. I stand on that. I'm not saying it in a mean way. I'm just telling you the numbers and how we understand that Gen Z doesn't align itself with Gen X. Well, like I said, we're already the biggest population right when the boomers are gone.
So how's that
We
playing
do
out?
not trade nameless. Y'all don't have anybody to trade them for. Okay. We need 10 to 20 very intelligent people.
Wait, everyone, wait a minute, host speaking. I thought I said we was done with the conversation after AR spoke. I thought that's what I said. Right?
You have stray cats. They don't believe in that.
Right, look, we ain't going back to this. No more getting over no more. We ain't going back. Look.
Yeah, we got to put a ceasefire clause on that because we still
look, we over here. Look, we aiming the guns the wrong direction. We supposed to be aiming it at the white folks. If you really want to talk about generations and the generation that screwed us,
white folks
should be aiming at the white. Killed it. He killed it off of what he said. He said we adopted him and he accepted. So you can't cry about it.
No, like
Dre, let it go. Let it go.
Let it go.
Thank you. And like I said, we aiming the guns the wrong direction. We shouldn't be aiming it at each other as generations. It really is the silent, the boomer, and the X are goddamn white folks, white men who screwed everyone every which way, and they screwed their own sons. Make it worse.
They did. Basically, this whole feminism stuff was actually to derail the boomer generation males from overturning the society. That's what it was actually for.
The reality is part of the reason why that caused such a stir with people is because they couldn't rationalize our collective response to everything that happened to us. At the end of the day, when everything's said and done, the overwhelming majority of us just want to be left the hell alone. We want to be able to have a reasonable amount of money. We want what you promised in the Bill of Rights. And that's it. That's it. That's it. And people can't rationalize that.
So BGS, like on your last stream and also like the stream yesterday, when like, so basically you were saying that millennials need to like fight.
Dre, I swear to God, Dre, I'm gonna kick you off the panel, bro.
Yeah.
What are we talking about now,
bro? Why are we bringing up generations again?
What I'm saying is what I'm saying as an elder, right? As somebody that's a boomer, right? Okay. A lot of times what millennials are doing is they're trying to deflect blame to somebody else, right? This is your time, okay? And hold on, okay? Unless you know what I'm getting ready to say. You asked me a question, so now I'm trying to answer it. Now you want to interrupt me? Well, I'm trying to give you the answer, right? Okay. This is the millennials' time.
I'm only saying this because of you, BGS. Go ahead.
This is millennials' time to actually do something because you guys are going to be the most affected. Okay, most of them boomers are retired. Okay, they're going to die. Okay, they don't care. The thing is, you guys have to are affected by this mess. These are your jobs. These are your institutions. These are your lifestyles, where you're going to live, your families, all this kind of stuff. This is on your watch. So the thing is, what do you guys?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like Kal-El being mad at the dead elders of Krypton, man.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing they can do. The bid is pointless.
Well, let me really defend the point too, because it's not. And I really wanted to highlight this, man. Anybody on this panel right now, this has nothing to do with any of us. All of this happened, including the signing of Title VII the way it was, the hijacking, intersectionality. That's silent generation.
It is.
That ain't boomer. That ain't millennial.
And
that ain't none of us.
It's actually World War II generation.
When Title VII
that's the greatest
included
generation
when Title VII was included in the civil rights legislation, there were what 300 and whatever, I don't know, 500 and whatever people of Congress. 5 of them were black men. 5. Yeah. That is the scale of the actual stated legal power of black people when that legislation was approved and executed. So when you guys blame black men, for these decisions, or for the result of decisions that were being made, it betrays an ignorance of the actual really stated power of black men during that time.
And black men, because the thing is, black men never stop fighting. Okay, the boomers never stop fighting.
So BGS, like, actually what I was trying to say is like I think like you guys like might have misunderstood what I was trying to say.
Look, nope, and more nope.
What? I don't. Okay.
No, BJ. Nope. We're dropping the generation. I could have a generation panel if y'all want, but this was not supposed to be a generation panel, Dre. Dre, you're not gonna be able to land, Dre. I'm not gonna let you finish, Dre. All right, thank you.
I don't even know what he's trying to make.
We're not gonna find out, BGL. We're not gonna find out. Not today. Nope. No, we're not. No, we're not, Dre. I'm allowed to talk to you every single time. I'm not trying to drop you, but I will. I'm just saying, it's gonna be embarrassing.
But that's why I wanted to tie it into that
like
greater point.
Dre, hold on. Dre, you remember what we remember? You're actually on probation right now, Dre. Be calm, okay? You don't know how close you are on probation. Stop interrupting. Fall back, okay?
Well, I actually
Dre, you're doing it right now.
Fall back.
Look. My finger on the trigger right now. Just saying. Nameless, go ahead and finish. Wait. Nameless, go ahead and finish.
He's not gonna stop.
Yeah, Nameless, go ahead and say what you were gonna say, and we moving on, because we was talking about some Mandalorianism. That's what we were speaking about earlier, and we were tying in the goddamn videos to the Mandalorianism. Go ahead.
The nature of all of this is understanding systems, and I have patience with this because we're used to being subject to systems rather than maintaining and constructing them in general. So when we understand that there is such a thing as generational strengths, and other people have learned to cultivate the unique quirks of each generation, and if you're going to be charged negatively for them, there's also a positive iteration that you can take advantage of. I think it really helps to understand that the majority of the issues that we are complaining about stem from things that were done from outside of everybody that's at the table right now. So even though we didn't cause it, we all have a collective responsibility to do something about it. And everything we are doing, we have our own unique way of addressing it. I think it should not be discounted, the amount of value that there is in developing a language to describe and articulate a lot of the points we make here. Just learning how to properly identify and nuance these concepts is taking leaps and bounds, because it's creating a code that we can use to undo the BS that's clogged the system so that we can reverse engineer our own. We are operating on plantation software and trying to rebuild a whole new operating system from scratch, and we're getting by. The problem is we've got our own way of doing it that's generation specific, it would appear, and culturally specific as it relates to one of the 4 ethnic groups I described to you that typically encompasses what's classified as Black. And what having the 4th Industrial Revolution bringing us together in places like this, what it allows for us to do is compare our notes. You can say, this was my experience and this is what I saw go wrong. And then I can take what happened with me and compare it to what happened to you. And quiet as it's kept, there's no government power that has an intelligence agency that doesn't operate that way. And I'm gonna say this, the most important aspect of any military operation besides logistics is gonna be your capacity to gather information. But that information doesn't mean anything if you can't line it up to an agenda and aggregate it from multiple points of view, because it's from that aggregate bit that you derive the actual intelligence that becomes secret information and classified in the various modalities that becomes pertinent to your national security. For us, We're developing the intelligence by way of the information we're gathering from our collective experience to apply it to an agenda. And with political Mandalorianism, I'm advocating we take advantage of the fact that we're decentralized. We take advantage of the fact that we don't have any cultural inertia we are actually burdened to. We just have a liability towards it, which is not the same. We can choose to adopt that. The only authorities they lean against us to follow in our liabilities as Black men is to Black women and the state. And if we got means of addressing that and circumventing that, what we have then is autonomy, which I think is the absolutes. What I suggest, everyone here aim for them to the best of your capacity. The ability to operate in all of these new spheres that are being created, having an open form of communication that is also decentralized, that we can update each other on what in the world is going on with us and why, so that we can formulate a strategy that works for us and in turn at least focus on our individual environments we find ourselves in. And I find that over time, that gives us a basis that folks like the Zers and eventually Gen Alpha can follow up on. That's how you build that pyramid. That's how you address that system, not in a sense of greater than or lesser than, but an understanding what the general objective is, which I advise should be autonomy. And that's why I like the Mandalorian model, because it's a cultural ideology that doesn't care about anything that's going on. It reveals itself when it's in motion, in action. It puts you in a position to engage in all levels of human activity and to be able to decide for yourself what constitutes this best. And if we're going to be charged by having this classification of Black, and then having a Y chromosome, then there are advantages that are attributed to that we uniquely, as folks classified as Black with a Y chromosome, can take advantage of, leading us to the earlier videos you were talking about. Why, when we go to other countries, people notice us on a visceral level. Why we have all of this social clout by way of people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X just out the gate. We influence cultures the world over. Michael Jackson's another illustration of that. If you look at the situation that happened with Eric Gardner, the necromantic ritual we saw with BLM, fam, I was playing Final Fantasy 14 and the freaking director, Yoshi P, has nothing to do with Black men, but donated money to their foundation because of the way they saw Black men being treated in America. And they held rallies in Japan. They weren't doing that for Black women. They weren't doing that for Black men in the Caribbean or on the continent. African-American men were on that tip. There's a level of social inertia we have that is, we don't even realize we have it, but other people know it, emulate it, and fall in step with it. And what I'm saying is that's the angle we have to begin to protect, because that's the angle everyone is starting to attack. Because at the end of the day, this place never evolved culturally of us operating as men. We were operating as males to be employed like property, which is why whenever you use this word no, it requires all these layers of approval in order for it to be accepted. Whereas everybody else, it can be seen as it is what it is. They're operating their autonomous choice as an individual with options. That's not offered you by the culture. You have to forge it yourself. And that begins by acknowledging it amongst ourselves. Because if we don't, who in the world else is going to?
He's right, you know.
Here, goddamn it.
SBM. Nobody's coming for you.
Compassion, now I got some work for you to do, because these nameless clips gonna be fire. Your feelings will be hurt. We got work to do. We got work. That's why I was so goddamn silent. Number one, but number two, look, everything nameless said, yeah, that part. So I don't think there's, when they say capitalism is the best worst system, or the whatever the hell is the best we got. That what Nameless is presenting here, I think it's the best we got. I think it's
we've already proved it. What do you think we're doing here on YouTube? This is political Mandalorianism right here. Okay.
I literally just said this before you summed up, BJS. I agree with you 100. Yeah, that's what I was saying to G.
We've already done it. It's not like something that we have to put the concept we have to prove. We're already doing it. I mean, the Nameless is putting a name to it with things we've already been doing it for the past 10 years. Okay.
We just got to zoom out and see it, and that's what I mean. That's what we kind of speaking to. And I think 100. I agree. I mean, that's kind of what I led off of my stream yesterday about was that after listening to you, BGS, and the kick in the ass you was giving the millennials, and you was right that we definitely, based on we're the largest generation, by the way, too.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's really in terms of the potential we have to affect the environment is been there, and we just got to accept it and take it as an opportunity, not just a burden, but just an opportunity. And in the fourth industrial wave, as this whole thing is getting reset around us before our eyes. I mean, like Nameless just alluded to, this is you can't the timing can't get no better, and you blessed to even be in a space with men talking and speaking like this.
Yeah, and the thing is, in this space is basically giving you a heads up, man, years before it actually happened. Okay, so that's why I sometimes get frustrated. We have been telling you this for the past 10 years. Okay, why are you still whining about it? Okay, you should be prepared. We've been telling you this stuff was coming.
Yeah.
It's when we go outside of this space as millennials, and we have to, we're influenced by the uninitiated, and
we have to navigate the uninitiated.
Yeah, so
the pedestrian. Yeah, that's why it comes pedestrian.
It's what happened with Neo and with Cypher in the Matrix analogy, that the starkness of reality is very daunting.
Yeah.
And so now that I am free will and free minded, how do I even think and operate amongst people who are still plugged in, most of whom I love, I have relationships with, I'm married to, or they're my children. I mean, I think a lot of it is, how do I function in this world with this enlightenment? And to what degree the world is going to be pulling me back because of the basic logistics of living every day, of functioning every day.
Yeah.
Let me say this to something that Black Guru said. You'll be surprised who the cipher is. You'll be surprised who and what we're seeing more and more. Speaking about that nihilism we've been talking about, compassionate. It looks like a certain XX chromosome Black leans a little bit more to that cipher route. I'm just saying, look, I want to go back in because the steak, though. I know it's not real, but screw that. I'm willing to crash the whole thing so I can go back into the game so I can taste the steak and it could taste real. I'm just saying. And it looks like the Neos of the world, other people are slowly starting to acknowledge the Neo of the world, some folks more reluctantly than others. But yeah, there's something about Kunta Kinte and Fanta. I can't recall again. One of them wanted to go back in, and the other one was like, I came to save you. And she was like, save who? But I'm straight. I'm just saying. Anyway, go ahead.
What happens when the Matrix is under systemic failure? What do you do?
I think they're willing to crash with the ship, BGS. I've been telling you this.
No,
this is the back and forth me and you have all the time. I think many of them are okay with being under the bridge. We'll see, BGS. We'll see. I think they are.
No, they're not.
No, I get
because more and more I'm getting these people coming to me. BGS, what do you do?
Yeah, they'll try. I get why you'll push back, BGS, because you'll say the environment changing will employ many of them to try something different. But honestly, I think the reality of it is that the environment will encourage a lot of women at large to change up. But Black women put themselves in a trick bag. They don't have a change up.
I'm not even concerned about the women as much as I'm concerned about the degree to which, in my view, white supremacy will still attempt to pick winners and losers. That's the concern I have. I think
this is my concern
with the removal of that invisible hand, the women become much more manageable for Black men.
The thing is that at some point the systemic failure is going to be too rapid. Okay, and of course they're going to pick winners and losers. They have to survive. That's what you're seeing right now. That's what you're seeing with the old MAGA movement. White people are trying to survive because the what the course they've laid out over the past 4 years can't be corrected. Okay, it's going to accelerate.
I'll tell you one thing radically changes, everything amongst Black people. There are no cop calls to DV issues. That right there radically changes black male female relationships. Radically changes it because you don't have this overlord, hegemonic force bearing down on you when you have to handle some business with these harridan females. You take that out of it, you change the whole way in which they even run their mouths at you. You change that.
I worry about that.
I've seen this during the crack era. Okay, when the environment shifts, okay, and there's survivors at stake, black women get right real quick.
I'm thinking about
and it's
black
even
men.
bigger.
I'm thinking about black men in terms of that adage of like the elephant that you tie to a stick or a tree, and he grows big enough to be able to pull the tree, but you just condition.
If he dies, okay, at this point, if he dies, he dies.
The beautiful thing is, we saw it during this election, and me, BGS, and Z were laughing because you heard intersectional and woman say, "Hey, we need
Leon,
to go
when
to
you
our
get a chance, read
communities.
this for me.
We need to go to our communities and align with our man and the people."
Yeah.
And we're all laughing. And it's like y'all know the truth, but y'all won't publicly say it. Y'all just let off the gas, and then y'all started putting out stuff saying it wasn't black.
In other words, okay, you know what, black men, sisters, we need to kind of soften up our tone and cook a little bit more and clean a little bit more and give sex a little bit more because we don't want to admit that we were wrong, but we want to we actually need these people because what we thought was going to depend on is gone. Go ahead.
How many black women are going to be affected by Trump coming through the door, tearing down these DEI programs?
Oh yeah, we know.
All over the country. Because
And
not only at the federal
women at the
job
top,
level,
and women at the top. I mean, Dr. T was telling me about the whole departments in a university in California got decimated the day after Trump got inaugurated. Okay, this stuff is going to happen very fast. But go ahead.
No, I'm just saying the issue is going to be to what degree you're prepared to deal with them like a man. That's going to be the issue. How prepared are you to deal with them like a man?
They're not.
And that's what I was speaking to with the elephant thing. I think even when the environment changes for a lot of black men, they've been conditioned to be obsequious for so long that when environment shifts, what's the language? Absent outside of in this space, we got the language, but the average black man, how is he going to really negotiate?
If you throw any person into a fucking war zone, at some point they'll learn. Okay,
they're gonna sink or swim, right?
Either you gonna survive or die. Okay, it will change you. Ask anybody, any little 18-year-old that's been thrown into Vietnam, right? After about 6 months, he's a different person. It's gonna have to be out of necessity.
Let me hit the super chat real quick.
Yeah. Wait. Give me a second. Wait, Chaos. Leon got it, and Chaos got it. Go ahead, Leon.
The hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. William Rose Wallace.
Yeah. But guess
Just saying. Go ahead, BGS. You better say something, and then Chaos got it. Go ahead, BGS, and then Chaos.
Guess what controls the hand that rocks the cradle? The environment. Okay. Yep. I've been preaching environment. Okay. Don't worry about the women. Okay.
The hand that rocks the cradle gotta eat.
They gotta eat. They gotta eat. They gotta survive. They gotta keep their offspring alive, right? And they're willing to do whatever is necessary to do that. The thing is, you got to understand the game. Okay. Don't worry about the player. Understand the game. Okay.
Let me do this. And once again, thank you, Mr. Donnie Mack. And here you go. Once again, rest in peace to Offset. Take off. Sorry, I said take off. Ooh, Offset. Let me not say that. Take off. Go ahead. There you go. All right.
No, I mean, my whole 10 years on here, I've been saying the exact same thing, and you guys been seeing this stuff happen one piece at a time. When are you guys going to realize that what I am trying to tell you? Stop looking. I was telling this to Doc, right? Okay. A lot of people step in, you go outside, you step in a rain puddle, right? You look down, my foot's wet, right? Okay. You see all these puddles around you, but you never look up. What's causing the rain puddles and why is your foot wet? It's not because of the puddle that you're stepping in. It's because the rain, the clouds raining on your head. Okay, look up. Okay, Look at the environment. Don't look at the little individual puddle that you're stepping in. Okay, I give you know, and at this point, you're gonna FAFO. Okay, at this point,
Oh no, we definitely in the find out portion. It's a no, not ain't no FAFO. We in the FO part.
You're in the FO part right now because I mean, you know, and I've been telling you that with Biden. I said this stuff is going to shift very, very rapidly because the foundation that is built on is being crumbled as we speak. The thing is, when you find out, okay.
Not admitting that BGS was right. So once again, BGS,
Hey,
but so we're not admitting that BGS was right. But we are saying I have been watching, and like I said to you before, when Jules was on the panel, and he said he watching them go from 100,000 to 60,000. Have your teeth and earn 60,000 a year. So once again, we ain't admitting that what BGS just said I disagreed with. But what we are saying is a few of them are saying a little different than that what they were saying all of 2 years ago, damn near yesterday, in the grand scheme of things. Right? Hey, it's real out here. It's real in the field. That sucks. I don't want desperate cooch. I don't know about the rest of you. I don't want desperate.
Well, you might not.
Some people do. Wouldn't mind desperate.
You got to go.
Desperate cooch gonna work hard. Desperate cooch gonna work hard.
Right?
Desperate cooch gonna survive.
Black men just gotta remember to drive a hard ass bargain from now on.
It can't be easy. Gotta remember the game is the game. Okay,
the game is the game.
Game is the game.
Okay. Let me kind of add when we say this, when BGS is saying the environment, you're talking about 600,000 more women from the Gen X that have nowhere to go. You will see groups of older women with no left or right turn.
Seeing it.
Yeah. And we're just simply talking about Gen X. But when you get down to millennials, the younger, if you're employed, it's going to feel like you're a silent generation after the war, and there's one man for 5 or 6 women. It's going to be a totally different environment. And the whole idea is if you can get electronic skills, if you have a science degree, whatever degree, if you can combine it with something else to maintain stability, people in that environment will see that shit. Especially if you're a fucking black man. They will see that shit. So it's not, well, why am I being treated like this and people seeing me? I got a suit, I have a title. No, you're still a fucking black man. But when this shit hits, when they see that suit and tie and whatever else, or however you perform your identity, they're not going to be walking in the grass or trying to get a distance from you. They see that you have an interest in doing things in your performance. Okay, it's going to be a whole different environment. We can go all day on it, but like I said, just Gen X by itself, those guys that are performing in society, 600,000 more women.
Most Gen X women are already done and finished. Okay.
But by the way, Compassionate, if you don't mind, I put something in the back chat. If you don't mind bringing it up for me in a second. Yeah, because this is speaking to what we're saying about some of the ladies, and these are our mothers, y'all. These are our sisters, our cousins, them, right? And yeah, so you know. Yeah. I see Dr. Thunder's in the chat. Dr. Thunder, if you want to come up, if you can.
How does number two say? Go ahead. It's over. It's
over.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta give him that drawl or whatever that long pull on it. It's over. He makes it dramatic.
Yeah. We called it 3 years ago. Go ahead.
And for us younger men, we have to recognize that we're not broken tools yet. Okay, that's one of our guts aren't beat up, our bodies aren't destroyed, our minds aren't destroyed. We're not broken tools. And I was in the Discord. I was talking to an older guy. He's literally a broken tool. And white supremacy breaks the tools, and our fathers experienced that. And y'all left out, the market crash of 2008. And that destroyed Gen X and older black men extremely, really bad. And I'm just saying we have a great opportunity. And it's not going to be like we're going to be rich. But when you can go from fixing something in someone's house, or to do your engineering job, or electronic engineering where you're plugging up servers or fixing lights, doing whatever. If you can multiply that 3 skills, you're good.
You're gonna have to be okay at this point. You're gonna have to be the fastest camper, right? Because there's bears in the woods, and the bears are gonna eat. You don't want to be the bear meat, okay?
Yeah, you don't want to be the slowest person.
You don't want
or
to be the
even
slow. You
second
don't be the
slowest.
slowest camper because you're gonna get eaten. Okay, that's where we are now. People have no clue. People have no clue what's getting ready to happen to this fucking country. They have absolutely zero clue what's getting ready to happen. Okay.
And let me do this.
What's
Somebody
funny?
read the title. That's all. Real quick, J Moore. If you don't mind, as a matter of fact, J Moore, if you don't mind reading the title on the screen, please. This is everything that Leon was just saying. Go ahead.
More women are sharing their homes as they grow older.
Yep.
Yeah. Golden Girls. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I say it, BGS. That's exactly why I say it, right? And I mean, in a way, I'm getting how you fit in, right? But in another way, much of why you're resigning yourself to this and why this is happening is because you didn't follow the script. You gave the middle finger to the script. You gave a middle finger to the formula, and
you
so
followed the market.
You followed the market and you freestyled, and now you're in your 50s, 60s, and now you got to play Golden Girls.
Yeah,
and it's not going to be as entertaining as the show was. As a matter of fact, in my estimation, especially concerning black women, there's going to be some feet and fists flying in that house. There's definitely going to be some feet and fists flying over cereal too.
They can't live with each other.
They'll figure it out. I see it all the time. That's why I'm calling especially single mothers bears, right? Okay, because over the last couple of years, I've been seeing a whole lot of bears and their cubs running around with no man.
Yeah.
So BGS, you convinced that the environment gonna basically force whichever women that's got the wherewithal to survive.
Yes.
To change in some capacity.
Yes.
What orientation should black men? Because we're gonna encounter young black men.
We'll get Jay Moore.
Yeah, young black men going to encounter these women with that's turning over a new leaf.
First of all, you got to know who you are, right? You have to fuck with what women want, what they think, or what they think about you and your manhood. You got to know who you are, right? Okay. What I've been saying since the first day you stepped into my office, right? Return on investment. Okay. Focus on that. I always say, first you got to find out why the fuck are you here with me? Okay. What do you want, and what do I get back? Okay, what do you want? What I get back?
I would modify what you recommend to be just in this regard. And this is where I say, have your life plan, your life mission, your vision for what you have to have that now. You could have, in our generation, prior generations, you could work a job, you could plug into, GM or US Steel or whatever and work to that 20, 25 year, and you set. Y'all can't do that. You all have to have a real life plan, real life mission, and then formulate all your interactions, whether it's with women, whether it's with other men, whether it's with family members, your employment, your business interests, all around that life mission. And that will help you to formulate your relationships with women. So when BGS say return on investment, if I have my life mission, what I'm trying to do, where I'm trying to be 5, 10, 15 years from now, it's easy for me to assess the quality or the ROI on that woman or that relationship. Can she provide me with a network? Does she have some resources? Does she have some educational particular background that could be used as a complement to whatever business interests I have?
I mean, like even down to what kind of children do I actually want to raise? Okay,
exactly. And I'll be this blunt about it. You pick a taller woman, pick a bigger woman, and because you want a big, strong son.
Yeah,
I'd be that basic with it.
Yeah. I mean,
you have
to look at it almost like a black pill lens. You got to look at it as a business, okay? When you pick a woman, okay, love has to come second because I've counseled a whole bunch of men. 9 times out of 10, they have absolutely no idea what they want out of a woman. So I ask them, what do you want? They what they really want is connection. They want their woman to love and desire them. Okay, fine. Is that really what you want?
Right. They have no
And,
demands.
I think black men really that is what they want.
And then when shit don't work out, then they say, well, now BGS, what do I do?
Yeah.
You got what you wanted. Okay.
Black men, a lot of black men want the relationship they never had with their mamas, with their woman.
Look,
if you don't mind compassionate, when you get a chance, read this for me.
Love you is to have that woman fear you, and you have power over that woman. That's the only way that woman's going to love you.
And I think that's black men's issue right there.
And
Because I don't think black men want their women to fear them. They don't want them to fear them. They want them to love them just out of a sense of love. Love me out of a sense of love.
You're projecting on that woman the way you want the woman to see you instead of the way the woman really sees you. Okay, and that's what I'm trying to get men out of it. It's very difficult. Okay,
it is. But black millennial men gonna have to reconcile with that simple statement Uru just made. Be comfortable with having power and having fear coming from your subjects.
Why do you think I play the clips that I play every show? Okay, about being dusty and being germane and it being your fault. In other words, get used to being the bad guy and embrace that role, right? What does the Dark Knight say? You die a hero, to live to see yourself as the villain. Okay.
And look at what happened. Look at what happened with.
Wait. Black who's trying to speak.
Look at what happened with Obama. Michelle should have been scared shitless to not do what she did. She should have been scared shitless to have not done that. She should have feared for her life in fear of doing that. And so for her to do that, like I say, that's a shot. That's a cultural shot across the bow. That's why I said earlier, you guys have to be the villain. You have to be Thanos. You have to be Darkseid. You know, you have to impart a level of fear and dread so that the reward is any kindness you might bestow.
Hey, Uru, just real quick, before we jump off, I'll read it. It said, could the real boss be white women since they claim credit for raising the patriarchs, like the OG hood ninjas raised YNs? Who's really responsible for the black getting shot? Okay, now the final boss is still white men. Okay,
exactly.
The final boss is white men, but the thing is, white women want a piece of the action. Okay.
Yes.
Never underestimate how much of the piece of the action they count on.
They count on. If you saw during the selection, right? When chips are down, they sided with their men. Okay, that's what the black one actually found out. Real quick, Guru, I said, were you not frustrated with this Michelle Obama thing, where in this space, I'm not talking about outside this, but in this space, black men actually defending her?
Crazy.
I was obviously disappointed. Unfortunately, I was not surprised because I know the death and the rot of the gynocratic infestation amongst us. So I was disappointed, but I was not surprised because we know the routines, we know the Matrix routines. We've seen it. We know, and for generations we've seen this programming, this praise, this deification. Of black women, and for me in particular, I always say Chicago. There is something uniquely gynocratic about Chicago. Uniquely gynocratic.
Chicago, Atlanta.
So when I see Michelle, I expect her to do that shit.
I do too.
I expect her because that's a very familiar aura to me. A very familiar aura.
What is it about Chicago black women that always have their ass on their shoulders?
I think Chicago in itself is a different kind of city. It's where people come from. From the South. It's a particular history, particular strife. Chicago's is the most segregated major city in the country, which I think bred even more of the gynocratic rot in a way because of the segregation. It gave black women even more power in some senses than what they might have in LA or New York or whatever. So I think it's a combination of all of those things.
To Uru's point, in Chicago,
go ahead.
there are pockets of little gynocracies that have been cordoned off specifically for Black families that are over policed, and open air drug markets that have been like that for decades that aren't go untouched. And it's a bunch of WIC and a bunch of unemployment, a bunch of Section 8 popping off all through there, and Greeks and Italians
some
and
cousins,
Jews.
fucking cousins. Let's be real.
Oh yeah,
because there's a lot of interbreeding in some of these areas.
A lot of Black women in Chicago fucking the Arabs, quiet as kept. So
Hey Uru,
So
I'm reading a post from my video on Barack Obama's long slow walk. Okay, and this dude wrote like 3 paragraphs of defending Michelle.
Like I say, it's not the biggest enemy is ourselves, man.
Is ourselves.
That's why it makes me very pessimistic or cynical about the future, because I think we'd have to hurt a whole lot of other Black men. That's the part that makes me sad about the whole thing.
If they die, they die.
Yeah.
Can I touch the Chicago topic? About 25% of my family from my grandfather's side went to Chicago. All his brothers and sisters went to Chicago. 2 of my uncles, one had 40 something kids, and the other one had like 38. My great uncles, my grandfather's brothers. His sister, she had 8 kids in Chicago. And they went when they sent them out. But this is the thing. They could read. So when they got to Chicago, whatever test or whatever job they took, they qualified for. But then you take that large population from Mississippi in the South that went to Chicago. The women could read, the guys could not read, the majority. So the idea that those jobs were open, but they could never pass the test, created the welfare issue before those corporations started moving out. So they couldn't pass the test to get the jobs in the first place. But like guys like my great uncle, like I said, he had 40 something kids. You think of every Black man that was productive and could read had a kid on each side of town, literally. And now we're in an era that, like you said, people having relationships with their cousins. It's real. It's real. And then you compress the people even more in West Side or South Side, and what do you get? More of that.
Yeah, but the thing is, they try to correct this stuff in the 60s, and the thing is, white women and Black women did not want Black men to have power, and that's the problem that we're facing.
I'm gonna give you a perfect example that you've seen on TV of what he just described. Good times. Can you say James and Florida Evans?
Yeah.
James couldn't read. Why do you think James was always in that house? Or when he went to look for work, he could get the menialest of menialist job. And he was always the first one hired. Last one hired, first one fired. Why? Because he couldn't qualify. Perfect example. They showed it to you on TV. If you just paid attention, that went on.
And then the thing between JJ and the little man, right? JJ was uneducated for the most part.
Yeah, and like I said, that plays a part. That's why I look at this future kind of like if you can read, you have multiple skills, the environment is going to be open for you. Like literally, you're not going to be rich or nothing, but the fact that you can perform to get those bills paid on time is going to be the standard level of attractiveness to whoever's in the environment.
The fastest camper, but thing is, the thing is, what is the environment going to be? Okay, the environment's not going to maintain the way it was over the past, really 100 years. It's gonna erode, because the thing is, we're looking at what you're doing is looking at the puddle, right, and not the clouds. Okay, because America's power in general is going to get eroded. Okay, so your environment that's around you is going to change drastically over the next 20 years. It's already changing. Okay, it's already changing now. And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Okay, that's why I say stop looking at your puddle. Okay, don't worry about the bitches that are beneath your feet. Right, your foot. Look up. Okay.
If she dies, she dies. One thing I would recommend you do that I think is vitally important. Look at your diet. Look real soberly at your diet. Look at what fuels you, and look at what you can do to most efficiently, and in both in terms of access, but also in terms of obviously cost, because food is an issue, but how you can efficiently, productively consume what you need to be able to consume in a way in which you're going to have to eat for fuel. You're going to have to eat for convenience and fuel, and you're going to have to develop a palate for things that you may not necessarily currently have a palate for. And the reason why I say this is that if you are going to be a Mandalorian, which means that you're gonna be open to different places and stuff like that. You might have to eat a damn raw octopus, for example. I mean, I'm just being extreme. I'm just saying you might be in a situation where you have to consume what is most beneficial to your body, to fuel your body, so that you have the energy, so that you have the focus, whatever, to do these multiple things that Leon,
let me add this angle into it, that we also aware the importance of black male media to BGS's point that this environment, America's influence and power is going to be waning and being chipping away. It's going to be for the foreseeable future. It's going to continue to just diminish. So as black men, with the tremendous influence we have from the glory days of this nation, we can use black male media to actually export some of our influence and maintain it outside of being contingent on American society. And we got to start thinking about that as far as going forward into the future, as far as how we operate absent the powerful America that's been underpinning much of the influence we've been able to garner this far. So, and I think black male media and what we've been able to develop here is something we need to continue to foster. You need to continue to support your creators. We need to grow this space, edify this space, and continue to try to use this as a hegemonic force of our own to generate and
like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
Yeah, and to codify our influence, because that's our greatest superpower. We got to remember that. That's our greatest advantage so far. Our talents, obviously, but our influence that we've been able to leverage based on the power and influence of this nation is substantial, and we need to maintain it, even if this nation falls.
If we can.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
yeah.
don't. Yeah. No, go ahead, Z.
Go ahead, Black.
Well, I just
say that I got kicked out because Everglade Wireless, obviously.
The other thing that's going to be interesting is the diplomatic relations with other groups of people, particularly other groups of men, as this thing comes asunder. And in particular, as one particular, political influence, the current political influence, appear to ascend. How do you forage amongst this some positions of leverage, particularly for black men and boys? It's going to be interesting, with these executive orders and the, to me, for example, what the fuck does merit-based mean? We really need to know what merit-based means, because that language is in that executive order, eliminating DEI. That's a crucial term that black men are going to have to become acquainted with and be able to advocate or position themselves within in some way.
Yeah, in that spirit of how we maneuver amongst, it's going to be a environment, a very competitive environment as things retract. And black men got to remember we're stronger in aggregate than we are individuals, and we got to recognize the other groups of men are operating as groups. They are operating as fire teams at the least. So we need to get, and we do that in this space very well. We self-fund it. We support one another, but we have to scale that to as much as we can to leverage that power, because it's going to be a very competitive environment going forward. Other groups of men aren't going to stand still while this shit shifts either. So
yep. Well, they see it also, right? I mean, that's why you have clearly the Dr. Richard Reeves of the world and everything. So everybody understands the environment, right? And I think black men might have some of the best opportunity we've ever had, but it is gonna be super precarious.
Yeah.
It's going and you know I think they're gonna run one last play. They're gonna run one last play. You saw with the MAGA versus Vivek and Elon. They're gonna run a couple. I don't even think it's just gonna be one last play. Um, but it's a law of diminishing returns when it comes to that WS power and influence, right? And they running out of smoke. They pretty much out of smoke now. But that doesn't mean that they're still not gonna try to run plays. Go ahead. Go ahead. BJ.
No, you remember what what's it called?
Oh, I thought it was
Uru
BJ.
said
Go ahead.
before.
Yeah.
My fault. You remember
No,
what
go ahead.
Uru said before about that? We just got to get them to the point that to see if they're gonna push that button or not. If
Yeah.
not,
Yeah.
then move
Yep.
out the way.
Mhm. Yeah. No,
Because
I agree with
that's
that
really
too.
the problem.
Yeah.
Because that's all we're facing, and I'm just like, come on, man,
Well,
just get it over with.
oh, it we it remains to be seen whether they got the right reading from history, which is this anchor that's tied to my ankles is tied to your son's ankles. And if they understand that, if they got that right reading, they'll play nice, not because they actually care about us, but because they care about their sons, if they care about their sons. That is the debate that we're having on Sarge Willie Pete's channel, right? That's the debate we're having on Sarge Willie Pete's channel. But if they got the right reading from history, I think that's something we can leverage. If they didn't get the right reading from history, they'll try to pull the sabotage one more again, two more again. And quite frankly, they can't afford it because too much is nipping at their heels. They can't afford it, but if they play that, then we all sink.
And then let's not get it
Which is
twisted now.
real quick,
Everybody
which is
else,
more reason to be Mandalorian, by the way. Go ahead, go ahead.
like, don't get it twisted now. Everybody got different missiles and everything now, so you can't really do the same thing that you're doing anymore. You can't even put. You really like. You can't even without what was it called. You haven't won a war without any black person there,
Yeah.
or somebody of melanin.
What
there.
you talking about is
You can't
mutually assured
survive.
destruction. Yeah, everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
you can't be pulling the same stunts like you used to.
exactly. You don't got okay.
Black
Yeah,
Uru
you can
made
bring
this
your big
argument a
ass
few weeks
ships,
ago.
but
Yeah.
can it?
Yep.
You can bring your big ass ships. What does that mean now?
Well, the thing is that before the Ukraine war, basically everybody was behind the curtain, right? What they did was pull the curtain. Okay, anybody's been in my when Patreon knows we said that like 3 years ago. Okay, they're pulling the curtain, and what they found out, whoever was doing their intelligence was 100% wrong. Okay, 100% wrong. What they found out is that the lion does not have teeth anymore. That's what's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so we're Alice in Wonderland now?
No, we're Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz. Okay,
That's what I meant. My fault. That one.
But the thing, okay, I'll find it because I've played it before, and this is from a Filipino guy talking about asynchronous war way back in 2004, right? At John Hopkins, he was actually saying this well 20 years ago. I'll actually pull it and play it for you guys on my. I can play it on my regular channel now because then YouTube is a little bit more lenient. But he said this a long time ago, so I already knew this. I already knew this was coming. Okay, it's just a matter of time before they actually pulled it. So a lot of the stuff that you're saying, I knew this stuff 20 years ago. The thing is, it is the timing of it. You just can't predict. So this is nothing new to me, because Nameless can tell you 2018 when Trump had the carriers in the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, there's a reason he backed off because I knew about the hypersonics. And
Yeah.
I knew about the hypersonics in 2010. Okay, I knew about the hypersonics. I was saying that if you think that the Iran doesn't have hypersonics and they're not along their coastline looking at your carriers, then you have
Carrier killers.
Carrier killers. You have something. You're drinking something, right? That's how come Trump backed off in the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, we knew this. This is nothing new to us. Okay, but the thing is that the thing I always say this, right? Okay, smart people know the game is over before the game is over, right? Regular people know the game is over when it's over, right? Dumb people think the game is still going on. Okay, the game is already over. Okay, I've been telling you the game is over, right?
Yeah.
Don't be in the last group. Okay, don't be the pedestrian that still think the game is still going on. Okay, at least
we keep saying Mandalorian. It's a reason why Mandalorians got jetpacks.
Yeah.
So they can get up off of sinking ships when it's in their best interest. Whenever it makes sense to.
So they can get out of Dodge.
The thing is, we're practicing on YouTube in the Black Manosphere's political Mandalorianism, right? In other words, each Mandalorian has his own ecosystem, right? Okay. He affects. He's a point of contact in his environment. So whether you're in the DOD, whether you're a truck driver, whether you're a passport bro, okay, you are your own point of contact, right? And basically, you have a network to tap into when you need something. But the thing is, you're on the ground, okay? You have to affect what you do on the ground, okay? What is it? There was another group called, I think it was the Club of Rome. They said the exact same thing. They believe in nodes, okay? They believe in nodes. I believe in nodes. I believe in Mandalorianism. I was practicing this way before YouTube, okay? Why do you think the East African Corridor is there? It's because what I've been saying, right? It's not about how many, it's about what? Who you are, where you are, and are you in the room when the decisions are being made? Those are the people that you want. All the other people that sit around in panel surf, they're fine. They're fine. Okay, they're the buffer zone. They're your support. The thing is, who you really want is people on the ground in the room that can make decisions. That happened during COVID with the nurses and with Nicole and with Dr. Dunbar and people like that. These are the people that are in the room. These are the people that you need, okay? And these are the people that need to be supported. You look at even like our PhDs, which is Dr. T and Dr. Neal, right? Okay, like it or not, these are the people that are in the room, right? They pay attention to Dr. Neal when Dr. Neal says black male political independence. Okay, they're scared of his ass because he's got letters behind his name. He teaches at Wake Forest. Okay, he's influential. Okay, and so it's, a lot of times political Mandalorianism, as it is not about it's not about how many. There's not a whole bunch of Mandalorians, right? Okay, but their skill set that they bring and the weapons that they bring and the force that they bring to bear as an individual person in an environment. Okay. And that's what it is. That's how the Black Manosphere has grown. Okay, it's not a matter of how many; it's a matter of who. What can you say something to influence somebody that's in a position to do something? Okay, and that's what I focus on. Now, what do you guys focus on? I have no clue. Okay, sometimes I wonder, what the hell are you doing? Okay, why are you doing all this crazy stuff? What does it mean? Okay, where are you going with this? And then, and then when the results show up, and they said, "Wait a minute, I didn't see this coming," because you're not in the room. You don't know why. You don't know why this happens. But the thing is, I know who did it. Okay, for the most part, I know the people that actually put this in motion, even down to the Ghana giving up citizenships. Right? Okay. Now this is Jay Bones. Jay Bones works for the UN. He's a Ghanaian elite that's been educated in Notre Dame. He told me this 3-4 years ago that this was going to happen. That they were going to start opening up citizenship for diaspora Americans in Ghana. He told me that 4 years ago. He was working on that. But the thing is, he's in the room. This is what we call political Mandalorianism in a nutshell. Anyway, I digress.
Well put.
But why I'm saying this, I'm not saying this to my own horn. I'm trying to show you guys and teach you guys these are the methods that you should incorporate. I'm not saying take it wholesale. These are the methods that you should incorporate. Okay, that's why I'm pointing these people out. That's why I'm giving you the kind of verbiage and kind of language to use to attract these people. Okay, so that these people can take your words and take your mission and take it on, even down to what people complain about Pearl. Okay, so what about Pearl? Pearl is in rooms that I can't get into. But if Pearl can take what I've said, take it as her own, and carry it into that room, okay? I can't get into the room, but she can. If she's repeating my words, then she affects what goes on inside this room. And maybe some of that stuff will come out into the real world and help us. But people don't understand it.
His words cross through the ether via her mouth. So a mission accomplished. We don't care how it got done. It got done. Via i.e. Kevin Samuels. When it happened, everybody wanted to trip.
If it wasn't for spaces like this,
I'm gonna actually post the origin of me and Kevin coming up with putting the I in sign language. Okay, I'm actually posted. I actually found the clip. I'm actually gonna go ahead and clip it and put it up as a short because people don't believe where it came from. Okay, they think I'm bullshitting. Okay, I can show you exactly where it came from, how he put it together. But that's digression.
If it wasn't for spaces like this, no, because we're actually still on topic. If it wasn't for spaces like this, Richard Reeves wouldn't be able to do what he does.
True.
Nor would Scott Galloway, right? You showed what elevating the women to a certain extent and leaving the men to get it on their own, what it looks like. You let the women talk, but that positively, hopefully, right? Faithfully, affects the boys and the men because they realize like America is in a place right now where it's going to have to compete its way out of the position it's in. Yeah. Everybody's caught up now, or at least the major powers are caught up.
No, they surpassed us. They haven't caught up. They passed us. Okay,
yeah,
that's the old thinking. Okay, stop being a pedestrian. Okay, the game has changed. Okay, they passed us.
They lapped us. To be exact,
they haven't lapped us. They passed us. Okay. That's why I showed you inside China business. That's come I show you Wolf. Okay, Wolf didn't say this before. He's been saying this for the past 2 years. What he said. He actually said it. He actually said finito. Okay.
Yeah, he's been on the roll. He's been on a roll. He everywhere he could go and give an interview right now. He's saying the same thing. And
he's using our language, which is finito. Okay, that's our language.
Yeah, I've been following. I would love to see Mearsheimer versus Peter Zian because
they'll never do that.
Redesign is not going to do that. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mearsheimer already know.
Mearsheimer would laugh the whole time. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's because both of for me the interesting part is to see the argument between the reading of history and where we're going, right? Where we're going.
Peter Zahn is lying. Okay, Lying. He's not that dumb. He's lying. Okay.
Yeah, he gives the vibe that he's basically trying to reassure.
Yeah,
he's there
Americans
to reassure.
That everything it's all right. It's all right. Yeah,
he's the structural realist that's reassuring.
No,
he's not a structural realist.
He's on a Titanic playing the violin. Okay.
Yep.
Calm down. Everything's okay. Don't hit to the lifeboats. Okay.
You straight. Everything will be all right. Well, look, y'all. Look, we have to pause early today because I didn't remember. It's my fault. But I can't make this a reckless stream on this second half. That part. So Anubis says my chicks get contracts. Look, I do not blame you. I think we've heard multiple people propose this. It's smart. Just let's straight up say it. It's smart, especially with what we see we have to deal with currently. It's smart. I suggest it, right? So yeah, I suggest it, and it's something that I'm gonna propose also, and we're gonna see where we go from there because about that. And so look, y'all, we will pause right here. Oh, Anubis, how did I forget to give you your Cashapp video? As a matter of fact, BGS is still here. All right, BGS, if you want to end us out with a benediction, because Black Guru already dropped off.
Basically, this is the way, man. Political Mandalorianism, it's already in action. You just have to believe in it, because a lot of times you hear a bunch of naysayers saying that this space doesn't work, it doesn't do anything, it's not working, it's never worked. While it's working, okay, it's working. Okay. Yeah, some of the biggest movements globally happen through this space. Passport Bros is just one. Just one. Kevin Samuels is another. High Value Man. All that kind of stuff grew out of this space. Globally, not just locally, globally.
Facts.
It's working. It's working it's worked as intended. That's why that's even down to the point where it's you starting to use the word escape velocity, right? Where'd they hear that from?
Escape velocity, leave them on the lot, send them back to the manufacturer. But so everybody that's the one that everybody else kind of gravitated to of your phrases. For me, that's why I did a whole stream on the send them back to the manufacturer. As a matter of fact, I did 2 streams on send them back to the manufacturer because that was the one. Because leave them on the lot, like that sounds more like leave them to their family. Nah, don't even pick her up. Send them back to the manufacturer. To me, is send them back to that society that created them this way, that designed the system to put them. And that's why that's the one that I gravitated to. Right, send them back to the manufacturer. Send them back to the white technocrats and the system and the society and the education system, et cetera, et cetera. So that was the one for me. But
The leave them on the lot is the reach back, right, for the chick that's been run through and stuff like that, and they're trying to sell you that used car. Okay, now leave her on the lot. Okay, don't go for it.
Yeah.
All right.
Leave her. All right. Thank you for having me. Thanks for having me. Thank you for coming up, BGS. Black Uru, everybody that came up today. I think I might have hit 200 viewers at one point, maybe almost. I know I saw 199 at one point. So yeah, that's the most I've ever had consecutively. So even if it wasn't 200, I definitely saw 199 at one point. So thank you all for watching. Wow, thank you. Like I said, I'm gonna keep on trying to improve the channel. And we're gonna be light, we'll talk about the women messing up, but we also are gonna speak about politics and history and how this affects Black men and Black boys. And yeah, so we will pause right there, everyone. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all have a great, great, great rest of y'all day. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all. And go ahead, V8 engine and tire chirping and squealing. Take us on out. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out. Oh yeah, wait, Mr. Z. We'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out.